Saruto by Hiruzen was greatly troubled. Because Orochimaru had mastered the Edo Tensei, it posed an even greater threat to the Konoha village. However, Hiruzen had no time to pay attention to Orochimaru and gestured for Akihara Kagura to go to work. Outside the Hokage building, Hatake Kakashi was still waiting here. Upon seeing Akihara Kagura, Kakashi immediately started complaining to his old friend. The higher-ups have really assigned me a few problem students. Whether it was Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto, both were exceptionally troublesome students. Kakashi felt melancholy, always feeling that these two students would cause some major trouble in the future. This is the leadership's recognition. Akihara Kagura patted Kakashi's shoulder with great esteem. I originally planned to take you to pursue Uchiha Itachi to ask him if he had any opinions on the guidance assignment for his brother, but unfortunately, the Hokage did not agree to this. What kind of shady operation is this? Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura speechlessly. If the third Hokage hadn't stopped Kagura with his character, he really could have done such a thing. Kagura still felt some regret. The third Hokage's instructions were only for me to take you to see the living people in the village, probably Haruno Sakura's parents first, then we can go to Uchiha Sasuke's house to have a look, and you should be very familiar with Naruto's house. Kakashi nodded. Over the years, Kakashi and Kagura were quite familiar with Uzumaki Naruto, having seen what a mess his house was, not even knowing when the milk expired. The home visit went very smoothly. Kagura and Kakashi met Haruno Sakura's parents, a couple who were very warm and hospitable, and then went to Uchiha Sasuke's house. This orphan left over from the night of the clan massacre had kept his house very tidy and clean. Actually, it's much cleaner than Naruto's house. Kagura glanced around and flipped through some scrolls in Uchiha Sasuke's house, which even contained some jutsu scrolls left by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke had always been hard-working. As an excellent student who consistently ranked first in the ninja school, Uchiha Sasuke's achievements were not solely due to his Kekkei Genkai. It would be unfair to dismiss his efforts as mere genius. Go see your student. Kagura patted Kakashi's shoulder and said softly, I've wanted to take Uchiha Sasuke from the third Hokage to train him for revenge against Uchiha Itachi, but the third Hokage rejected this idea. You're still thinking about revenge against Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi could only lament the deep grudge between his former two subordinates. Kagura did not hide it, nodding, As long as Uchiha Itachi lives unhappily, I'll feel a bit better. Kakashi also had a headache, but what troubled him more was, he was about to have two subordinates who didn't get along. At the ninja school, 3 little brats were in the class, waiting for their Jonin instructor. Uzumaki Naruto was excited that his teammate was his favorite, Haruno Sakura, but he was somewhat annoyed that his other teammate was Uchiha Sasuke. He was pondering who his future Jonin instructor would be and if he would encounter any troublesome characters. Then, Hatake Kakashi walked in. Uzumaki Naruto immediately lost interest, sitting in his spot with an indifferent expression, muttering, I thought it would be someone else. Didn't expect it to be Kakashi. Because in the family Naruto imagined, with Kakashi as the head, he was undoubtedly the most underachieving member. Facing such a Jonin instructor as Kakashi, would he end up like Kakashi, having to let his juniors pay when eating ramen? This brat, daring to look down on him like this. Kakashi helplessly glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, then looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura present. Pack your things, follow me to the rooftop. This is the problem with being too familiar. It seems I need to intimidate this little brat a bit to let him know that just graduating from the Ninja Academy doesn't guarantee becoming a ninja. As long as I, his Jonin instructor, do not agree, this little brat who constantly nags about wanting to become the Hokage will have to stay in the Ninja Academy and retake courses. However, the 3 youngsters still passed Hatake Kakashi's test and smoothly became his subordinates. The performance of the 3 little ones was indeed quite good. At least each of them took care of their teammates, which made Hatake Kakashi believe they were qualified enough. Even though Uchiha Obaido, who once said, Those who do not value their companions are worse than scum, has become a rogue ninja, Hatake Kakashi still adheres to the creed of Uchiha Obaido, hoping his subordinates will not become what he once was. On another note, Akihara Kagura returned to the Hokage's office to report back. System prompt. Accompanying Hatake Kakashi on a home visit to understand the family situation of the future Team 7, the mission has been completed. Reward Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique, sneaking into the ground and dragging the opponent into it, leaving only their head exposed. I'm not a Jonin instructor. What do I need this technique for? This technique is purely for Jonin instructors to bully the weak. Akihara Kagura felt that his superior, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had a bit too many minds on him. Just last time, he dug up a treasure of a combined nature transformations technique, and now he's found a small mine again. However, just one combined nature transformations technique is enough for practice for a while. Yet, as the Hokage's assistant, Akihara Kagura is quite busy, sometimes having to go on duty at the Mission Assembly Hall, where he encounters these freshly graduated little brats from time to time. Some of these little brats even pick and choose the missions he offers. To help these little brats grow more, Akihara Kagura can only assign the most troublesome little brats the hardest garbage collection missions to train their chakra control. Not bad handling. When the third Hokage came to inspect the work while smoking his pipe, he mentioned something. I came to you because there is a troublesome mission. The Mist Village sent a message that there is large-scale smuggling between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Even some nobles and ninjas of the Land of Water are involved, causing great loss to the tax revenue of the Land of Water's daimyo. The Mist Village hopes that Konoha can investigate this issue and issue an S-rank hiring mission to Konoha. This kind of thing is quite common. The Mist Village could completely help the daimyo of the Land of Water to investigate the smuggling, but this matter involves the interests of many nobles. The Mist Village is worried about offending too many nobles. They did the daimyo's work, but will the nobles speak ill of them in front of the daimyo later? The Mist Village handed this matter over to Konoha to handle, just so, as Konoha is an ally of the Mist Village, but tasks involving countries must be S-rank missions. Moreover, this matter has caused severe damage to the tax revenue of the Land of Water. The Mist Village does not want to get involved and does not mind spending a little money to solve big problems. Anyway, the daimyo of the Land of Water will pay for the expenses of this matter in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to hand this mission over to the Anbu, not caring if Akihara Kagura and the Anbu executing the mission will cause any trouble, preferring to deal with the smugglers by force. System prompt. New work mission from Sarutobi Hiruzen, go and deal with the smugglers between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire and uproot the smugglers' stronghold. I'll go personally, it's a bit boring to be on duty here. Akihara Kagura volunteered, planning to stretch his muscles well, and also wanted to take this opportunity to meet with Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. The Chunin exam in the second half of the year is approaching, and Orochimaru has not yet sent over the new plan. Akihara Kagura plans to have a good chat with Orochimaru. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed and took the opportunity to educate. The Mission Assembly Hall is related to the life of ninjas in the village. We must be responsible for the ninjas in the village. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was naggingly educating, an old man wearing glasses walked in and asked, "Excuse me, is this the Konoha Assembly Hall?" "This is the place." Sarutobi Hiruzen had to stop. "I'll leave first." Akihara Kagura waved his hand and left the Mission Assembly Hall. However, as Akihara Kagura was leaving, he heard the old man with glasses also naggingly saying, "I am Tazuna, a bridge-building expert, and I want to post a C-rank protection mission here. Please, the ninjas of Konoha protect me as I go to the Land of Waves to build a big bridge." The moment Akihara Kagura stepped out of the room, he finally felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. The Land of Waves. That name sounds a bit familiar. However, when Akihara Kagura returned to the root base and used the characteristics of ninja in the shadows to investigate the smugglers in the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, she discovered that the smugglers' stronghold was in the Land of Waves and decided to set the meeting place there. "Karin, gather the personnel, we are going out to carry out a mission." Akihara Kagura called Karin and then ordered, "Also, have someone tell Orochimaru that I want to meet him in the Land of Waves." Meanwhile, inside the Mission Assembly Hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, watched Uzumaki Naruto causing a commotion in the Mission Assembly Hall and assigned the mission of escorting the bridge builder Tazuna to the Land of Waves to Team 7. Hade Kakashi glanced at Tazuna and seemed to notice that there was something not quite truthful about Tazuna, the employer who posted the mission, but he didn't say anything more. Anyway, Hade Kakashi believed he had the ability to protect the three kids. Although Hade Kakashi, over the years, had not been able to reach the same standard as his teacher Minato with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could still quickly create a Flying Thunder God formation and transport the three kids to a safe place in times of danger. In theory, indeed, that was the case. If nothing unexpected happened, this mission would indeed go smoothly. However, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, two S-rank rogue ninjas from Konoha, upon receiving the message sent by Akihara Kagura, immediately headed to the Land of Waves, wanting to meet with Akihara Kagura to discuss what plan Akihara Kagura wanted to use during the Chunin exams. Outside the Konoha, Hate Kakashi, leading the 3 young members of Team 7, was leaving the village when Akihara Kagura, along with a group of root ninjas, happened to be heading out as well. Kagura, Uzumaki Naruto shouted excitedly at Akihara Kagura, bragging loudly, "We've been assigned a C-rank mission, a C-rank mission." After saying this, Uzumaki Naruto then complained, "The Hokage grandpa is the best, unlike you, always giving us those garbage collection missions." Akihara Kagura gave this youngster an odd look. Standing behind Akihara Kagura, Karin and a group of root ninjas from the Uchiha clan looked at Uzumaki Naruto with pity, as if looking at a pitiful person. "Are you going out on a mission?" Hate Kakashi took the initiative to greet them and then waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, we can't inquire about the root ninjas." "It's okay." Akihara Kagura shook her head, voluntarily leaking secrets. "We are going to carry out an S-rank mission, this time probably killing quite a few people. I wonder if their bodies could fill a river. If a river gets filled with bodies, I'll personally pay for a mission to clear the river." Hate Kakashi felt he shouldn't have asked. Haruno Sakura, the girl with pink hair, started shivering a bit, and even Uchiha Sasuke's face turned a bit pale next to her. Hey, Kagura! Don't take revenge privately." Uzumaki Naruto, still somewhat oblivious to danger, pointed at Akihara Kagura. "Otherwise, when I become Hokage, I'll definitely dismiss you, the unqualified Hokage assistant. Just shut up and move on." Hate Kakashi hit one of his students on the forehead with a punch. "Then you'd better work hard." Akihara Kagura laughed lightly, not caring about Uzumaki Naruto's shouting, and led a group of root ninjas away, each passing by Uzumaki Naruto with an even more pitying look. "Naruto!" After seeing Akihara Kagura and a group of root ninjas leave, Haruno Sakura immediately loudly reprimanded her teammate. "You always shout and holler, causing us to offend him again." "Kagura is not a petty person." Uzumaki Naruto adjusted his ninja headband, believing he understood Akihara Kagura well. "I have known him for many years." Hate Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto helplessly. "It seems you have lived in vain all these years, still not recognizing how petty that guy can be." "Kakashi-sensei!" Uzumaki Naruto immediately reprimanded his teacher. "Kagura is our friend. How can you talk bad about him behind his back?" Uchiha Sasuke rolled his eyes, thinking Uzumaki Naruto was really stupid. "But you, the idiot, were just provoking him." "I speak my mind." Uzumaki Naruto immediately wanted to argue with Uchiha Sasuke. "It's time to move on." Hate Kakashi adjusted his ninja headband, stopping the argument between his 2 subordinates, and quietly speculated about Akihara Kagura and the root ninja's destination. That direction. Were Akihara Kagura and the root heading to the Land of Water? Those guys couldn't possibly be heading in the direction of the Land of Waves, could they? In the forest, the root ninjas were having a dinner gathering. Akihara Kagura, a supervisor, actively caught ingredients for his subordinates, sitting on a rock beside a river, holding a fishing rod and enjoying the pleasure of fishing. Karin stood behind Akihara Kagura, reporting in a low voice the information she sensed. 3 kilometers away, there are 2 lurking ninjas. I worry they might disturb Lord Kagura's mood. How about I take care of them? That's not our enemy. Akihara Kagura watched the float on the water sink, swiftly lifted the fishing rod, and reeled in a fish hooked on it. Let's stay here for a while and see who their target is. Consider it a form of entertainment. Karin had a bad feeling. This entertainment? Could it be the entertainment of Team 7? Because Karin also sensed the presence of Team 7, and their mission's destination was surprisingly the same. Could those 2 lurking enemies be planning to attack Team 7? Indeed. Karin's prediction unfortunately came true. When Hate Kakashi led Team 7 to escort Tazuna, they were attacked by 2 Mist Village ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, experiencing a ninja fight for the first time, were too scared to act. However, Uchiha Sasuke's performance was somewhat impressive. Fortunately, Hate Kakashi the Jonin resolved the crisis effortlessly by knocking out the 2 Mist Village ninjas. Just as he planned to interrogate these 2 ninjas from an allied village, he suddenly smelled grilled fish and heard the rustling sound of a group of people walking. "This is..." Hate Kakashi immediately became alert. However, before Hate Kakashi could act, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Attacking ninjas from an allied village by Team 7 is a serious mistake. According to the village's rules, this should result in the revocation of ninja status." Accompanied by this voice, Akihara Kagura, holding a skewer of grilled fish, leisurely walked out from the forest, clearly there to spectate. "You guy!" Hate Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura speechlessly. Have you been watching us fight from the shadows? Or were these two sent by you? It was them who attacked us. Uzumaki Naruto immediately reacted, complaining, Kagura, you're really disloyal, watching secretly from the side and not helping. It wasn't me. I wouldn't rashly attack an ally. Akihara Kagura shrugged, and the wooden skewer in his hand was suddenly flung, piercing the shoulder of a mist ninja, causing him immediate pain. Ah, 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 ah! The intense pain made the mist ninja cry out. Stop shouting! Akihara Kagura walked up to him, raised his finger to the wooden skewer, and the skewer began to slowly grow inside the mist ninja's body. Ah, 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 ah! A wood-release ninja! The mist ninja looked at Akihara Kagura in pain, recalling the most terrifying enemy once appeared in the mist village. You are Akihara Kagura. It's me. Akihara Kagura nodded, not denying his identity, and continued. According to the alliance treaty between the Mist Village and the Konoha Village, the Mist Village is not allowed to undertake missions that conflict with the Konoha or attack Konoha ninjas. Your actions have violated the treaty between the two villages. Do you want to start a war between the Mist Village and the Konoha, right? No, not. The Mist Ninja didn't dare to admit it, shaking his head quickly. We didn't intend to. The Mist Ninja didn't dare to admit it, shaking his head quickly. We didn't intend to attack the Konoha ninjas. I can't say what mission we were on. Then you're of no value. Akihara Kagura's finger raised. The wooden spike that had been embedded in the Mist Ninja's body suddenly grew, sprouting branches that pierced out from his body, silencing him instantly. The kids from Team 7 were all frightened. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who was quite brave, could feel the terror of the wooden spike's branches piercing through the body, causing him to break out in cold sweat involuntarily. The three youngsters of Team 7 all showed a look of panic and unease on their faces, witnessing Akihara Kagura's style for the first time. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who was usually familiar with Akihara Kagura, saw his work like this for the first time. Karin! Akihara Kagura looked at another mist ninja who was still unconscious and ordered, "Wake the other one up for me." Yes! Karin drew her ninja sword from behind her and slashed it across the chest of the unconscious mist ninja, causing blood to spurt out. As peers of Team 7, seeing Karin act so decisively made them all feel a certain empathy, and even Hade Kakashi couldn't help but start to reminisce about the red-haired little girl who used to timidly follow behind Akihara Kagura. The other mist ninja was instantly awakened by the pain. Why attack the Konoha ninja? Akihara Kagura, undeterred, stood in front of the other mist ninja and softly said, "He's dead, now you tell me. If none of you speak, I won't ask further. I'll just destroy the mist village and the land of water. I'm not in the mood to interrogate a third person. I'll talk." The mist ninja, trembling, looked towards Tazuna in the crowd, compelled to reveal their mission. "We were ordered to kill the bridge builder, Tazuna." Everyone's gaze turned towards Tazuna in the crowd. The bespectacled little old man was somewhat frightened, involuntarily taking a few steps back. He had deceived the Konoha ninja into escorting and protecting him to build the bridge, even intentionally issuing a C-rank mission due to insufficient funds. In reality, this escort mission was quite dangerous. Strictly speaking, the Land of Waves was filled with smugglers, thugs, and even ninja working for smugglers, not something a regular team could handle. However, that was all Tazuna could do. Tazuna hung his head in despair and quietly talked about the situation in the Land of Waves. A merchant named Gato has taken over the Land of Waves, forbidding communication with the outside world. Gato is exploiting the civilians of the Land of Waves. Everyone is living in poverty, and we have no power to resist Gato. Those who resisted were killed. I had no choice but to deceive the Konoha to send ninja to protect me. I just wanted to build a bridge that could open communication with the outside world, to lift the Land of Waves out of poverty. Tazuna, looking at the Konoha ninja present, tried to morally coerce them. "If no one protects me, I will be killed, and the Land of Waves will remain impoverished. My granddaughter will have to live her life in tears, and my daughter will hate the Konoha ninja forever." Everyone couldn't help but want to roll their eyes. Akihara Kagura nodded, offering a solution. "Don't worry, I'm kind-hearted. I'll kill them so they don't have to live in pain." Tazuna was greatly shocked. Originally wanting to use moral coercion, it turns out that this Konoha village ninja, who seemed to be of no low status, lacked morals after all. "Don't scare him. We want to help you, but your request qualifies as a B-rank mission." Hade Kakashi, somewhat helpless, sighed at Tazuna. "Creating a false commission is troublesome. The village elders wouldn't want us undertaking this mission, especially since Gato has hired ninjas from the Mist Village, if we end up fighting with an allied ninja village." At this point, Hade Kakashi started hinting to Tazuna, If you want us to continue with the commission, it would require special permission from the village's higher-ups. So, should we return to Konoha village? Tazuna, looking at Hadate Kakashi as if seeing some hope, said, "As long as we get special permission from the Konoha's higher-ups. Allow me to introduce properly." With a twitch on his forehead and a sense of helplessness, Hadate Kakashi spread his hands towards Akihara Kagura and introduced one of the Konoha's top officials, the Hokage assistant of the Konoha village, Lord Akihara Kagura, second only to the third Hokage of the Konoha village. "Do whatever you want." Akihara Kagura cut Kakashi off, impatiently saying, "Don't drag me into this, I can pretend I know nothing. You should take responsibility." Hadate Kakashi, placing one hand on Akihara Kagura's shoulder and wrapping him in, whispered beside him, Hey, I've always shown you respect. This group of kids are on their first ninja battle mission. We can't just let it end without incident, right?" At this, Hadate Kakashi rubbed his hands together, voicing his concerns. "I'm just worried about causing conflict with the Mist Village. It could bring trouble to our village." It won't. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hadate Kakashi and continued, "You just happen to be dealing with the Land of Waves smugglers while I take a holiday with the Root." Hadate Kakashi rolled his eyes, guessing about Akihara Kagura's mission. Was this guy dumping the mission on Team 7 while taking a vacation for leisure and entertainment? The Land of Waves is a nice place for a vacation. Hadate Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. With the Root's strong forces, along with Akihara Kagura, one of Konoha's strongest, Hadate Kakashi felt at ease, even if he had to lead Team 7 on the mission to capture the 4th Reikage. However, the Root and Team 7 did not set off together. After all, Hadate Kakashi was leading Team 7 for training and experience, while Akihara Kagura was truly on vacation. However, when Hadate Kakashi arrived in the Land of Waves with Team 7 and Tazuna, they immediately encountered an old acquaintance. A mist ninja, carrying a daunting large sword and his face wrapped in bandages, stood on a tree, blocking their path. Hadate Kakashi ran into an old friend again. Hadate Kakashi looked up at the bandaged guy, recalling their past encounter. "Isn't this Mamachi Zabuza? I heard you defected. The deceased 4th Mizukage once saved your life. It seems like you didn't follow his order to return to the village." Who would want to follow his orders again? Mamachi Zabuza cursed under his breath. Since Mamachi Zabuza was saved by Yagura, he chose not to return to the Mist Village but instead defected directly, aiming to take over as Mizukage of the Mist Village and reform it according to his own ideas. Clearly, this was an act of rebellion. Rebellion undoubtedly requires funds. Some nobles from the Land of Water, who had been engaged in smuggling for a long time, found Mamachi Zabuza and hired him to protect their smuggling operation. They even promised that, should a rebellion succeed, they would support Mamachi Zabuza in becoming the Mizukage, on the condition that he agreed to annul the alliance with the Konoha village and re-isolate the Land of Water. The two parties hit it off immediately. Mamachi Zabuza was responsible for protecting their smuggling operations, while that group of nobles from the Land of Water financed the recruitment of funds and manpower needed for the rebellion. Without a doubt, Mamachi Zabuza is currently the strongest combat force in the Land of Waves. Be careful! Hadate Kakashi stared intently at Mamachi Zabuza, reminding his subordinates to be vigilant. This guy has assassinated a former Mizukage and fought with Akihara Kagura, even managing to escape unscathed. If we're not careful, we might be killed by him too. Mamachi Zabuza's forehead bulged with a vein. Was Hadate Kakashi deliberately poking at his sore spot? Why was he able to escape unscathed from the fight with Akihara Kagura? Hadate Kakashi was not unaware of the situation. While Hadate Kakashi verbally alerted his subordinates to heighten their vigilance, he was not panicked at all in his heart. He believed that Akihara Kagura would definitely be paying attention to this place. If the battle turned unfavorable, Akihara Kagura would not just stand by. As long as Akihara Kagura appeared, Mamachi Zabuza would definitely be scared off. However, Akihara Kagura was not paying attention to this place at all. While Mamachi Zabuza and the team led by Hadate Kakashi were engaged in a fierce battle, Akihara Kagura sat on a sofa in the home of the smuggling merchant Gato. As for the smuggling merchant Gato, he had become a corpse, with a snake coiling around Gato's body, clearly indicating that the murderer was someone else. The murderer, Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo stood with his two guards, Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu nearby, half closing his eyes without speaking. These two S-rank rogue ninjas from the Konoha had just arrived in the Land of Waves and were invited by Akihara Kagura to a gathering at Gato's house, conveniently eliminating Gato and his group. "Let's divide Gato's money first." Akihara Kagura did not look at Gato's corpse, casually setting the distribution ratio. How about a 70-30 split? Only giving us 70%? Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, greedily looking at Akihara Kagura. Kagura-kun, I remember you don't have a need for money, right? The Konoha orphanage, the root, both organizations are on my shoulders. Akihara Kagura sighed deeply, speaking of his hardships. Thinking of this, Akihara Kagura added a reminder. By the way, I forgot to mention, 70% is mine. After many years of separation, Orochimaru sensed the subtle changes in Akihara Kagura. The former test subject had grown up and had become more and more oppressive. No wonder Yakashi Kabuto dared not stay in Konoha village for long over the years. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, looking at Akihara Kagura with the gaze of a venomous snake ready to strike, yet his lips bore a dangerous smile. Only willing to give us 30%. 30% is for your treatment. Akihara Kagura raised his finger, a bolt of lightning spreading at his fingertips, and the lightning suddenly pierced through the long snake coiling around Gato's corpse. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru, who remained unfazed, and took the initiative to suggest, if you're not happy with that, funeral expenses are also an option. That was somewhat excessive. Orochimaru's palms tapped lightly, ready to perform hand seals at any moment. This youngster, Akihara Kagura, clearly wanted to overpower him. Did he think that Orochimaru had been doing nothing these years? To obtain Akihara Kagura's body, Orochimaru had been diligently grave robbing and digging up graves, holding many reanimated corpses in his hands. If it weren't for having a strong trump card, how could he have managed to avoid the Akatsuki organization's pursuit over the years with Shimura Danzo and a bunch of burdens? All right. Shimura Danzo sensed the tension between Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura. He lightly tapped the ground with his cane and coldly said, "Now is not the time to worry about these trifles. We are gathered here to discuss how to deal with the monkey's plan." Shimura Danzo was the oldest, once the superior of both Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura, and now their ally. Both Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru had to give Shimura Danzo some respect. After all, the old man wouldn't live much longer. Since Lord Danzo has spoken, Akihara Kagura stood up, very much in line with Shimura Danzo's words. Then let's start planning the Konoha collapse plan. Your initial plan was indeed good, but it was slightly flawed in the later stages, and a little carelessness could lead to total failure. Do you have any ideas? Shimura Danzo looked at Akihara Kagura. Of course. Akihara Kagura looked at them, smiling lightly. Based on your initial plan, Lord Orochimaru will disguise himself as the fourth Keisuke Rasa, and Lord Danzo will pretend to be a Genji of the Mist Village. We just need a slight modification. First, Lord Danzo will appear, leading the people of the Mist Village in rebellion. The village ninjas will instinctively attack the enemy to protect the village and our Hokage. But when Lord Danzo reveals the true face of the third Hokage, the village ninjas will fall into panic and no longer trust the Hokage of the village. At that time, when Akihara Kagura got to this point, he looked at Orochimaru beside him. Will anyone still protect the third Hokage when Lord Orochimaru leads the ninjas of the Sand Village to strike? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. It must be said, the order of appearance that Akihara Kagura had devised was quite effective. If he and Shimura Danzo took action at the same time, the Konoha ninjas would inevitably unite against their common enemy, and both sides would be ready to go all out. However, once Shimura Danzo took the initiative to strike, demoralizing the Konoha ninja, taking advantage of their hesitation and confusion to strike again would yield twice the results with half the effort. Wait a moment. Shimura Danzo furrowed his brows and stared coldly at Akihara Kagura. Kagura, do you mean to use me as a sacrifice? The plan was not bad. Yet Shimura Danzo was very dissatisfied in his heart, because even before he defected from the Konoha, he had been used as a sacrifice by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After defecting and drifting for years, he thought he could return to the Konoha, only to find himself once again being used as a sacrifice by Akihara Kagura in an attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless, to always be used as a sacrifice. Of course not. Akihara Kagura shook his head and smiled, soothing his old superior. I will take action at a critical moment and bring Lord Danzo back to the Roots base with my team. In that case, Akihara Kagura looked towards Orochimaru and continued, I can just avoid fighting Lord Orochimaru, letting Lord Orochimaru and the third Hokage reminisce about the old days. This young one has thought things through thoroughly. Shimura Danzo slightly nodded, thinking Akihara Kagura's arrangement had no problems. As long as he was brought back to the Roots base, his safety could be ensured. Orochimaru thought for a moment and found no issues with Akihara Kagura's idea, but suddenly laughed. Kagura, I have just one question. Orochimaru brought up the difficult question of benefit distribution in their plan to collapse the Konoha. We've gone to great lengths to kill my teacher, yet you become the one who benefits. Lord Orochimaru, think long-term. Akihara Kagura shook his head and sighed, advising his superior not to be short-sighted. As long as our plan to collapse the Konoha succeeds, as long as Lord Danzo returns to the Konoha to take control, as long as I become the Hokage, you will have our full support. In the future, you can do any experiment you want. Akihara Kagura extended his hand in a manner skilled at making enticing promises. All of the Konoha's forbidden techniques and resources can be at your disposal. Except for offering you a position among the Konoha ninja, I can give you anything you desire. This promise was grand. Akihara Kagura's offer was tempting. Even Akihara Kagura was moved by his own words. Originally, Orochimaru was sent to the Konoha just to be given a position among the Konoha ninja. Now, apart from not being able to offer Orochimaru a position, he could give him anything. However, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. Akihara Kagura had to up the ante, mentioning what Orochimaru cared about the most. In the future, whichever genius's body you desire, after I take control, I can deliver them to you, like if you fancy my wood release or the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This year's graduates include Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, a genius with handsome looks. Sasuke has also come to the Land of Waves for a mission. You can observe his performance, and in the future I can deliver him to you. Uchiha Sasuke is not an option. Shimura Danzo interrupted Akihara Kagura, saying in a deep voice, Uchiha Sasuke is a continuation of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. The future of the Konoha requires him to propagate more Sharingan bloodlines, to have enough experimental material to create dual Kekkei Genkai ninja. Indeed, Lord Danzo. Akihara Kagura was moved by Shimura Danzo's dedication. Even though Shimura Danzo has become a rogue ninja, he still cares about the interests of Konoha, even though these interests might not be realized until 100 years after his time. However, Orochimaru does not care about the interests of Konoha. He simply licked his lips and chuckled, saying, But this body of mine is almost at its limit. It can only hold on for a little more than a year. I must find a suitable body. As long as the plan to bring down Konoha succeeds, you can take whatever you want. Shimura Danzo, without looking at Orochimaru, coldly said, The monkey's underlings still have a bunch of ninja with both wood release and Sharingan double Kekkei Genkai. By then, just picking one suitable body for you will be enough. Uchiha Sasuke is different. He has the Uchiha bloodline in him. That could also work. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the ninja with both wood release and Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's body is relatively insignificant, and Orochimaru is also very interested in the double Kekkei Genkai ninja. Akihara Kagura, watching Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru coveting his subordinates, didn't mind their arrogance. Instead, he smiled slightly and cooperated with them, saying, I have already selected a suitable body for Lord Orochimaru. The double Kekkei Genkai ninja that Kakashi and I found earlier have been assigned to the route. What a pity! These test subjects don't have the Uchiha bloodline and can't deactivate their Sharingan. Lord Orochimaru, if you switch to their bodies now, you won't be able to deactivate the Sharingan either. It would be inevitable that abnormalities in the eyes would be discovered during the plan to bring down Konoha. A glint of covetousness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Akihara Kagura and his root ninja are very tempting. Their abilities make Orochimaru quite envious. If it weren't for the risk of falling out with them being too great, Orochimaru would have loved to capture Akihara Kagura and the root ninja right away. Unfortunately, his own power is still not enough. All right! Shimura Danzo cut off Akihara Kagura's grandiose plans, acting like the host of this alliance, and ordered in a deep voice, Everything will wait until the plan succeeds. Just pull down the monkey from the position of Hokage, and you can do whatever you want, but you cannot harm the interests of Konoha. As expected of Lord Danzo, Akihara Kagura once again marveled at Shimura Danzo, whose level of thought and vision, even as the former head of the root, was far beyond his, the current head. HMPH! Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, not caring about Akihara Kagura's flattery, considering it just modesty before Akihara Kagura steps into the position of Hokage. But we have a little problem. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura, mentioning the recent work progress. The 4th Kazekage of Sand Village is quite ambitious. After hearing that I have a way to solve your issue, he agreed to cooperate with us, so Sand Village can be used by us. At this point, Orochimaru's tone changed. However, Mist Village is not so cooperative. They don't want to work with us directly, even after we killed the Genji of Mist Village, recklessly letting Danzo use the Sharingan deactivating technique to take his place and issue orders would arouse suspicion from Mist Village, especially since they have a Byakugan user. Utilizing Mist Village won't be easy. Shimura Danzo also nodded, looking at Akihara Kagura. Speaking of their source of Shimura Danzo also nodded, looking at Akihara Kagura. Speaking of their source of difficulty. They are scared stiff by your reputation. Only if they hear of your death as a wood-release ninja will they consider cooperating with us. Akihara Kagura's brow furrowed immediately, seemingly puzzled. How dare they think such things? How dare they think I could die? Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. This bastard really boastful. Even the first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama, died, didn't he? Can't others think about your death? Enough! Since their thoughts are misguided, let me handle it. Akihara Kagura thought for a second and proposed a solution. I just happen to have a smuggling case that needs to be dealt with. Why doesn't Lord Orochimaru get involved? I will make it appear as if a ninja from the Mist Village has colluded with Lord Orochimaru and report this to the third Hokage, thereby demanding that the Mist Village hand over the ninja involved in smuggling. This will force them to resist Konoha. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but glance sideways. Akihara Kagura's skills in political struggle have improved significantly over the years. In such a short time, he actually came up with such an upright and straightforward move. This idea is workable. Shimura Danzo approved of Akihara Kagura's idea, looking towards Orochimaru. Then let's turn this into an established fact, forcing the Mist Village to join in. When the elder of the Mist Village, the former teacher, comes to Konoha, we'll kill that stubborn old man under the guise of a meeting. I will take his place to prevent the ninjas of the mist from hesitating at the forefront. That's feasible. Orochimaru lightly nodded his head. Let's do it this way. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru with satisfaction and laid out his plan. Hadate Kakashi leading Team 7 happens to be here as well. Let Lord Orochimaru act as the mastermind behind this, teach them a lesson, and have them report to the third Hokage. Kill Hadate Kakashi. Shimura Danzo had his own unique idea, touching his own eye socket. Help me get Hadate Kakashi's Sharingan, or perhaps one of Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan. That might not work. Akihara Kagura expressed his concerns. Hadate Kakashi and Team 7 already know I'm in the land of waves. If anything happens to them, the third Hokage will definitely suspect me. Let's stick to the plan for now. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru, softly saying, when they're in danger, I'll play the role of the savior and also test Lord Orochimaru's strength to prevent our plan to bring down Konoha from becoming a joke. You won't be disappointed, Kagura. Orochimaru, holding his palm halfway, narrowed his eyes and chuckled in response. Maybe you'll lose, who knows? This is an opportunity. Orochimaru immediately realized the rare chance this was. This was a chance to test Akihara Kagura's strength. If the reanimated beings under his control could handle Akihara Kagura, it meant Kagura was no longer a threat to him, and he could calmly plan to take over his body in the future. Akihara Kagura, apparently unaware of Orochimaru's sinister thoughts, was still discussing plans with the snake, talking about the outcome of the plan on his own. If Lord Orochimaru can win against me, that means our strength is strong enough and the plan won't encounter any accidents. If Lord Orochimaru loses to me, it could also make Konoha lower its guard, believing that as long as I am here, no accidents will happen to Konoha. It also lets us understand. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and chuckled lightly. Without your cooperation, we actually couldn't do anything, right, Kagura? Lord Orochimaru shouldn't speculate about my thoughts with malice. Akihara Kagura's face showed a somewhat embarrassed smile as he quickly waved his hand modestly. We are allies standing on the same side. Without you, there are many things I couldn't do. Saying things like that only makes me feel but... However, the next moment, Akihara Kagura's smile tightened after a moment of modesty. Akihara Kagura's expression turned cold and ruthless, as if the two allies in front of him were just dispensable tools, adding the last sentence he wanted to say. You're very smart. Akihara Kagura left the house. Before he departed, Akihara Kagura looked back at the house deeply, as if regretting that the house could not belong to him but only to Orochimaru. At the top of the house, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo stood there, watching Akihara Kagura leave through the glass with a suppressed gloom in both of their eyes. Be careful! Leaning on his cane, Shimura Danzo turned around slowly and said solemnly, That kid has a deep mind. He might very well kill us directly after the plan is completed, using us as tools for his ascension. Shimura Danzo felt this deeply, for he was the first victim. Even now, Shimura Danzo still remembers how Akihara Kagura once feigned loyalty to him, ready to kill anyone who displeased him at a moment's notice, which made it difficult for Shimura to make a move against Kagura even if he did not trust him, only to be outplayed by Kagura. Of course, I know he's no simpleton. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, as if he had long recognized Akihara Kagura's true nature, but felt that the old man Danzo still couldn't see it clearly. If there's too much of a power disparity among allies, each will unhesitatingly use the others to their full extent and then discard them. Orochimaru turned his head back to Danzo, chuckling as he continued, "Only those with the power to pose a threat can enforce an alliance. No one likes a weak ally who is merely a tool to be discarded at any time." However, Akihara Kagura didn't see it that way. Once away from Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru in front of Karin, he showed respect for his old bosses. "They are not just my allies, they are people I respect, the guides of our past and the pavers of our future." "I understand," Karin nodded seriously. Although Akihara Kagura's words were quite ambiguous, Karin immediately grasped the essence, which was essentially letting Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo be stepping stones. "How is Kakashi doing?" Akihara Kagura casually asked about his old friend's situation, softly saying, "If that guy can't even beat Mamachi Zabuza, then I'll go and mock him." Mr. Kakashi and Team 7 won. Karin recalled the whole situation she sensed, hesitatingly speaking of the outcome. "But it was an ugly win, right?" Akihara Kagura seemed to have guessed the result already. "Yes." Karin thought that Hade Kakashi and Team 7 indeed didn't win gracefully but still made an effort to defend her teammates. But the fight was truly spectacular. "Mamachi Zabuza is very formidable." Karin did not skimp on praising the loser, softly saying, "After all, he almost put Team 7 into a desperate situation instantly, truly a person who could retreat unscathed even when facing Lord Kagura." Akihara Kagura looked at Karin puzzledly, recalling the past. "How come I remember catching Mamachi Zabuza in one move?" After saying this, Akihara Kagura did not stint on praising Mamachi Zabuza. That guy's hand seals were flashy and good-looking, managing to make over 40 seals without a mistake. "Luckily, my ninjutsu only needs 1 or 2 seals to be completed. Otherwise, I definitely would have messed up." "Ah!" Karin's eyelids twitched. Karin remembered the battle she had spied on. Mamachi Zabuza's hand seals were indeed flashy, making over 40 seals in one go. Hade Kakashi with his Sharingan also copied over 40 seals. "The so-called unscathed retreat." Karin's expression grew puzzled. Akihara Kagura pondered her memories from 6 years ago, revealing the truth of that time. "If I remember correctly, back then the 4th Mizukage Yagura was still alive. He taught me a unique ninjutsu in exchange for letting Mamachi Zabuza go free." "Is that the truth?" Karin recalled overhearing this conversation. Hade Kakashi emphatically used Akihara Kagura's example to remind Team 7 of the dangers they faced from Mamachi Zabuza, and the result, to escape unscathed. Is releasing a captive also considered escaping unscathed elsewhere? Hade Kakashi had just concluded a battle with Mamachi Zabuza along with Team 7. Or rather, it had been forcibly ended, as Mamachi Zabuza was already dead. A masked Mist Village pursuit ninja suddenly appeared and quickly killed Mamachi Zabuza with 1,000 needles, then declared to Kakashi and others that Mamachi Zabuza was a traitor from the Mist Village, demanding to take his body back for disposal. After this Mist Village pursuit ninja took Mamachi Zabuza away, he placed the body in an open area and was about to remove the bandages from his face when a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Yo!" A young Konoha village ninja with a red-haired girl and a group of masked ninjas with a young Konoha village ninja with a red-haired girl and a group of masked ninjas with blood-red eyes followed behind them. "Is that?" The Mist Village pursuit ninja was too scared to move. Newcomers were Akihara Kagura and his root ninja. "Are you the Mist Village pursuit ninja?" Akihara Kagura approached them, looking down at the body. "Isn't this Mamachi Zabuza? How did this guy die? You're handling his body." "Yes." The masked Mist Village pursuit ninja was frightened. Akihara Kagura looked at him sincerely. "The Mist Village and Konoha Village are allies after all. You can't handle it alone. Shall we help you chop it up finer?" "No, no need. You're too polite." Akihara Kagura waved his hand and smiled lightly. "I have something to ask you. Have you seen Konoha Village's John and Hade Kakashi? I'm looking for him. Just ahead." "Thanks." Akihara Kagura nodded, then led his men away. "We'll be going then. Hope to see you again." As Akihara Kagura and his root ninja left, Mamachi Zabuza's body suddenly sat up, quickly removing the 1,000 needles from his neck. The Mist Village pursuit ninja was a fake and a comrade of Mamachi Zabuza who had just faked his death with the 1,000 needles to rescue him. Don't be so rough. The fake pursuit ninja still tried to persuade Mamachi Zabuza. Hurry up! Mamachi Zabuza's eyes widened. He said in a deep voice, "We need to leave here immediately. That guy has actually come to the land of waves." Who is that guy? The imposter ninja who had been chasing him took off his mask, revealing an especially lovely face with gentle eyes and eyebrows. Is there anyone else who Lord Zabuza fears? The imposter's name was Haku, and he appeared to be only about 15 or 16 years old. He was the very companion who had always accompanied Mamachi Zabuza, and the one Mamachi had found when he was collecting bloodline ninjas after his defeat by the wood-style bloodline limit. I'm not afraid of that guy, Mamachi Zabuza retorted angrily. Although Zabuza never admitted to being afraid of Akihara Kagura, he knew he was no match for Kagura. However, he did not want to lose face. Zabuza struggled to get his body moving again, temporarily hampered by symptoms of feigned death. As he limbered up, he spoke in a deep voice. That guy is trouble. I fought with him 6 years ago. The battle conditions were unfavorable to me, and I narrowly lost to him by one move. As Zabuza said this, a sense of shame seemed to flush his face. Although I now possess the Kubikiribacho, now is not the time to confront him, especially since he has quite a few helpers around him. That's true. Haku did not deny the danger of the other party, thinking of the group he had just seen behind him. The people behind him all had Sharingan eyes like Hage Kakashi. Help me up. Zabuza extended his arm towards Haku, saying solemnly, "We need to leave quickly before that guy notices." Lord Zabuza's face is so red. Haku helped him up, unable to suppress a smile. It's surprising to see someone who could make Lord Zabuza admit defeat. Zabuza's face grew even redder and he gritted his teeth. Let's go quickly. It was just one move, and the next time I see him, I'll definitely win back. Cough, cough, cough. A bout of coughing sounded. A familiar voice reached the ears of Zabuza and Haku, somewhat helplessly saying, "Well, I remember only using one technique at that time, right?" Zabuza's heart trembled. Even fear couldn't suppress his embarrassment, and there was nothing more humiliating for him than being caught boasting. Haku's expression changed, slowly turning back to see that Akihara Kagura and the group of Konoha ninjas had just left. His expression immediately tensed. "Two." Zabuza turned back to look at the familiar wood-style ninja and bit his teeth as he revealed a truth he had never forgotten. "At that time, you only used 2 techniques, one to protect Yagura and one to defeat me." A hint of amusement flickered in Haku's eyes. It was unexpected that Zabuza, known as a merciless demon, would show such a stubborn side. Yet that smile was quickly subdued by Haku, as the enemy-friendly situation implied that it would be difficult for him and Zabuza to escape alive. "Did I use 2 techniques then?" Akihara Kagura looked at Zabuza, shaking his head with a sigh. "Forget it, it's been too long and I don't remember clearly. After all, you're not much of a big shot. There's nothing to boast about in defeating you." "You bastard!" Zabuza was furious inside. "Lord Zabuza! Lord Zabuza!" Haku quickly supported him, fearing he might be overcome with rage. "All right, we don't have much of a relationship, so let's end the reunion here." Akihara Kagura gestured indifferently and cautioned, "Now you can choose to resist and then be arrested or be beaten up before being arrested. It's best not to choose suicide." As he spoke, Akihara Kagura explained amiably, "Because if you die here, cleaning up the bodies will be very troublesome." Mamachi Zabuza grimaced and clenched his teeth in anger. Mamachi Zabuza deeply resented the timing of Akihara Kagura's appearance, as he was completely powerless at that moment, and with Haku's capabilities, there was no chance to change the outcome. However, Haku's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly raised his finger, sending out a splash of water. "Water release! 1,000 killing water flyers!" Countless water-formed spears shot towards Akihara Kagura. "Earth release! Earth flow wall!" Karin leapt in front of Akihara Kagura, placed her hand on the ground, and a solid wall rose from the surface, adorned with a sculpture of Akihara Kagura's likeness. The water spears all struck the earth flow wall. "Secret technique! Magic mirror ice crystals!" Suddenly the air temperature dropped. Haku raised his finger, and ice walls sprang up around Akihara Kagura and Karin, enclosing them completely, if possible. Haku wished to use his powers to encase all his enemies, but his strength was somewhat insufficient. Nonetheless, what he managed was enough. This Akihara Kagura was clearly the leader. If Haku could defeat him and capture him, perhaps he could then escape with Zabuza. "Is this ice release? Keke Genkai?" Karin furrowed her brows as she examined the ice walls surrounding her and Akihara Kagura. The walls, like mirrors, formed a closed space. "What an interesting Keke Genkai!" Akihara Kagura sincerely complimented. The next moment, Haku's figure suddenly vanished. "Do not hinder my resolve to protect Lord Zabuza." Haku's words reached their ears as his figure appeared in the mirrors, rapidly moving through them at a dazzling speed, making it impossible to discern his exact location or even find him. Shoei! Golden chains suddenly emerged behind Karin, blocking all possible paths of the mirrors and directly drilling into the mirrors to bind Haku's true body, pulling him out in an instant. All the ice walls quickly cracked. Haku's ice release Kekkei Genkai collapsed. With one hand, Karin grabbed Haku by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Then please do not hinder my determination to protect Lord Kagura. That's 2 moves as well. Akihara Kagura did not praise Karin, but instead turned to Zabuza and chuckled. Karin protected me with the first technique and defeated your companion with the second technique. Mamachi Zabuza glared hatefully at Akihara Kagura, unable to speak, because he had also been captured by Akihara Kagura in just 2 moves. At this moment, no matter how angry he was at Haku's incompetence, he could not utter that Haku was useless. Take them away! Akihara Kagura raised his palm, signaling his subordinates to capture them, still focused on his mission. Their affair in the Land of Waves has ended. Find a quiet place to interrogate them, and find out how many from the Mist Village and the Land of Water were involved in smuggling. On a rocky shore by the sea, Akihara Kagura leisurely sat fishing with a rod in hand, while Karin stood behind him with a group of ninjas, guarding over Mamachi Zabuza and Haku, who could not resist. Kill us! Mamachi Zabuza coldly snorted with determination. Akihara Kagura, do you think a ninja from the Mist Village is afraid of death? I won't tell you any information. Wouldn't that be letting you off too easily? Akihara Kagura turned and gave Mamachi Zabuza a reproachful look, then spoke gently. After all, we are old acquaintances. How can I not make use of you properly to do justice to our acquaintance? After all, you did make me use 2 moves before I could defeat you. You bastard! Mamachi Zabuza immediately felt humiliated. Please do not insult Lord Zabuza. Haku looked at Akihara Kagura pleadingly, his voice gentle. If you want to know something, I can tell you, as long as you let Lord Zabuza go. Don't speak. Mamachi Zabuza knew well that Haku would really spill the beans and sternly rebuked. Haku, do not show weakness to the enemy. If you speak, I would rather die here. But Haku looked at Mamachi Zabuza with a pleading look. Lord Zabuza, those people only see us as pawns. I am the one using them as pawns. Mamachi Zabuza cared deeply about his own face. Although Mamachi Zabuza was well aware that what Haku said was the truth, that the nobles of the Land of Water indeed treated him as a pawn, he still believed that he was using them, that he was the one in control of the game. Does it make any difference? Akihara Kagura looked at Mamachi Zabuza in surprise, curiously asking, Your relationship with them isn't great anyway, why can't you just tell me? That's because... Mamachi Zabuza coldly stared at Akihara Kagura, his eyes full of stubbornness and annoyance, coldly saying, I would rather die here than let you, this guy, get any information. I understand. Akihara Kagura nodded, waved his hand, and said, Take Mamachi Zabuza down first, let me have a good talk with his companion. The Root Ninja immediately took Mamachi Zabuza away. Mamachi Zabuza glared fiercely at Haku, his face sinister. Haku, don't tell them anything, do you hear? If you tell them any information, even if we go to the underworld, I will never forgive you. Haku could only bow his head in silence. However, after Mamachi Zabuza was taken away, Akihara Kagura didn't ask anything and continued to fish quietly, seemingly understanding Haku's dilemma. I know you want to say something. I also know you're afraid of angering Zabuza. Don't worry, I won't ask anything now. Akihara Kagura even took the initiative to comfort Haku, which made Haku feel a bit of fondness for Akihara Kagura, even politely thanking him. Thank you. Join me in fishing for a while. Akihara Kagura casually spoke as he flicked his fishing rod. If I catch a fish today, I'll let you and Zabuza go today. Given that your strength isn't much of a threat to me, I'm just toying with you. Haku's eyes flashed with surprise. Karin and the other Root Ninjas said nothing, seemingly accustomed to the actions of Akihara Kagura, aware of how capricious their superior could be. Haku immediately looked at Akihara Kagura's fishing rod, silently praying in his heart for Kagura to catch a fish soon. Perhaps it was the effect of Haku's prayers, or more likely, it was due to Akihara Kagura's superior skill. Half an hour later, Akihara Kagura suddenly pulled up his fishing rod, and a large, plump fish was flung onto the shore, bringing a flash of joy to Haku's eyes. Do you keep your word? Of course, go call Mamachi Zabuza over. Akihara Kagura waved his hand, signaling to bring Mamachi Zabuza over, and without waiting for Zabuza to react, he immediately ordered his subordinates to untie them. Release them. Lord Zabuza, we can leave now. Haku looked at Mamachi Zabuza with a face full of surprise. However, Mamachi Zabuza made no move, his expression growing darker. "Haku, did you tell him the list?" "I didn't." Haku struggled to speak in his defense. "Yes, he didn't." Akihara Kagura stepped in to help clarify. "Then why did he release us?" Mamachi Zabuza stared intently into Haku's eyes, anger welling up in his heart. "What have you all been talking about during this time?" "I said nothing." Haku quickly shook his head, frantically explaining. "We really didn't talk about anything. This lord said he'd let us go if he caught a fish." "Yes, exactly like that." Akihara Kagura nodded, adding another clarifying remark. "Everyone present can testify that I said I'd release you if I caught a fish. This young fellow didn't say anything, nor did he reveal any names involved in smuggling." Akihara Kagura spoke the truth. Even the root ninjas present could testify. Even if Haku felt something odd, he had to admit that what Akihara Kagura said was true. This man was indeed magnanimous. "Damn!" As soon as Mamachi Zabuza's ropes were untied, he threw a punch at Haku's face without hesitation, watching as Haku fell to the ground, coldly saying, "I told you not to tell this guy anything, but you disobeyed my order and now you're useless." "But—" Haku struggled to stand up, trying to say something. Akihara Kagura interrupted Haku, frowning at Mamachi Zabuza, seemingly puzzled why Zabuza would suspect Haku of lying. "Zabuza, I made a promise with this young fellow called Haku, and my reason for letting you go was catching a fish." "Damn!" Mamachi Zabuza clenched his teeth, casting a resentful look at Akihara Kagura, then at Mamachi Zabuza clenched his teeth, casting a resentful look at Akihara Kagura, then at Haku. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Can't you hear such an obvious lie?" Haku's eyes showed sadness and hurt. Yet before Haku could say anything more, Akihara Kagura casually added, "Zabuza, everything Haku did was for you. I'm a man who keeps his promises. I caught a fish, so I was in a good mood and let you go. Do you think I'm that stupid?" Mamachi Zabuza glared hatefully at Akihara Kagura and Haku, paying no heed to Haku and turning to leave the place. No matter how you look at it, Akihara Kagura must have gotten the list from Haku. Especially given Akihara Kagura's composed demeanor, even pretending that catching a fish was enough to release him. How could the Konoha ninjas be so foolish to think he was just a fool? And for him to survive. As long as Akihara Kagura threatens Haku a little, this fool will definitely hand over the list to save him. As Mamachi Zabuza thought about this, he felt a twinge of regret in his heart, for Haku had provided the list to save him as well. Perhaps he should not have lost his temper over it. "Wait!" Akihara Kagura stopped Mamachi Zabuza. A group of root ninjas directly blocked Mamachi Zabuza's path. "You already got the list." Mamachi Zabuza angrily looked at Haku, then turned to Akihara Kagura. "What more do you want to do? If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Your Kubikiribacho." Akihara Kagura gestured at the Kubikiribacho to Mamachi Zabuza, casually mentioning a condition. "However, if you want to take your sword, go help me eliminate the people on the list so I don't have to make a long trip." Mamachi Zabuza was infuriated. This bastard still wanted to use him at this time. However, since Haku, the fool, had given the list to Akihara Kagura, the nobles of the Land of Water would definitely not let him off. Either kill them or be killed by them. For Mamachi Zabuza, was there even a choice to make? Mamachi Zabuza looked at his sword and said solemnly, "I will bring their heads and come to retrieve my Kubikiribacho. This trade is very worthwhile." Akihara Kagura nodded, agreed to Mamachi Zabuza's request, and added, "You should return before the construction of the bridge connecting the Land of Water and the Land of Fire is completed. Otherwise, I can't guarantee our deal will hold." "And one head short. You needn't bother coming back. Don't worry." Mamachi Zabuza was very confident in his killing skills. After saying this, Mamachi Zabuza coldly glanced at Haku lying on the ground, then turned and left on his own, seemingly truly abandoning this tool. "Lord Zabuza!" Haku immediately got up, trying to follow him. Boom! Suddenly, a vine shot out from the ground, dragging the Kubikiribacho into the air, landing in front of Haku and blocking his way. As Akihara Kagura swung his fishing rod again, he softly said, "Before that guy comes back, you take care of his sword. When he comes back with the heads, I will return both you and the sword to him." "Why?" Haku's body slumped down, sitting in front of the Kubikiribacho, staring at his reflection on the blade. "Why doesn't Lord Zabuza trust me? Why did he abandon me? I really didn't say anything. I can help you." Akihara Kagura didn't even turn to look, as if everything was under control. "When Zabuza comes back carrying the heads, he will surely want to take you away. At that time, you must do one thing for me. You don't want Zabuza to throw you away again, do you?" "What is it?" Haku looked at Akihara Kagura. Haku seemed to see a chance to return to Mamachi Zabuza's side. "Don't let him get involved in the affairs of the Mist Village." Akihara Kagura caught a big fish as he reeled in his fishing rod. "The ninja world is turbulent. He is just a fish that likes to bite the haircut." Lord Zabuza is the most formidable person. Haku still wanted to defend Mamachi Zabuza's honor. Akihara Kagura took off the fish and put away his fishing rod. But I didn't even hackut properly, and he bit the hook on his own. Even the fish in the sea wait to see the hackut before biting. Zabuza bites just smelling a hint of fishiness. Mamachi Zabuza might be smart enough. However, he eventually fell for Akihara Kagura's simple strategy of division and even actively attempted to assassinate the smugglers among the land of water nobility, allowing Akihara Kagura a bit more leisure. Haku was somewhat bewildered. I feel like I'm becoming gentler. Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin and waved her hand. Karin, come help me collect the fish. Karin signaled 2 root ninjas to assist with the fish and proactively asked, Lord Kagura, are we done for today? We'll visit the injured. Kagura nodded, indicating that was enough for today. Hadate Kakashi's victory wasn't Kagura nodded, indicating that was enough for today. Hadate Kakashi's victory wasn't very spectacular. He must be injured, right? Yes. Karin hesitated and then nodded. Is Kagura really going to visit the injured, or is he going to mock Mr. Kakashi? Meanwhile, at Tazuna's home, Hadate Kakashi was lying in bed, recuperating. The 3 young members of Team 7 sat by the bed, with Haruno Sakura looking worriedly at their Jonin instructor, while Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were also tense. Suddenly, Kakashi sat up and brought up the topic of the Mist Village's pursuer ninja who killed Mamachi Zabuza, saying, something doesn't seem right. The guy who killed Zabuza seemed to use something like medical needles, 1,000 of them. Such a method of killing is too gentle, and it seems the points of impact were meant to simulate death. What's wrong, Teacher Kakashi? The young members of Team 7 tilted their heads in confusion. Kakashi, I've come to see you. A voice came from outside. Akihara Kagura entered with Karin and Haku, along with a group of root ninjas, and the cubic Kiribacho on Haku's shoulder immediately caught everyone's attention. Hey, isn't that the blade of that guy called Zabuza? Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the executioner's blade on Haku's back. Could it be that Zabuza is really dead? Lord Zabuza is still alive? Haku immediately retorted. You are. Kakashi recognized Haku and frowned. You're with Mamachi Zabuza, aren't you? Yes. Haku lowered his head, feeling somewhat desolate. Although Kagura promised that Zabuza would still need him, Haku could not believe it, fearing that Zabuza had truly abandoned him. Don't ask too much. Kagura waved his hand, signaling the root ninjas to bring over 2 big fish to show to the bedridden Kakashi. Come and see, I caught 2 big fish today, each weighing over 100 kilograms. Kakashi's eyes twitched. This guy is still the same as before. Kagura looked satisfied at the surprised and shocked expressions of the young kids and took the initiative to say, Don't worry about Zabuza's affair, I've resolved this crisis for you. You're meddling again. Kakashi glanced at Kagura. Kakashi had intended to use this as a test for Team 7, but Kagura had easily resolved it, and although he didn't know how, he definitely had resolved it. How was he supposed to test the 3 youngsters of Team 7 now? Could there possibly be a more suitable enemy in the land of waves? Hadate Kakashi lay helplessly on the hospital bed. Because Akihara Kagura directly resolved the trouble caused by Mamachi Zabuza, the plan for Team 7 to gain some experience fell through. However, Hadate Kakashi could not disclose this underlying reason and could only helplessly watch as Akihara Kagura left with the root ninjas, even refusing to let Karin help treat his wounds, leaving only 2 large fish behind. Never mind. Hadate Kakashi had to treat this as a routine C-rank escort mission, planning to lead Team 7 to protect Tazuna once his injuries healed, to complete the bridge connecting the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves, and consider it finished once they dealt with Gato's gang entrenched in the Land of Water. No matter what, it would still involve these young ones in a real battle. During his recovery, Hadate Kakashi had the 3 youngsters of Team 7 practice tree climbing, water treading, and refining their chakra control. Tazuna's family, upon learning of Akihara Kagura's identity and that Mamachi Zabuza, Gato's strongest subordinate, had been dealt with, felt somewhat relieved. A week later, Tazuna continued with the bridge construction. After Hadate Kakashi recovered, he led Team 7 in protecting Tazuna. The bridge was shrouded in dense fog, making it impossible to see any figures. Didn't Gato send anyone to stop us? Hadate Kakashi was still puzzled and stroked his chin, pondering, could Gato have been dealt with by Kagura too? Could it be? Was this trip for Team 7 just a leisurely outing? Just as Hadate Kakashi was contemplating, Sakura noticed a shadowy figure at the end of the bridge through the fog and quickly alerted her teammates. Everyone, it looks like someone is coming. Huh! Team 7 looked toward the bridge in astonishment. On the foggy bridge, a figure in the mist approached them, appearing slightly stiff and even somewhat staggering. It doesn't look like an enemy. Hate Kakashi was still doubtful as he observed the newcomer. However, in the next moment, the figure in the mist suddenly clasped his hands together and a towering wave rushed towards Team 7. Water release, water shockwave. The wave, swirling like a tornado, turned into a raging river as it neared Team 7, aiming to sweep everyone on the bridge away. This level of water release. Hate Kakashi quickly positioned himself in front of the three youngsters of Team 7, rapidly forming hand seals while urgently shouting, "Everyone get behind me!" This level of water release technique, more fearsome than that of Mamachi Zabuza, had gathered a large river on the bridge surface. This was no ordinary foe. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Hate Kakashi's hands swiftly completed the seals, and walls carved with dog heads emerged around them, encircling them to protect against the onslaught of the water wave. "The enemy is strong!" Hate Kakashi pressed his hands to the ground, solemnly instructing his subordinates, "You all must be extra careful, don't!" Water release, water-severing wave. The enemy suddenly unleashed another technique. Crack! The multiple earth flow walls were instantly penetrated by a stream of water. The water surged like a high-pressure water cannon, cutting through the entire earthen wall and revealing Team 7 and Tazuna among others hidden inside. The water immediately flooded in. "Everyone walk on water! Protect Mr. Tazuna!" Hate Kakashi quickly instructed. Thankfully, he had urgently trained the three young members of Team 7, who were quite adept at using chakra to walk on water. However, Hate Kakashi looked at the cut in the earthen wall. Even Kakashi, with his extensive knowledge and mastery of thousands of ninjutsu, had never seen such a technique of water release. He was astonished, staring in disbelief at the smooth and neat-cut surface of the severed earthen wall. "Take Mr. Tazuna and go first!" Hate Kakashi sensed something was amiss. The next moment, "There's someone under the water!" Naruto felt someone grab his foot. Barely had he shouted a warning when he was pulled down into the water. "Naruto!" Sasuke quickly grabbed Naruto's hand, trying to rescue him from the water, but he too was pulled in. "The enemy is under the water!" Hate Kakashi rushed over, grabbed his two subordinates, and rescued Naruto and Sasuke. The figure originally holding the two young ones underwater was also dragged out by him, allowing Hate Kakashi to see the newcomer's appearance. The newcomer had silver hair and red eyes, dressed in a close-fitting combat uniform with a blue armor over it, wearing something like a protective forehead protector. The swirl mark on the forehead protector. The Konoha village ninjas couldn't be more familiar with it. "Kakashi-sensei, is he a ninja from the Konoha village?" Sakura was somewhat surprised to see the Konoha village mark on the enemy's forehead protector and curiously asked, "But why does he look so familiar? Have we seen him before?" "Of course we have." A drop of cold sweat appeared on Hate Kakashi's forehead, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Even though he had not met the man before, he had seen his statue. Hate Kakashi looked nervously at the enemy before him and asked solemnly, "Sir, what exactly is your relationship with the second Hokage of the Konoha village?" Hate Kakashi had many speculations, but could not imagine that the person was the second Hokage of the Konoha village, Tobirama. Orochimaru, having tasted the sweetness of the Edo Tensei, naturally would not give up resurrecting Tobirama, a formidable figure whom he greatly admired. This is the land of waves. It is well suited for a ninja skilled in water release to battle. Orochimaru directly sent the second Hokage to confront Hate Kakashi and Team 7, showing high regard for this squad. "A ninja from the Konoha village." Tobirama furrowed his brows, watching Hate Kakashi and a bunch of kids. Tobirama furrowed his brows, watching Hate Kakashi and a bunch of kids, immediately discerning what kind of team this was: a supervising Jonin and three kids who seemed to be genin. After many years, Tobirama never thought that after his resurrection, he would be manipulated to attack ninjas from the Konoha village, which to any Hokage of the Konoha would undoubtedly be a disgrace. However, Tobirama didn't mind. He unhesitatingly stated his identity, planning to first resolve the crisis of the Edo Tensei. "I am Senju Tobirama." Tobirama looked at Hate Kakashi and solemnly stated, "A guy named Orochimaru used the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei, which I developed to resurrect me." Orochimaru! Hate Kakashi remembered that night. When Orochimaru defected from Konoha, Hate Kakashi was ordered to stop him, but was paralyzed by Orochimaru's murderous intent, similar to how the members of Team 7 were recently intimidated by Mamachi Zabuza's killer intent. That was an extremely terrifying individual, of course. The person before him was also very terrifying. Is it really the second Hokage? Hate Kakashi stared at Senju Tobirama in front of him, his heart surging like the tide. He had never imagined encountering such a formidable enemy in the land of waves. "Second Hokage!" The 3 young members of Team 7 were terrified. Their experience was even less than Kakashi's. They had never imagined meeting a former Hokage of Konoha, weren't these figures of legend. After realizing the situation, Tabarama quickly started explaining his solution. Orochimaru is controlling me to attack you, but the Edo Tensei doesn't allow me to use my full strength. You must follow my instructions to defeat me. At this point, Tabarama suddenly noticed that one of Hadake Kakashi's eyes was a Sharingan and interrupted himself, asking, Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? Not. Kakashi shook his head, pushed away Naruto and Sasuke, and quietly replied, I merely transplanted a friend's eyes. It seems you have friends from the Uchiha clan. Tabarama, looking at Kakashi, seemed to recall the Uchiha he knew and was about to say something complimentary. The Uchiha are passionate and loyal to their friends. Kakashi's friend defected, Naruto added from the side. A rogue ninja. Tabarama immediately frowned, remembering the first Uchiha who defected from Konoha, his expression turning grim as he said, The Uchiha are indeed mostly born evil, although some of them. What did you say? Sasuke's eyes instantly turned a deep red with anger. Even though the person before him was the village's second Hokage, it was unacceptable to insult his family name. Even if Sasuke was the only remaining Uchiha, he was determined to uphold the Uchiha's honor. The little Uchiha. Tabarama glanced at Sasuke, noticed the Sharingan revealed by the young boy, and seeing his forehead protector and clothes, decided to properly tell the story of the Uchiha clan to this young one. However, Kakashi knew some of the unpleasantness between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha, patted Sasuke on the shoulder, and softly said to the second Hokage, Lord Second, the Uchiha clan has been wiped out, and now only this young man remains in the village. Is that so? Tabarama's demeanor immediately softened. Tabarama wanted to ask about what he was most concerned about, but suddenly felt Orochimaru invading his consciousness, with Orochimaru personally controlling his body to attack. Kakashi also realized that the opponent seemed to have changed into another person. Tabarama quickly charged towards Sasuke, and Kakashi could only rush to intercept the second Hokage. The two engaged in a fierce clash. While resisting Orochimaru's invasion, Tabarama began explaining how to break the Edo Tensei. First defeat me, and my body will be forced to recover and be unable to move. At that moment, take the opportunity to seal me away. Kakashi's feelings were complicated. Was the second Hokage expecting too much from them? The first step to defeating this Hokage is a significant challenge. With just the group of graduates I have, it seems nearly impossible to defeat a Hokage, so don't make it sound easy. My subordinates aren't like that guy, Akihara Kagura. Wait a second. Akihara Kagura. Hadake Kakashi quickly came up with an idea. He didn't need to worry about these problems as long as he could delay until Akihara Kagura arrived. Of course. He also had to hope that Akihara Kagura had learned the sealing techniques. However, it wouldn't be easy for Hadake Kakashi to stall. The second Hokage, Tabarama, felt he had fully assessed Kakashi's strength, and the second Hokage, Tabarama, felt he had fully assessed Kakashi's strength and proactively offered a battle strategy. Use that Uchiha kid as bait. I'll rush over and kill him, and you can take the opportunity to break my body too. I can't sacrifice my comrades. Hadake Kakashi found it a bit peculiar. Though the strategy suggested by the second Hokage seemed somewhat sound, Kakashi, who values his comrades above all, couldn't possibly consider his subordinates as sacrificial pawns. But you're no match for me. Tabarama's figure moved swiftly along the water, charging towards Sasuke, a kunai appearing in his hand. It was clear. If the second Hokage could get close to Sasuke first, given Sasuke's prowess in physical techniques, the outcome would not be favorable. Sasuke, come to my side. Hadake Kakashi quickly converged with Sasuke, yet someone else got there even faster. Naruto was closer to Sasuke. Suddenly a burst of red chakra enveloping him and a red chakra tail appeared, shielding Sasuke. This is the Nine Tails chakra. Tabarama immediately recognized Naruto's identity, his mind intensely battling against Orochimaru's influences, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is extremely important to Konoha. Driven back, huh? Kakashi also noticed the chakra cloak on Naruto and Tabarama's retreat, worried about the village's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, regardless, it was a good thing. As long as the second Hokage wasn't fully controlled, they weren't without hope. Kakashi took the opportunity to get close to his two disciples, protecting them. Everyone, come over. Kakashi called out loudly to his disciples, placing his palm on the ground where a black seal appeared. Stand inside the seal for now. If the second Hokage circles around to attack you, I can immediately come over. This is... Tabarama looked at the black seal on the ground about a meter wide, frowning as he tried to discern what it was. It looks like The Flying Thunder God Seal. This kind of Flying Thunder God Seal, doesn't it look a bit novel? However, Tabarama quickly thought of a solution based on the Flying Thunder God Seal, saying sternly, "Wait, don't let these kids stand inside the seal. Let them set up explosive tags and traps around it. You can instantly teleport me to the traps near the seal and use them to break my body." Kakashi also quickly understood. Second Hokage was clearly familiar with the effects of the Flying Thunder God technique. His battle tactics and intelligence were astonishingly sharp, finding a solution so swiftly. At the bridgehead, Orochimaru stood here, still recording information about this battle and summarizing the lessons learned. It won't do. The consciousness of these reanimated beings must be extinguished. Otherwise, if some highly intelligent practitioners figure it out, they could easily devise a plan on how to defeat them. Especially the second Hokage, Tabarama. The wisdom of this Hokage is astonishing in any era, and in just a short while he provided Kakashi and Team 7 with a solution. However, what good does it do to handle the second Hokage? Orochimaru glanced at another coffin beside him and chuckled lightly. There are even more formidable people than him. Hurry and embrace the source of your power, Kagura-kun, on the bridge. Hadate Kakashi and the second Hokage, Tabarama, were entangled in battle. The other youngsters of Team 7 were also busy, earnestly setting up traps within the wide Flying Thunder God circle that Kakashi had prepared. Uchiha Sasuke, with a grim expression, was entangling barbed wire and continuously hanging sharp blades on it, wishing he could shred the talkative second Hokage, Tabarama, into pieces. What does it mean to say that the Uchiha are inherently evil? Let me show you what an evil Uchiha looks like. Although the battle plan was proposed by Tabarama, it perfectly suited Sasuke's intentions. This youngster had a very poor impression of Tabarama. That should be enough. As Tabarama and Kakashi exchanged blows, Tabarama kept an eye on the situation at the Flying Thunder God Seal, speaking gravely, "Truly an evil Uchiha, setting up so many sharp weapons. Are you planning to kill your team leader as well?" Kakashi felt a bit helpless. Why can't Tabarama get along with the Uchiha? Moreover, the traps set by Sasuke were indeed dangerous, and Kakashi himself might end up dying in one alongside Tabarama. But this was not Tabarama's fault. Upon seeing Sasuke with his Sharingan activated, Tabarama felt this young man resembled his arch-enemy from the Warring States period, Uchiha Izuna, so much that he seemed like Izuna's reincarnation, which naturally made him detestable. HMPH! Sasuke snorted coldly, reminding sternly, "Kakashi-sensei has the Sharingan and can see the flaws in the traps. Those who fall into the traps and can't escape should only hate themselves for not having the Sharingan." Tabarama felt his fists harden. These words strangely reminded Tabarama of something familiar. No matter how much time passed, Tabarama could never forget his arch-enemy from the Warring States period. This youngster named Sasuke had a temper and way of speaking that was too similar to Uchiha Izuna. Izuna, that bastard, loved to boast about their clan's Sharingan whenever he had the upper hand, saying things like hating oneself for not having the Sharingan. However, the last time Izuna boasted about his Sharingan, Tabarama had cut him down with the Flying Thunder God technique. This time, Tabarama's eyes narrowed slightly. If possible, should he try to eliminate this youngster named Uchiha Sasuke, who resembled Uchiha Izuna too much and might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan just like his old nemesis? Only, how to do it more subtly? If not careful, it might affect the village ninja's trust in the Hokage. Tabarama, despite hating the Uchiha, would surely consider the political implications. How could he pin it on Orochimaru, who was controlling him? While Tabarama was pondering, Kakashi, enduring a blow from Tabarama, managed to grab the second Hokage's wrist. In the next moment, the two instantly teleported to the edge of the Flying Thunder God Seal. Using the Sharingan, Kakashi saw through the only escape route from the trap and pushed the second Hokage into it, with blades instantly piercing Tabarama's body. "Seal me quickly!" While commanding sternly, Tabarama scattered a handful of shurikens. Orochimaru might still be able to control me and make me escape. According to Tabarama's estimate, these shurikens were likely to hit both Naruto and Sasuke, mostly aimed at Naruto, but the ones targeting Sasuke were more lethal. However, Tabarama then saw Sasuke leap in front of Naruto, shurikens striking his back, blood gushing from the wounds. "Sasuke!" Naruto quickly sat down, holding Sasuke. Tabarama felt a tinge of guilt, but it quickly faded. Perhaps it was a mistake to kill someone who looked like Uchiha Izuna, but with the Uchiha clan eradicated, no one dangerous to Konoha would ever arise again. Wait, it seems he might not die. Tabarama watched as the pink-haired girl helped Sasuke treat his wounds, feeling that the youngster named Sasuke might not die after all, as he hadn't sustained fatal injuries. "Sasuke!" Naruto dared not let go. "Idiot, I'm fine." Uchiha Sasuke still had the energy to berate Uzumaki Naruto. "Let go of me quickly, I just don't want you, an idiot, to die at the hands of someone I despise." There was silence. Tobirama watched this scene as if seeing the figures of his brother and Uchiha Madara, not knowing how to judge the future. He could only sigh and say, "All right, hurry up and seal me. This body of the Edo Tensei can recover from these injuries very soon." There was silence. Everyone present looked towards Hadate Kakashi. Kakashi fell silent, recalling the jutsus he was skilled in, wondering which sealing jutsu to use to seal the reanimated ninjas, when suddenly a vine swung his body, directly disrupting the trap set by Team 7 and rescuing Tobirama, the second Hokage, who had fallen into the trap set by Team 7, and rescuing Tobirama, the second Hokage, who had fallen into the trap. "Kakashi-sensei, the second Hokage, Tobirama has escaped the trap." Uzumaki Naruto looked anxiously at Hadate Kakashi. "This is..." However, Hadate Kakashi had no mood to care about these things. He stared intensely at the vine roots spreading on the ground, watching the forest that was gradually growing on the bridge. "Would release? Why would it attack me?" Kakashi looked at the forest growing on the bridge and also saw a figure slowly approaching them. A figure in red armor. This person also looked familiar, vaguely seen somewhere before. After seeing Tobirama, the second Hokage, Kakashi was prepared and he recognized the identity of this newcomer. "First Hokage!" When Hadate Kakashi saw the appearance of Hashirama, the first Hokage, his heart felt as if it sank into the abyss because he knew very well how strong Hashirama truly was. If the ninjas of Konoha once had no concept of the first Hokage's strength, seeing the jutsus left by Hashirama used by others would make it clear how powerful the first Hokage truly was. Akihara Kagura, merely an experiment who had transplanted cells from the first Hokage, was so powerful. What heights could the real first Hokage reach? Hadate Kakashi and Team 7, under the guidance of the second Hokage, had barely managed to defeat him, but no matter what, they could not be a match for the first Hokage. "Brother, have you also been revived?" Tobirama's body was fully healed, restoring his ability to move. Remembering his brother's strength, he realized the urgency of the situation. His expression immediately darkened, and he said sternly, "Youngsters, flee. You are no match for my brother, especially if I join forces with him." Yeah, this team could not possibly be a match for his own brother. Even if his brother's reanimated body did not possess the strength he had in life, just a slight display of his abilities was not something they could handle. Perhaps they wouldn't even need wood release. Tobirama knew his brother's strength well. Just the body techniques he had mastered during countless battles in the Warring States period could easily handle these youngsters of Team 7. Despite the fluctuating strength of this young man called Hadate Kakashi, he definitely could not be a match for his own brother. "Do not think you have a chance to defeat my brother." Tobirama glanced at Team 7 and said in a deep voice, "Even if the 9 tails inside this youngster were to appear here, he would not be a match for my brother. Lord First Hokage is not meant to handle them." A figure appeared behind the first Hokage, grinning and speaking. "Even Lord Second isn't meant to handle them, though I didn't expect them to be able to defeat you under the Second's command." "Orochimaru?" Hadate Kakashi struggled to stand up. Orochimaru. Was this person the mastermind behind the scenes in the Land of Waves? Even after the recent battle that had almost drained all the chakra in Hadate Kakashi's body, and even being severely injured by the vines, he still had to stand up, because he was the Jonin leader of Team 7. In the past, Hadate Kakashi had feared Orochimaru's killing intent, but this time Kakashi did not want to retreat. He struggled to stand up, coughing up blood. Hadate Kakashi heard Orochimaru's words and roughly guessed Orochimaru's thoughts. "You want to go against Kagura? You know he is also here." "Yes." Orochimaru stood beside the first Hokage Hashirama, licking his lips and said, "The entire ninja world knows to destroy Konoha, one must first deal with Akihara Kagura, truly one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha." Hadate Kakashi looked at Orochimaru and said in a low voice, "Others don't have the courage to entertain such thoughts when facing Kagura. His progress is too rapid." A sharp glint flashed through Orochimaru's eyes, as he was the one who knew best how quickly Akihara Kagura was advancing. "Who is Akihara Kagura?" Tobirama, the second Hokage, asked from the side. "An experiment I created." Orochimaru spread his palms and chuckled. "An experiment created using the cells of the first Hokage, an experiment that needs to be reclaimed." "You dared to experiment with Big Brother's cells?" Tobirama's gaze turned icy cold. "Weren't those left behind by the Lord Second?" Orochimaru's retort left Tobirama speechless. Orochimaru looked at Tobirama, smiling as he continued, "If it weren't for the Lord Second inventing the Edo Tensei technique, I wouldn't dare think about reclaiming the experiment. For this I must thank the Lord Second's wisdom." Tabarama chose to ignore Orochimaru, turning to Hashirama. "Big brother, why don't you say something?" "Because I used a seal to erase the First Lord's consciousness." Orochimaru held a kunai with a seal charm and explained with a grin, "Of course, the second Hokage will soon be the same. Given the formidable enemies we face next, if the first and second Hokages don't, given the formidable enemies we face next, if the first and second Hokages don't cooperate with me, our chances of victory are too low." Orochimaru hadn't seen for himself how unreliable Hashirama could be. He wouldn't want to erase their wisdom, but the last experience was not pleasant. If Hashirama made even a slight mistake, he might be completely suppressed by Akihara Kagura. Orochimaru controlled Tabarama, teleporting him to his side, and stuffed the seal charm into the back of Tabarama's head, immediately erasing his consciousness, turning him into a puppet under his control. "Kagura is very strong." Kakashi watched Orochimaru's actions, unable to stop him, only hoping to delay time until Akihara Kagura's arrival, also adding to Kagura's chances of winning. "If the first and second Hokages are merely puppets under your control, they won't be easy to defeat. We must at least try, right?" Orochimaru's tongue stretched out long, his gaze sweeping across Kakashi and the members of Team 7, resting briefly on Sasuke before moving away. "In this world, people always think that many things are impossible, like resurrecting the dead, but hasn't the Edo Tensei technique achieved this?" Kakashi looked at the two Hokages deprived of their senses and spoke softly. "Defiling the deceased, turning the dead into puppets controlled by others, is that also called resurrection?" "My views differ from yours." Orochimaru shook his head, not agreeing with Kakashi's view. "As long as it achieves an objective, no matter what methods are used, they are correct, aren't they?" "You are right." A voice emerged on the bridge. A person with a group emerged slowly from the mist, continuing along the lines of Orochimaru's statement. "As long as the result is correct, the process doesn't matter." "Finally, you've arrived." Kakashi felt relieved. Though the words spoken were somewhat unsettling, Kakashi now knew the identity of the newcomer, ensuring that Team 7 could survive this crisis safely. Akihara Kagura, leading the Root Ninjas, came forward and softly said, "Take everyone here away. This place is no longer suitable for them to stay." "Be careful." Kakashi did not argue but reminded Kagura, "At Orochimaru's side are the first and second Hokages." "I know." "Team 7, withdraw from here immediately." Akihara Kagura glanced at Orochimaru and the two mindless puppets, instructing Hadake Kakashi and Team 7, "Take these kids and get as far away as possible." "You, what will you do?" Kakashi stopped. "What do you think I can do?" Akihara Kagura looked at Kakashi and said, "Orochimaru has set traps all around here. It would be disappointing if I didn't walk right into one, wouldn't it?" "You really?" Kakashi tried to persuade Akihara Kagura further. No ninja in all of Konoha was as crucial as Akihara Kagura. His presence was the foundation of Konoha's strength. "Enough!" Akihara Kagura cut off Kakashi's words, whispering, "There might be spies in the village, possibly even among the higher-ups. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have found out that I left Konoha and even known that I was coming to the Land of Waves on a mission." "Root!" Kakashi immediately grew suspicious. "Root has never escaped my surveillance." Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued, "Only a few people knew I was coming to the Land of Waves for this mission. Perhaps this was a trap set by some people in collusion with Orochimaru, or maybe it was deliberately to send me on this mission. It could even involve people from the Mist Village." "The Mist Village?" Kakashi frowned. "Yes." Akihara Kagura seized the opportunity to slander the Mist Village. "Orochimaru must be in cahoots with people from there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the Land of Waves, a mere base for smugglers between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Only those connected to the Mist Village would appear here without reason." Akihara Kagura felt his slander wasn't persuasive enough and offered more compelling evidence. "These major ninja villages like to collude with rogue ninjas from other villages to target enemy villages. Just a few days ago, I also colluded with Mamachi Zabuza, a rogue ninja from the mist, to carry out a task for me." Kakashi twitched the corner of his eye. Over the years, Kakashi had seen plenty of people throwing mud at others, but it was rare to see someone throw mud at themselves to suggest others were dirty too. But Akihara Kagura made a lot of sense. He was reminding Konoha to be wary of the Mist Village, their ally. "Right, protecting Tazuna and completing the construction of this bridge is your mission, isn't it?" Akihara Kagura glanced at Tazuna and then at the members of Team 7. "Once I defeat them and also ensure Tazuna finishes this bridge, remember to give me the payment for this mission. After all, I have solved 2 threats for you." Kakashi couldn't help but smile wryly. Was this the time to worry about the payment? Kakashi knew Akihara Kagura was joking, trying to make his friend relax. He nodded to show he understood Akihara's point. All right, but as the supervising Jonin, I can only take part of the payment. The rest is up to these kids. My share goes to Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto, ever loyal, didn't fully understand the situation and even offered to stay behind to help. I can stay. Akihara Kagura tapped Naruto's head. Right now you can't even beat Karin, so don't drag me down. I don't want my share either. Uchiha Sasuke had no objections either. Me neither. Haruno Sakura quickly agreed with Sasuke. It's as if I'm bullying children. Akihara Kagura tousled Naruto's hair, chuckling. All right, let's go. Karin and the Root Ninja will stay behind to help me. Okay. Kakashi could only nod in agreement. In Team 7, only he could help, but he was also injured with not much chakra left in him, so he could only temporarily lead Team 7 to retreat. After they left, Karin ordered the Root Ninjas to fall back to the bridge, and she looked at Akihara Kagura. Lord Kagura, may I? Karin believed Kagura's mind's eye could be of help, and if Akihara Kagura was injured, he could even drink her blood, but Akihara Kagura interrupted her with a single sentence. Just stay put. Akihara Kagura waved his hand, asking her to wait by the bridge. Set up the fishing rod for me. Once you've prepared my fishing spot, it will be nearly finished. Yes! Karin could only bow her head and move back to the bridge. On the entire bridge, only Akihara Kagura remained, along with Orochimaru, as well as the two Hokages, Hashirama and Tobirama, while fog slowly spread across the bridge surface. Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and quietly asked, I'm actually quite curious about something. If there was a ninja student in the village, holding two sharp kunai and wanting to challenge you holding the Kusanagi sword, what would your feelings be? Orochimaru thought for a moment, surprised by Akihara Kagura's question, and after a second he smiled and answered, Perhaps pity for his fearless ignorance. A ninja student at the Konoha Ninja School would hardly understand even the simplest jutsu, and their physical skills would not be particularly outstanding. How could they possibly be his opponent? After finishing his words, Orochimaru, as if he thought of something, his gaze suddenly narrowed. Kagura, are you suggesting that I am that child holding the beautiful kunai? Yes. Akihara Kagura unapologetically nodded and softly said, It seems you understand the feelings I had before the battle. No matter how sharp the kunai are, they are ultimately held in a child's hand, especially when challenging the world's hardest material, the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. Kagura, you have only transplanted the cells of the first Hokage, but what I hold is the real first Hokage himself. Even if he cannot exert his full strength, you are not his match. Orochimaru continued. Moreover, the reanimated beings are immortal entities. Orochimaru continued. Moreover, the reanimated beings are immortal entities. I have greatly enhanced their regenerative abilities. Even if they suffer a fatal injury, they can recover. Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and sighed. Have you considered, perhaps, releasing their seals and letting them tell you the truth? Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head, dismissing Akihara Kagura's insinuation. Because he knew how unreliable the first Hokage could be, and the second Hokage was too intelligent. What if Akihara Kagura managed to undo his reanimation? Let's try this first. Orochimaru's body slowly moved back, raising his fingers. Kagura, let's first see just how powerful the two Hokages really are. As he spoke, Hashirama and Tobirama simultaneously charged towards Akihara Kagura. That will also make you see clearly. Akihara Kagura helplessly shook his head and softly said, A child holding two sharp kunai, just how can they pose a threat to an adult holding the Kusanagi sword? Kagura, don't underestimate others. Orochimaru suddenly raised his finger, sternly instructing the two reanimated puppets, Catch him or you may even kill him. Hashirama and Tobirama charged. Akihara Kagura grabbed Hashirama's wrist, assessing the first Hokage's strength. No, I misspoke at the beginning. What the child holds are not sharp kunai, but beautiful kunai. The next moment, Akihara Kagura suddenly twisted Hashirama's wrist, delivered an elbow strike to his chest, shattering it, and then kicked him away. The reanimated first Hokage immediately fell into a rigid state of recovery. Your taijutsu! Orochimaru's pupils involuntarily narrowed. Akihara Kagura looked at Tobirama, who was still, then looked at Orochimaru. Because learning other jutsu was too easy, there was no need to consciously learn them, and the only effort could be spent on taijutsu that I was not particularly skilled at. Water release, water shockwave. Tobirama instantly raised his hand and unleashed his water release jutsu. Water release, water shockwave. At the same time, Akihara Kagura formed a hand seal, and an even more turbulent wave overturned, submerging the body of Tabarama under the water, turning the entire bridge into a vast ocean. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tabarama's actions did not stop. His figure instantly surfaced from the water, his fingers quickly forming 3 hand seals, and a massive water dragon surged out from around him. In such an environment, the water dragon bullet technique became immensely powerful. Water release, thunder water dragon bullet technique. The speed of Akihara Kagura's hand seals was not fast. He merely raised his fingers, and a water dragon flashing with lightning emerged from the water, smashing Tabarama's water dragon into fragments, and then surged forward, grabbing hold of Tabarama's body. Is this a combined nature transformation? Orochimaru frowned, feeling something was amiss. No, the old man's combined nature transformation requires releasing 2 different techniques to combine. How could it be released and combined in an instant? I am a candidate for Hokage of Konoha. Surpassing the Hokage is only natural, isn't it? Akihara Kagura raised his hands, and 2 orbs of light white flames instantly flew out, landing on Hashirama and Tabarama. Fire release! Orochimaru stared intensely at the white glowing flames, then quickly shook his head. No, there are other types of chakra within it, because under the burning flames, Hashirama and Tabarama, both Edo Tensei reincarnates, were burned into nothingness. The combination of fire release and dust release. Orochimaru immediately understood Akihara Kagura's combined nature transformation, once again shocked by his troublesome nature. The 2 Edo Tensei Hokage truly could do nothing against Akihara Kagura, as the more severely their bodies were damaged, the longer the recovery time would be. No! Orochimaru suddenly realized something was wrong. The bodies of the Edo Tensei reincarnates could recover, but the seals he had placed on the 2 Hokages could not be restored. Sure enough, after Hashirama and Tabarama recovered, the 2 Hokages also immediately regained their senses and quickly perceived the situation on the battlefield. Hashirama curiously looked around, first noticing his brother Tabarama, and immediately began to blame him. Tabarama, it's all because you insisted on researching this technique that desecrates the dead. Big brother, let's understand the situation first. Tabarama frowned, seeing Akihara Kagura in front of him and the Konoha forehead protector he wore, and asked in a deep voice, Kid, are you a ninja of Konoha? Who is the enemy? Hashirama surveyed the surroundings, counting the people on the bridge. That Orochimaru is a friend of Tsuna, and this youngster is a ninja from Konoha. Where is the enemy? That Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha. Tabarama was deeply worried about his elder brother's judgment. Big brother, you've been deceived by that guy. Hey! Hashirama looked dazedly towards Orochimaru. He was deceived. This guy claimed to be Tsuna's friend. Orochimaru didn't mind being exposed, his expression somewhat sinister, hurriedly manipulating the 2 Hokages to continue attacking Akihara Kagura. Don't mind these details, you can't resist my control anyway. Kid, you must be the Akihara Kagura they mentioned. Tabarama, forced to attack Akihara Kagura, had to bring up old matters seriously. Teaching you now how to break the Edo Tensei is useless, because you cannot be a match for Big Brother. Boom! Chakra within Akihara Kagura suddenly erupted, flipping the 2 attacking Hokages right over, and even the sea surface was momentarily blown into waves by this force. Even if Hashirama and Tabarama were strong in their lifetimes, at this moment their power could not contend with this chakra. The 2 Hokages could only raise their arms to block in front of themselves, flying backwards and awkwardly half-kneeling on the ground. This chakra! Hashirama looked at Akihara Kagura with some shock, then suddenly turned his head towards Orochimaru. Hey, that kid who claims to be Tsuna's friend, this little guy right here might even be stronger than me when I was alive. Even if you resurrect me, it would be useless. Orochimaru clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Akihara Kagura, and with a grit of his teeth he spat out, That guy is just an experiment I cultivated using cells from the first Hokage. How could a counterfeit be exactly like the original? Silence followed. Hashirama's brother, Tabarama, also had a look of disbelief. However, Tabarama sensed that Akihara Kagura, who wore the Konoha village forehead protector, had a presence nearly as formidable as his brothers during the battle at the Valley of the End. Hearing Hashirama's words, Tabarama frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his brother's remarks. "Big brother, this kid is at best on par with you." After he spoke, even Tabarama fell silent, as in the history of the ninja world, who else could match his brother's strength? A single Hashirama had ended the Warring States period. The next moment, Akihara Kagura suddenly appeared right beside Hashirama, flying thunder god technique. Tabarama was shocked, disbelievingly looking at the other. You even know my technique. When did you place a flying thunder god mark on my brother? Akihara Kagura slapped Hashirama's body, and instantly a vine wrapped around Hashirama, drawing his chakra. Somewhat unfortunately, the chakra quantity of Hashirama revived through the Edo Tensei was a bit low, but the chakra endlessly restored itself, making it not so unfortunate after all. To be able to use my flying thunder god technique and also my brother's would release. Tabarama took a deep breath, forced to admit the young man's excellence. That kid called Akihara Kagura, you are a ninja of the Konoha. Who is the current Hokage? It's the third Hokage. Akihara Kagura stepped towards Tabarama, casually raising his palm and also binding the second Hokage with wood release before introducing himself. The third Hokage is almost 70 years old now, and I am his Hokage assistant. Tabarama slowly nodded, seemingly unconcerned by Akihara Kagura's deception. It seems you are the village's next Hokage. I might have to leave the Konoha village. Akihara Kagura looked at Tabarama, who didn't mind his deception and sighed, continuing. Someone colluded with Orochimaru, ordering me here to execute a mission, and I ended up falling into this trap, just like the previous Hokage assistant. Danzo, who also stepped into a trap, had to leave the village without returning, and was then declared a rogue ninja by the village. I might also have to leave the Konoha village. Tabarama immediately fell silent for a long time before speaking. Danzo defected? Was someone forcing him to defect? Yes, Akihara Kagura didn't say much more. After all, the one forcing Shimura Danzo to defect was himself. Hashirama became curious and asked incredulously, why leave the Konoha? If there's someone in the village colluding with rogue ninjas forcing you guys to defect, why not just deal with them? Big brother, Tabarama interrupted his own brother. His brother's political sensitivity was too low. He hadn't realized the situation at such a time. Someone so powerful and serving as the Hokage's assistant, clearly a candidate for the next Hokage, was ordered to carry out a mission and being forced to leave the Konoha village. Other than someone with more power, who else could do it? Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked towards Orochimaru and asked, when you defected and became a rogue ninja, you weren't killed by the third Hokage, but continued to receive resources for scientific research and even learned the forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. Who was supporting you from behind? Silence. Orochimaru silently watched Akihara Kagura. Although Orochimaru was unaware of Akihara Kagura's exact purpose, he knew that Akihara Kagura certainly intended to tarnish the third Hokage's reputation in front of the two Hokages. Silence again. Orochimaru bit his lip, feeling a faint twinge of conscience. Then Orochimaru quickly realized he lacked a conscience or any morals, and with a sneer he said, Kagura, you must have already guessed who was supporting me, right? Because that person's status is too high, you don't want to believe it, right? Some things do not need to be explicitly stated, especially when intending to frame someone. By uttering some ambiguous phrases, others are left to speculate on their own. Orochimaru, upon hearing Akihara Kagura's words, understood that this person aimed to frame the third Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen, in front of the two Hokages. Instinctively, he went along with it. Orochimaru has always known he is not a noble person. However, the level of Akihara Kagura's depravity far exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. It never crossed his mind that Kagura could be so vile as to deceive even the emotions of the deceased. Although Orochimaru himself had also deceived the deceased, he considered his actions of taking advantage of situations somewhat more honorable. Nevertheless, this situation also benefited him. How interesting! Orochimaru did not mind continuing the topic with Akihara Kagura and even took the initiative to add, both the former and current advisors to the Hokage of Konoha know the answer, but you refuse to believe and cannot change anything, right? An organization will always have its dark sides. However, when the source of the darkness comes from the highest level of the organization, it signifies a collapse of will. You will find that these shadows cannot be erased. You either choose to leave the darkness or merge with it. There are no other choices. As Orochimaru spoke these philosophical words, he began to subtly slander his own teacher, saying, but you shouldn't blame him. For the sake of Konoha, any cost is justifiable, even if it involves dabbling in darkness. Perhaps I disdained his methods and left Konoha early, but I must admire the sacrifices he made for Konoha. What are you talking about? Hashirama was still unclear about the situation. However, Tabarama had already grasped the context. From the ambiguous exchange between Orochimaru and Ikehara Kagura, he approximately understood that his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was involved in some issues. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now 69 years old, still held the position of the third Hokage, wielding power during a period when he did some dark and dirty deeds for Konoha. However, how did Sarutobi Hiruzen manage to hold power for so long? As Tobirama recalled handing over the position of Hokage to his disciple when he was 30, he hadn't expected that this disciple had been leading Konoha for nearly 40 years now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had held the position of Hokage for nearly 40 years, certainly wasn't all noble. Lacking the power of the first Hokage, he must have committed dark deeds for the sake of Konoha, which was to be expected. Only, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions had gone too far, forcing Shimura Danzo to defect, and even planning to frame and kill this young man named Ikehara Kagura. As Tobirama sensed the burst of chakra from Ikehara Kagura, he quickly understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen acted this way. The young man's strength was a threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen's power, or perhaps he was dissatisfied with the dark deeds committed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Young man!" Tobirama looked at Ikehara Kagura and asked sternly, "First tell me, what has the monkey been doing all these years? What is the current situation in Konoha?" "Huh, what about the monkey?" Hashirama, curious, turned his head, the first Hokage not yet realizing. "Why suddenly bring up the matter of the little monkey?" "Big brother, shut up!" Tobirama quickly silenced his elder brother to avoid ruining the image of the first Hokage in the eyes of future generations of Konoha, as it wouldn't do for everyone in Konoha to know that the founder of Konoha was politically naive. "You first!" Tobirama turned to Ikehara Kagura again, continuing to inquire. "Tell me everything exactly as it is. I can help you sort this out." "This..." Ikehara Kagura hesitated, glanced at Tobirama, and whispered, "I only know one thing. The third Hokage personally annihilated the Uchiha clan, using the cells of the first and the Uchiha's Sharingan to create dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas. This was discovered by us and Shimura Danzo. The third Hokage then put all the blame on Shimura Danzo, the previous Hokage's advisor, forcing him to leave Konoha." "What?" Hashirama's face turned pale with shock in disbelief. "The Uchiha clan was annihilated. Weren't they allies of the village?" "Big brother, shut up!" Tobirama also looked displeased as he knew about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan when he met Team 7 and was somewhat prepared for this. The monkey indeed went too far with this matter. If it were Tobirama in that position, he might also use the Sharingan for human experiments, though perhaps more covertly. "This is going too far." Hashirama was displeased that his brother wanted to downplay the situation. He truly wanted to protect everyone in the village. "Tobirama, Konoha was founded together with the Uchiha, and under no circumstances should we harm our comrades. It's not his fault." Orochimaru smiled, his understanding of Konoha's political situation clearer than anyone else's, as he continued to play the role of the third Hokage's dirty hand. "By the orders of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan has always been isolated from the village, never truly integrated." "Tobirama," Hashirama glared at his brother, "the Uchiha clan is dangerous." Tobirama ignored these comments, having his own reasons. "I'm just finding suitable positions and preventing the emergence of dangerous individuals like Madara." "But," Ikehara Kagura glanced at Tobirama, whispering, "the real reason behind the Uchiha clan's downfall was that they helped the third Hokage eliminate the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage, fearing the Uchiha might reveal this, destroyed them to eliminate the evidence." Everyone present turned their gaze toward Ikehara Kagura. The dirty water Ikehara Kagura threw not only shocked both Hashirama and Tobirama but even surprised Orochimaru. "No, Kagura, is there too much dirt in this dirty water?" Orochimaru never denied his deceitful ways, but at that moment he considered himself to be noble. However, Orochimaru quickly understood the essence of the matter, chuckled, and threw dirt on his own teacher. "I didn't expect you to have figured this out too. No wonder the teacher sent me to deal with you." "Teacher?" Tobirama frowned at Orochimaru, asking sternly, "You were the monkey's student. What exactly did you do for the monkey? What really happened with Konoha's fourth Hokage? And what role did the Uchiha clan play? I am the teacher's disciple. What else could I do for him?" Orochimaru smiled, continuing along the lines provided by Ikehara Kagura. "The teacher indeed took 3 disciples, and I didn't deceive the first Hokage. Tsunade is indeed my friend, but she is the descendant of the first Hokage, most suitable for succeeding as the Hokage. Unfortunately, the teacher didn't agree with Tsunade's ideas and had her leave Konoha early." "Little Tsuna," Hashirama thought of his beloved granddaughter. Jiraiya has always been helping the teacher find obedient successors to prevent the village from harboring complaints about his long tenure. I, the less accomplished disciple, could only do the dirty work for the teacher. At this point, Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagiura. Since you and Danzo have already uncovered the truth, it seems pointless to keep hiding it. Before becoming the fourth Hokage, he indeed seemed obedient, but after he took office, he wanted to change the teacher's policies. The teacher could only secretly entice an Uchiha who had activated the Mangekyou Sharingan, claiming he would allow that Uchiha to become the Hokage. That Uchiha then unleashed the 9 tails in the village, creating chaos and killing the fourth Hokage, finally managing to regain control without too much trouble. Akihara Kagiura's expression showed unease, realizing how despicable Orochimaru was, turning the provided information into a complete narrative. Clearly, Orochimaru spread his hands, his expression turning gloomy. The Uchiha clan's ambition must not be left unchecked. Daring to kill the fourth Hokage for power, they could also threaten the safety of Konoha. Orochimaru continued, looking at Akihara Kagiura. It just so happens that Danzo reported to the teacher that the wood release experiments on you were successful. After you grew up, the teacher used your power to destroy the Uchiha. Unexpectedly, some of the Uchiha survivors told Danzo the truth. For Konoha, this was a necessary sacrifice. Orochimaru grinned and continued. The teacher originally wanted to kill Danzo, but considering he was an old friend, he let him off. But Danzo wasn't obedient, telling you these things. There was no choice. I'm just a student helping the teacher with troubles. Orochimaru concluded, following Akihara Kagiura's lead. Since there appeared a threat to Konoha, it must be dealt with. I had already overestimated you, even going so far as to revive 2 Hokages through the Edo Tensei, but we never expected you to be so powerful. Is it really like this? Akihara Kagiura stared at Orochimaru with shock in his eyes, seemingly still unwilling to believe. I always thought Lord Danzo was deceiving me. How did that little monkey turn out like this? Hashirama frowned, his face filled with unease. Tobirama was also shocked, but as a politician, he quite understood his disciples' actions, although he found them hard to accept. How dare the monkey? Controlling and destroying the Uchiha was one thing. How dare he use the Uchiha to kill another Hokage in the village and even force the village's more talented prodigies to defect? A Hokage who had been in charge of Konoha for nearly 40 years, nearly 70 years old and not properly nurturing a successor, how could he still be obsessed with the power of the Hokage? Over the years, haven't there been many talented individuals in Konoha who could make you give up a genius comparable to your older brother? Even if you know the truth, what can you do about it? Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagiura and continued with a light laugh. Can it really change the outcome of the story? All the ninjas in the village will only choose to support my teacher. Akihara Kagiura silently lowered his shoulders. Leave Konoha, Kagiura! Orochimaru licked his lips and actively persuaded. As long as you leave Konoha and do not reveal all the secrets, my teacher will no longer want to kill you because there is no one in the village stronger than you. Perhaps you could also protect Konoha from the shadows like me. This is not Konoha. Hashirama's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his expression was furious as he tried to break free from the vine's bindings, even wanting his will to break free from Orochimaru's control. Hashirama recalled the words he had said to Uchiha Madara, looking towards the somewhat dispirited Akihara Kagiura, and said solemnly, if someone endangers the existence of Konoha, no matter who it is, even if he is the Hokage, he must be eliminated. Tobirama sighed complexly and also looked towards Akihara Kagiura. Kid, Big Brother is right. What you need to do now is eliminate the threats to Konoha. The monkey's existence has become a cancer to Konoha. Although Tobirama thought Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions were political maneuvers, all interests should prioritize Konoha over his power. This young man named Akihara Kagiura is a unique genius and the foundation for Konoha to continue dominating the ninja world for decades to come. How could such a talent be forced to defect and even plot to assassinate this genius with his disciple? Akihara Kagiura hung his head, still somewhat confused. Because Akihara Kagiura was seriously pondering a question, can a dead person still issue commands? System prompt. New work assignment, Hashirama, to kill any threat to Konoha at all costs. Eliminate the cancer of Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. System prompt. New work assignment, Tobirama, to resolve at any cost the cancer of Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kid, kill this guy named Orochimaru first. Tobirama seemed to understand Akihara Kagiura's question, actively proposing a solution. Even if the caster is dead, as long as the Edo Tensei is not dispelled, the resurrected can still act freely. Take me and Big Brother to Konoha to see the monkey. I'll help you solve the monkey problem. Akihara Kagura suddenly raised his head, a glint appearing in his eyes. Can you not kill me? Orochimaru laughed lightly, taking the initiative to say, Actually, I'm also worried that my teacher wants to get rid of me as an informant since I've done quite a bit of dirty work for him. At this point, Orochimaru seemed to be adding, as if to remind, Kagura-kun, don't forget, Shimura Danzo is in my hands, only I know where Danzo is. You took Lord Danzo away. Akihara Kagura clenched his fists in anger. Correct! Orochimaru saw that Akihara Kagura was still performing soberly and began to smile again. Who made him think that I was also a rogue ninja expelled from Konoha by our teacher? He thought I had evidence against our teacher in my hands and wanted to meet me. My status as a rogue ninja indeed helped attract many enemies for the teacher and solved numerous problems effortlessly. I easily captured him. First Hokage, second Hokage. For the safety of Shimura Danzo, Akihara Kagura reluctantly agreed to Orochimaru's demands. Lord Danzo is my guide, I have no choice but to. I can understand your feelings. Tabarama greatly appreciated this, as Shimura Danzo was also his student, yet he still turned his attention to Orochimaru. This guy is dangerous, are you sure you can control him? No matter what, I must ensure Lord Danzo's safety. Akihara Kagura shook his head, apparently lacking confidence. As long as I can rescue Lord Danzo, I am willing to do anything. How truly loyal and devoted! Orochimaru's smile was slightly ironic as he continued. I set traps here merely as the last thing to do for my teacher. If you wish, I can stand with you against the teacher. Under his rule, Konoha has indeed become corrupt. Let's deal with the monkey's trouble first. Hashirama still had some residual anger. He never imagined that Konoha, which he founded, would turn out this way, with a Hokage manipulating plots in the shadows to seize power, killing his fellow villagers, and forcing the village's talented ninjas to defect. Kagura's power is indeed sufficient. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and began smilingly. The teacher has always been worried that you might rebel with force, so he has been politically suppressing you. Orochimaru raised a finger and chuckled. However, Kagura, could you first release the two Hokages? I need to ensure my safety before I can let you meet Danzo. Wait for my message, I won't disappoint you. Akihara Kagura had no choice but to release the vines. With the two Hokages, Orochimaru left, leaving Akihara Kagura alone on the bridge. Karin, always watching with her Kagura's eye, immediately approached Kagura. Lord Kagura. Karin looked at Akihara Kagura uneasily and whispered, Did the third Hokage really do those things? Of course not. Akihara Kagura shook his head, having no intention of taking responsibility for the lies he fabricated. That was just to lure Lord Danzo. Orochimaru will surely tell everything to Lord Danzo when he returns, and they will definitely conspire to deceive the two Hokages. But black is black, white is white. The wrongs the third Hokage has done, he must admit no matter what, and the things the third Hokage didn't do will eventually be cleared of suspicion during confrontation. Confrontation, Karin frowned. Yes, Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin and smiled lightly. Lord Danzo can list the mistakes the third Hokage made, but in trying to slander the third Hokage, he forgets that he himself is not clean. Karin nodded thoughtfully. Let's go. Akihara Kagura walked towards the fishing rods Karin had prepared, casually speaking. Although we've already caught a big fish today, let's cast a couple more. After speaking, Kagura suddenly said, Right, have that guy named Tazuna come over to fix the bridge. Let Team 7 finish their mission quickly. Team 7 was indeed worried about Akihara Kagura. However, when they saw him safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief, especially Hideki Kakashi, who did not want to see Akihara Kagura fall here. Time passed quickly. Tazuna was hard at work repairing the bridge. Hideki Kakashi and Team 7 were diligently training. Akihara Kagura continued fishing with the ninja of Root. Just before the completion of Akihara Kagura continued fishing with the ninja of Root, just before the completion of the Great Bridge. Meanwhile, Mamachi Zabuza returned to the Land of Waves with the heads of several nobles from the Land of Water. This guy! His combat strength is certainly not weak. I'm here to take back my Kubikirabacho. Zabuza dropped the pile of heads in front of Akihara Kagura and said coldly, Every name on the smuggling list is accounted for. You can check for yourself. I would like to check. Akihara Kagura looked at Zabuza, a hint of innocence in his eyes. The key issue is, I don't even know the smugglers list. At this point you still try to deceive me. Zabuza cursed, then looked towards Haku carrying the Kubikirabacho and noticed his moist eyes, suddenly realizing something. At this moment, it seemed unnecessary for Akihara Kagura to lie to him. Haku, did you really not tell him the list? Zabuza felt he might have made a mistake as he recalled what had happened that day. Had he been tricked, however? At this time, Zabuza was not in the mood to worry about those things. Since he had left Haku, he had been missing the little one who had always been by his side. He knew he couldn't live without Haku. Yet Zabuza stubbornly refused to apologize. Staring at Haku with the Kubikirabacho, he commanded coldly, "Come over here with the Kubikirabacho and follow me. What are you doing standing there?" "Lord Zabuza." Haku ran towards Zabuza. "Wait!" Akihara Kagura stopped Haku with a word. Slowly looking at Zabuza, he said, "Zabuza, I only agreed to return the Kubikirabacho to you. Haku is my tool." Zabuza's face was filled with anger. "The Kubikirabacho is also your tool." Akihara Kagura continued buying his hook and casting his line nonchalantly. "Besides, didn't you already leave both tools in the land of waves? Now you can only choose one. You better think it through. There is only one Kubikirabacho." Zabuza fell silent. It was a difficult choice. The Kubikirabacho could enhance his strength. Choosing Haku meant losing the Kubikirabacho, significantly weakening his power, making his dream of conquering the Mist Village seem like a fantasy. However, it was not a difficult choice, because Zabuza, at the time he killed those nobles from the land of water, knew that regaining power in the Mist Village was as hard as reaching the sky. He might as well retire quietly with Haku. Zabuza chose Haku, giving up his ambitions. He understood what kind of life he should choose. Zabuza snorted coldly, without hesitation looked at Haku, his attitude still arrogant. "Throw the Kubikirabacho to that bastard!" "Lord Zabuza!" Tears of surprise flowed from Haku's eyes. Although Zabuza's attitude remained fearless, he chose to give up the Kubikirabacho for his sake. Haku no longer had any reservations, and he tossed aside the Kubikirabacho sword he had been carrying on his back, lunging towards Mamachi Zabuza. "Quiet down!" Mamachi Zabuza tousled Haku's hair and glanced longingly at the Kubikirabacho before saying coldly, "Hey, the Konoha and the Mist are allies. Help me return the Kubikirabacho, will you?" "What are you dreaming about?" Akihara Kagura looked at Mamachi Zabuza as if he hadn't woken up from a dream. "The Kubikirabacho is my trophy. How I handle it is none of your concern, is it?" "You bastard!" Mamachi Zabuza was so infuriated he was about to explode. However, before Mamachi Zabuza could say anything more, Haku quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the scene, fearing that a conflict might erupt between Mamachi Zabuza and Akihara Kagura. "Lord Kagura!" Karin glanced at the departing figures of Mamachi Zabuza and Haku, still able to hear Mamachi Zabuza's cursing and Haku's attempts to calm him down. "What's the matter?" Akihara Kagura was still intently watching the water's surface, acting as if he had done nothing, as if Mamachi Zabuza and Haku had never been there. "Lord Kagura!" Karin stood next to Akihara Kagura, carefully muttering, "He's actually a good person, isn't he?" "I think so too." Akihara Kagura nodded in agreement, then said, "Take this Kubikirabacho over to Orochimaru. Let him present it to the people of the Mist as a gift." The root ninjas felt like Karin's myopia had deepened, sensing that their superior, Akihara Kagura, really had no clue about them. In the land of waves, inside Gato's house, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo were still carefully conspiring. Shimura Danzo, knowing that they had received the active assistance of two Hokages, this time, was overjoyed and convinced that the plan to collapse the Konoha would definitely succeed. With the completion of the bridge, Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 had returned to the Konoha, and Akihara Kagura returned with the root ninjas, coinciding with an order from ANBU that Akihara Kagura must return to the Konoha as soon as possible, because the mid-year Chunin exams were about to start. As an advisor to the Hokage and a key figure in the village's military strength, Akihara Kagura had to be present in the village, unable to stay away on vacation any longer. After all, the participants from the sand in the upcoming Chunin exams were somewhat troublesome. It would be best if Akihara Kagura could return to the Konoha before the exams to oversee things. In the Konoha village, at the Mission Assembly Hall, Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 had finally returned from their mission, having faced significant challenges. If it weren't for Akihara Kagura, it might have been difficult for them to return safely. However, when Team 7 reported their completion of the mission, the payment for their first C-rank mission was not handed to them, because the duty officer had taken it for himself. "I'll take this money for now." Akihara Kagura casually wrote down the completion evaluation for Team 7, conveniently pocketing their mission payment. "You haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? The rewards for this mission belong to me." "No, no." Naruto felt a pang of regret in his heart. After all, this was the payment for the first C-rank mission he had completed. All right. Akihara Kagura casually set aside the stack of reward money for the task and continued, "I know the hardships you endure to complete these missions and your rewards. Hey! Naruto's face lit up with joy. However, Kagura's next words immediately dampened Naruto's spirits. I'll be sure to spend this money well. It should be enough for some barbecue. Naruto's forehead creased with frustration. All right, head back and rest. Kagura waved his hand, signaling them to rest. Don't forget to come pick up the hiring commission tomorrow, and remember you still owe Enko a lot in tutoring fees. Naruto, with a crestfallen face, looked towards Kagura. So give us some more high-level missions. That way I can pay Enko back sooner. You can't even handle a C-rank mission. Kagura shook his head, disapproving of his idea. This time you nearly died in the land of waves. Thankfully I was on a mission there. Speaking of which, Hate Kakashi turned to Kagura and asked, does the third Hokage know about the land of waves yet? Though with you there, Orochimaru probably wouldn't dare sneak into Konoha, right? Kagura furrowed his brow and continued, it's hard to say with that guy, he's reckless. But the matter of the land of waves has been reported, and the third Hokage is furious with Orochimaru's actions, but he's too preoccupied right now as the village has more pressing matters. System prompt. The mission to deal with smugglers between the land of water and the land of fire has been completed, eliminating their stronghold. Reward, Giant Shuriken Technique. Giant Shuriken Technique, summon a shuriken and enlarge it. While submitting the mission, Kagura also mentioned the situation in the land of waves to Sarutobi Hiruzen, warning that Orochimaru might have designs on Konoha. However, Hiruzen was more concerned with the upcoming joint Chunin exams. Because the Chunin exam affects the alliances between Konoha, the Mist Village, and the Sand Village, as well as other minor villages' attitudes towards Konoha. After sending Hate Kakashi and Team 7 away, Kagura stayed behind to continue his duty at the Mission Assembly Hall, where he met an elderly genin coming to submit his mission. Genin Kasuk Maruboshi. After confirming his completed mission, Kagura suddenly called out to the genin, I've always heard from people in the village that you have good wilderness survival skills and cook delicious meals. It's all right. The elderly man, carrying a black pot on his back, scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe it's because everyone dislikes eating ration pills, which makes my cooking seem better. I have a commission. Kagura glanced at his assistant and continued, my assistant is participating in this Chunin exam, but she has no teammates and needs an experienced genin. I'm afraid I can't do that. Kasuk Maruboshi shook his head softly, saying, I don't want to be promoted. Don't worry, I won't promote you. Kagura waved his hand and continued, just help her get through the second stage, the Forest of Death. You can quit at the third stage, and I'll arrange another teammate for you who will probably quit at that stage too. This. Kasuk Maruboshi hesitated for a moment, then decided to remind him proactively. Lord Kagura, the village's Chunin exam is no joke. Wilderness survival skills are essential for a ninja. If one's wilderness survival skills are not up to standard, it's probably best. She won't be going on dangerous missions outside anymore. Kagura looked at Kasuk Maruboshi and added, besides, I'm asking you to participate in the Chunin exam because it's a large-scale event. I hope you can help keep an eye on the young ones in the village to avoid any mishaps during the exam. Kasuk Maruboshi agreed. This eternal genin from the Konoha village didn't want to be promoted but couldn't refuse the request to protect the village. He had also heard that this joint Chunin exam was to be a grand event. As an elder of the Konoha, sacrificing for the future of the village was his duty. Should Akihara Kagura issue a direct order, he would have no choice but to comply. Lord Kagura. Karin was somewhat surprised as she looked at Akihara Kagura, curiously asking, why should I take the exam with that old man? Because he cooks delicious food. The reason given by Akihara Kagura was quite pure and honest. When I took the Chunin exam, I had no one to help me cook. Having a teammate who can cook will make your exam experience a bit more comfortable. Karin slowly bowed her head. Lord Kagura. A member of the ANBU appeared in a flash, kneeling on one knee beside Akihara Kagura, and whispered, the third Hokage requests your immediate presence at the Hokage Tower. I'll be right there. Akihara Kagura nodded and vanished from the spot. Karin, what's wrong? A root ninja looked curiously at the stunned redhead girl. I'm fine. Karin remained in place, watching as Akihara Kagura left his ninja headband on the Mission Assembly office desk and carefully picked it up. How can one not admire Lord Kagura for taking such care of his subordinates? Inside the Hokage Tower, a group of jonin stood in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, sat at the desk, seriously briefing the gathered jonin on the matter at hand. The people I've called today are the village's guiding jonin. You should understand what I'm about to discuss. The Chunin selection exam. Hatake Kakashi had already heard rumors. Sarutobi Asuma looked up, recalling a recent shopping trip with his girlfriend, Kurenai Yuhai, when they encountered people from other ninja villages. We've indeed seen people from other villages around here. When is it? Kurenai Yuhai asked anxiously. I wanted to start earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a ring of smoke and picked up a letter from the desk, softly saying, but the Mist Village sent a message. They might be a couple of days late. Let's set it for July 3rd then, to start the joint Chunin selection exam. Do you have anything to add? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Akihara Kagura and the two Hokage advisors seated across from him. We should still be cautious during this time. Koharu Udatane voiced her objection quietly. After all, this is a Chunin selection exam jointly held by 3 major countries and several minor ones. With many foreign ninjas coming to Konoha, we must be careful to avoid any disputes or conflicts. Hamura Mitokado also voiced his concern, and we must also be careful with our hospitality to avoid any discourtesy that might lead to disputes. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura nonchalantly poured tea, even offering a cup to the 2 Hokage advisors, and leisurely said, if anyone dares cause a dispute in the village after 13 years when they participate in the Chunin exam again, they'll be more cautious. Ban troublemakers from the Chunin exam for 13 years. Koharu Udatane looked at Akihara Kagura, frowning. Isn't that punishment a bit severe for a ninja? You misunderstand me, Akihara Kagura said, taking a sip of tea before continuing. 13 years is the time it takes for them to reincarnate and grow back to 12 years old. Koharu Udatane nearly choked. The expressions of everyone present turned peculiar. Hatake Kakashi, who had dealt with Akihara Kagura the most, was already used to such things, merely rolling his eyes in resignation. This guy! Killing them outright would cause even greater disputes. Koharu Udatane was highly dissatisfied with Akihara Kagura's attitude, sternly saying, it could even lead to war. It would be better to use a more gentle approach. That's indeed a bit too extreme. Hamura Mitokado also nodded repeatedly and couldn't help but say, after this, there won't be anyone coming to participate in the Chunin exam organized by Konoha anymore. This will affect our relations with our allies. I will send the Anbu to maintain order. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he looked towards the instructing Jonin present. Do you have any genin you would recommend for the exam? Formally, any genin who has completed more than 8 missions can participate in the Chunin exam. It is entirely up to you to recommend them, although genin with double the mission experience might be more suitable. It might be a bit early for them now, but I want to hear your thoughts. Who would like to speak first? I'll start. Akihara Kagura gave his superior face and actively said, I would like to recommend a suitable team, Yakashi Kabuto, Karin, and Kasuke Maruboshi. They have ample mission experience. Karin alone has completed over 8 S-rank missions in the route, which is more than enough to handle the Chunin exam. The instructing Jonin present all changed their expression. This is because Karin's performance was indeed outstanding, even surpassing some Jonin in their lifetime count of S-rank missions. Can genin perform S-rank missions? It's normal for ninjas from route to go on S-rank missions. That's a bit frightening. While the other instructing Jounin were still chattering, Sarutobi Asuma, knowing that Hatake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura were familiar with each other, asked, Hey, Kakashi, how is that kid Karin's ability? Kakashi looked up at the sky in thought. He hadn't actually seen Karin in battle and could only honestly say, I don't know, but she is certainly strong. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he then mentioned another person. But this person called Kasuke Maruboshi sounds very familiar. Where have I heard it before? Is Kasuke also going to participate in the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Kasuke Maruboshi and took the initiative to say, if Kasuke wishes to be promoted, there's no need for him to take the exam, just promote him directly to Jonin. Jonin, the instructing Jonin present, all acknowledged the potential of Akihara Kagura's team. He doesn't want to be promoted. Akihara Kagura waved his hand, unconcerned about his arrangement in the Chunin exam. Kasuke Maruboshi, a genin, is just a chef for a team. He'll help cook during the second stage of the exam, since I once went hungry for an entire day during the second stage of a Chunin exam. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle, recalling his first encounter with this youngster, and nodded in satisfaction. Kagura, you really do treat your subordinates well. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he looked at a group instructing Jonin. Does anyone else want to recommend their subordinates for this Chunin exam? Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. In my name, Hatake Kakashi, I recommend them for the Chunin exam. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. In my name, Kurenai Yuhai, I recommend them for the Chunin exam. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. In my name, Sarutobi Asuma, I recommend them for the Chunin exam. With Akihara Kagura being the first to recommend, the other instructing Jonin quickly made their recommendations, but their words immediately sparked discussion. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? Are the new genin graduating this year going directly to the Chunin exam? Isn't that too dangerous for them? Please wait. Yumino Uruka, standing among the Chunin, hurriedly spoke up to intervene. Maybe I'm being a bit meddlesome, but all 9 are students I once had at the Ninja Academy. If you think you're being meddlesome, then don't speak. Akihara Kagura interrupted Yumino Uruka with a light chuckle. Uruka-sensei, have you forgotten? Karin was also your student. Karin is different. Yumino Uruka stuttered, trying to argue, but Akihara Kagura disrupted his train of thought, making it hard for him to explain. After all, Naruto and the other 9, they are no longer your students. Hate Kakashi interrupted Yumino Uruka, softly stating a fact. Now Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura are my subordinates, and you can't always protect them under your wings. Uruka, I understand how you feel. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted their conversation, softly saying, but give these newcomers a special preparatory Chunin exam. While they were discussing, an Anbu member rushed in, kneeling on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hawkage, a group of kids in the village had a conflict with the genin from Sand Village. Kill those Sand genin. Akihara Kagura waved his hand without mercy, with an attitude that this matter was easily resolved. Send another letter to inquire from the 4th Keisuke Rasa, are the ninjas from Sand out of their minds? Coming to Konoha to cause trouble, are they trying to start a from Sand out of their minds? Coming to Konoha to cause trouble, are they trying to start a war between Konoha and Sand Village? Huh! This Anbu ninja was a bit taken aback. The people present all felt somewhat helpless. This method of handling things looked like Akihara Kagura was trying to provoke a war between the Konoha and the Sand Village. However, they had gotten used to it. It's just a bunch of kids fooling around. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, glanced at the crystal ball on the table, and waved his hand. All right, let's not worry about these trifles. Everyone go back and prepare by notifying your subordinates. Yes. The Anbu ninja could only bow his head. Akihara Kagura, however, was very interested and stood up. I'm quite interested. Take me there to see. Kagura! Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped Kagura, speaking solemnly. Those are just children. Do not kill anyone. How could I? Akihara Kagura waved his hand, pushed open the door to the Hawkage office, and left just one sentence behind. I would never bully a child. I'd only kill the Keisuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Akihara Kagura's retreating figure, furrowed his brows, and waved his hand. Everyone, please leave. Yes, a group of ninjas filed out. After they had left, Koharu Udatane spoke up. Hiruzen, this child is still somewhat unfit. His thoughts of slaughter are too heavy. Hamura Maitakado also nodded, continuing. He would be suitable as the leader of the route. He could handle some troubles for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, then finally said, Send someone immediately to message Jiraiya. Ask Jiraiya to come back quickly. Jiraiya would be suitable. The 2 Hawkage advisors nodded in satisfaction. On the commercial street of Konoha, a few teenagers were confronting each other here. Originally, a genin from the Sand named Kenkuro was bumped into by a group of little brats from the Konoha Ninja Academy and wanted to bully the little brat to show off the strength of a Sand ninja. But he was stopped by Uchiha Sasuke, which led to a minor conflict. A genin from the Sand named Gaara, controlling the dancing sand, easily subdued Uchiha Sasuke, but Uzumaki Naruto couldn't stand it and got into a conflict with Gaara, which led to the escalation of the conflict. Then, Karin happened to pass by. Whether as a Konoha ninja or a classmate who grew up together, Karin couldn't just stand by and directly confronted Gaara with a move, and the two turned out to be evenly matched. You are very interesting. Gaara raised his hand, controlling the sand to converge into a giant claw of sand, grinned, and said, Killing you would definitely bring a great sense of achievement. It would also be very happy. Then give it a try. Karin adjusted her glasses, and slowly golden chains drilled out from her back, the curse mark on her arm also slowly activating, ready to enter the cursed seal state. Because this guy named Gaara was very strong. Just as the 2 red-haired youngsters were about to clash, a voice stopped their conflict, or rather, wanted to provoke a bigger conflict. Killing me would probably give you even more of a sense of achievement, right? Akihara Kagura stood next to Karin, looking at Gaara, who was controlling the sand claw, with a mocking smile on his lips. Let's see who this is, thinking he can cause trouble in the Konoha just because he thinks he's the son of the Kazekage. Has it been too long since you've been beaten?" Gaara's face suddenly turned ugly. If Gaara were to rank the psychological shadows of his childhood, the assassination of his uncle Yashimaru would come first. The repeated beatings from Akihara Kagura would definitely come second. Akihara Kagura! Standing beside Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari also recognized Akihara Kagura. They had not seen him bullying, but they knew this person often beat Shukaku. "Let me see. The 3 children of the Kazekage are causing trouble in the Konoha." Akihara Kagura recognized Kankuro and Temari, having occasionally seen them in the sand village. "It's really unnecessary to let Rasa live. Teaching children is still so careless. It seems I really need to find an opportunity to kill your useless father." "You!" Kankuro's face showed some annoyance. As the son of the 4th Kazekage Rasa and a ninja of the sand village, Kankuro must uphold Rasa's honor. Hearing Akihara Kagura repeatedly threatening to kill the 4th Kazekage Rasa, Kankuro was ready to taunt her recklessly. "Kankuro!" Gaara interrupted Kankuro, speaking coldly. "Let's go. If you dare say one more word, I will kill you." Kankuro quickly shut his mouth. Gaara no longer paid attention to Akihara Kagura and was about to leave the place with Kankuro and Temari, even planning to take a detour to avoid passing by Akihara Kagura on their way to the inn. "Are you hurt?" Akihara Kagura looked back at Karin and a group of kids. "No." Karin shook her head, retracting her adamantine sealing chains, the curse mark that had started spreading on her arm quickly receding. She frowned and began to talk about Gaara. "Lord Kagura, it seems like inside him." "Don't worry, you can do it." Akihara Kagura patted her head, smiling lightly. "It's just as you guessed, this Chunin exam is going to be interesting." "Yes," Karin nodded. Indeed, this Chunin exam was proving to be quite interesting. The genin from the mist who came to participate in the exam had also arrived in Konoha quickly. Their lead jonin was an old acquaintance, Hazuki Mengetsu, who at only 17 years old did not display his past youthful pride and looked somewhat pale, as if suffering from a serious illness. No one expected. The future of the mist was already beset with illness. Fortunately, the future of the mist wasn't dependent on just him. The genin of the mist, full of vigor, followed behind Hazuki Mengetsu, among them a very arrogant youngster who looked much like Hazuki Mengetsu, his brother Hazuki Suijutsu. This kid, Hazuki Suijutsu, surveyed his surroundings and spoke without restraint. "The Konoha village is nothing special, not as comfortable as the mist. I don't know why the old man Genji insisted we come here for the Chunin exam." "Suijutsu, that's quite rude." A teammate of Hazuki Suijutsu quickly admonished him. "What's rude about it?" Over Hazuki Suijutsu's shoulder was a large sword nearly as tall as him, the Kubikirabacho of the mist, which had been sent to the mist by Orochimaru. Hazuki Suijutsu had directly taken it into his possession because his talents could indeed make him a high-level combat force among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the village had no objection. Hazuki Suijutsu was clearly very proud to have obtained the Kubikirabacho, feeling as if there was no enemy in the world he could not defeat. If it weren't for the fact that his brother Hazuki Mengetsu was still alive, this kid really might have become completely unruly. "Hey, you people from Konoha!" Hazuki Suijutsu, shouldering the Kubikirabacho, looked around the Konoha village and then at the Konoha ninjas who came to greet them. "Hurry up and start! I want to chop off everyone's heads! Then go challenge that guy named Akihara Kagura." Although the relationship between the Mist and the Konoha was good, how could the Mist ninjas forget the humiliation imposed on them by the Konoha, especially by that guy Akihara Kagura, who almost breached the Mist and openly abducted the 4th Mizukage? "Ah!" The Konoha ninja responsible for greeting the Mist was none other than Hatake Kakashi, who glanced at Hazuki Suijutsu and could only compliment, "Your brother is quite energetic. His brain isn't smart enough." Hazuki Mengetsu glanced at his brother and said softly, "Kids don't understand things, they speak and act recklessly and might be rude." Hatake Kakashi thought for a moment, then warned, "You'd better caution him. It's fine to say these things here, but if others hear it, it could cause unnecessary trouble and might even provoke a war between the 2 villages." Cough, 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 cough. Hazuki Mengetsu coughed several times. "In the world of ninjas, there's no distinction between adults and children," Hatake Kakashi solemnly advised. "Just like when killing, one only considers whether they're a ninja, not how old they are. Just like Akihara Kagura, who never cared about the identity of his victims when killing." Such as at this moment, Yakashi Kabuto frowned, suspecting that something unusual had happened in Konoha. However, the root ninja mentioned helplessly the order given by their superior. "Lord Kagura has arranged for Karin to be your teammate, Kabuto, as this is Karin's first time taking part in the Chunin exams, and she needs someone experienced." Understood. Kabuto acknowledged the arrangement. Originally, Karin wanted to use her own blood to save the life of Yakashi Nano, but the dean refused. Nevertheless, both the dean and Kabuto were fond of Karin, the little girl, and Kabuto harbored no reluctance regarding this matter. Honestly speaking, Karin was like a daughter raised by a group of people. Moreover, Kabuto had long been fed up with the two spies of Orochimaru close to him. "Hey, Kabuto!" Ken Misumi and Akagane Yor, the spies placed by Orochimaru, were shocked and asked, "What's going on? What are you trying to do?" "Please take care of them for me." Kabuto slightly tilted his head, continuing to the Root Ninja, "Better kill them to prevent them from causing any more trouble." A Root Ninja nodded. "Lord Kagura has reviewed your report. During the mission outside, the Genin, Akagane Yor, and Ken Misumi unfortunately died while bravely covering for the medical ninja Kabuto to return to the village. You! Ken Misumi and Akagane Yor glared with a flash of fury. This maneuver. They had never seen anything like it. Although they were still alive, the battle report already declared them dead. A Genin's mission report could naturally be reviewed by Kagura, the Hokage advisor and root leader. It seemed that the follow-up measures were already completed. "I'm leaving first." Kabuto smiled lightly, waved, and returned to the root base. This time, Kabuto had some good news to tell Kagura. Over the years, Kabuto had been devising ways to study the Edo Tensei technique, figuring out how to strengthen control over the reincarnated beings, with only the issue of the sacrificial materials left to resolve. By adding Hashirama cells to the materials used for the Edo Tensei, the control over the reanimated beings can be enhanced, but the stronger the mental energy, the easier it is to control the opponent. The only issue left to resolve is the sacrificial materials. Orochimaru had previously injected Hashirama cells into the sacrificial materials, which could restore the original strength of the reincarnated beings to the greatest extent, although their wills are too strong and they easily break free of control. Also, I've obtained some materials from Orochimaru's collection, which include materials from the first, second, and fourth Hokage, although the fourth Hokage has never been successfully reanimated. These things are not urgent. Kagura was not in a rush about these matters, as after reviving the second Hokage, Tabarama, he also gained a new trait reward. Forbidden Jutsu Master. No technique is an obstacle in front of a master of Forbidden Jutsu, who can easily understand the principles of any jutsu, enhance mastered jutsus, and perfect the research to create stronger techniques, achieving the desired effect of the Forbidden Jutsu Master. The current effects of this trait were not yet apparent, but after learning the Edo Tensei technique, Kagura realized the power of this trait. Edo Tensei utilizes living beings as sacrifices, using the deceased's remains and materials to communicate with the souls in the pure land of the underworld, resurrecting the dead who possess their former strength. The stronger the life force of the living being, the stronger the power of the resurrected being. In addition to these techniques, other techniques mastered by Kagura were also enhanced, such as the basic Great Fireball technique, which could surpass others in power with the chakra of the god of ninja and the trait of the Forbidden Jutsu Master, potentially blocking the water release techniques of an entire team. "Let's go see the dean first." Kagura took out a Chunin exam registration form and handed it to Kabuto, continuing to instruct, "Then you and Karin go submit the Chunin exam registration forms. Don't wait until just before the exam to submit like I did." "I understand." Kabuto could only smile helplessly and nod. The Chunin exam registration site. A group of genin gathered here, waiting to register. When Kagura arrived with Kabuto and Karin, the eternal genin, Kasuke Maruboshi, who had been ridiculed for a long time by other genin for carrying a heavy burden, was there. "Are you really going to take the exam at your age? Old man, you should just remain a genin for life. The Chunin exam can be deadly. Better just go back and not participate. Don't risk your old bones." And one of his legs seems to be disabled. He's also carrying a heavy burden. Who would be so unlucky to be his teammate? Kasuke Maruboshi was indifferent to all this. As someone who has lived through the times of 3 Hokages, Kasuke Maruboshi has been involved in countless battles and wars, witnessing innumerable deaths, and does not care for mere rumors. Just at that moment, Karin and Yakashi Kabuto hurried over, and hearing a group of people mocking Kasuke Maruboshi, Karin stomped on the ground. Boom! A large crack formed in the ground. All the genin participating in the exam were startled by this impact. Such strength! What a joke! Yakashi Kabuto couldn't help but chuckle on the side. Karin watched as each genin shut their mouths before walking over to Kasuke Maruboshi's side. "Sorry for keeping you waiting here. Let's go submit the application form now." This elderly man was kindly chosen by Akihara Kagura as her teammate. Regardless of this elderly man was kindly chosen by Akihara Kagura as her teammate. Regardless of his actual strength, he at least seemed very good at cooking. It wasn't too long. Kasuke Maruboshi shook his head and patted his old back. Do I need to introduce myself? Yakashi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. I'm Yakashi Kabuto, a medical ninja. Perhaps my medical ninjutsu isn't as good as Karin's, but still. Lord Kabuto. Karin immediately interrupted Yakashi Kabuto, somewhat embarrassed. My medical ninjutsu was all taught by you and Dean Nano, two medical ninjas. Kasuke Maruboshi nodded his head, understanding why Akihara Kagura wanted him to lead these two young ones in the exam. He knew better than anyone the role of medical ninjas. Indeed, it was thanks to medical ninjas that many could survive on the battlefield, and the composition of ninja teams changed because of their presence. However, the role of medical ninjas is significant, but their combat power is not strong. Kasuke Maruboshi understood Akihara Kagura's thoughts, planning to lead these two valuable medical ninjas through the exam, but unfortunately he could only take them as far as the third exam, because in previous years, Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi had taken the Chunin exam alone, turning the third exam into a solo battle assessment. I am Kasuke Maruboshi. Kasuke Maruboshi reached out his hand towards Yakashi Kabuto, nodding slowly. Apart from not being good at medical ninjutsu, I know a little bit of everything else. We are just here to accompany you. Yakashi Kabuto chuckled, shaking hands with the elderly man. Because I've taken the Chunin exam many times, I know a bit more. According to Yakashi Kabuto's understanding of Karin, he was there to help Karin with clarifications and procedures, while Kasuke Maruboshi was probably helping with survival in the deadly forest of death. These were the challenges Akihara Kagura faced during her Chunin exams. Kagura truly took great care of Karin, this poor young soul. After greeting Kasuke Maruboshi, Yakashi Kabuto's gaze slowly shifted towards the present candidates, intending to gather some information. His attention was drawn to many genin. Team 7 immediately caught Yakashi Kabuto's eye. To be precise, it was the leader of Team 7, the coolly dressed youngster, walking towards the registration room upstairs with his two teammates. Uchiha Sasuke! Yakashi Kabuto's mouth curled into a light smile, as if remembering something amusing. He, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. And that guy from the Sand Village. Karin saw the siblings Temari and Gaara from the Sand Village. This exam is going to be interesting. Kasuke Maruboshi nodded, his gaze noticing the Mist Village's Hazuki Suijutsu, especially noting the Kubikirabacho he was carrying. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still assigning tasks. The proctor for the first exam was Ibiki Morino from the torture department, the second exam's proctor was Midarashi Enko, and the third exam's proctor was Height Gecko. All of these individuals were special jonin. Akihara Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding his pipe, looked towards Akihara Kagura, assigning him a task. You will serve as the chief examiner. Everyone else will cooperate with your work until the successful conclusion of this Chunin exam. All right. Akihara Kagura nodded his head. System prompt. New task, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ensure the smooth conclusion of the joint Chunin exam. Chief examiner. This is indeed a heavy responsibility. However, Akihara Kagura knows how tedious this task is. A group of jonin are accompanying Akihara Kagura, sitting in the control room, observing the Chunin exam participants, since the first part is merely a written test. Ibiki Morino came to report to Akihara Kagura about the first part of the Chunin exam. There's nothing particularly new about the questions. Aside from testing the student's ability to gather information during the written test, there's an additional question aimed at testing the genin team's cohesion and their resolve. Ibiki Morino stood in front of Akihara Kagura and whispered about the first written test. As long as these genin teams are determined to participate in the Chunin exam and collectively persist to take part in the second round, they will be allowed to pass. That means the last question is the most important. Akihara Kagura sat in the control room, somewhat boredly surveying the participants on the monitors. Even if some participants can't answer a single question, they can still pass the exam, right? Ibiki Morino was silent for a while, then chuckled and shook his head. There has never been such a case in any of the previous Chunin exams. Tusk! Akihara Kagura shook his head and did not continue. He just watched the situation in the preparation room through the monitors and waved his hand. All right, go prepare to start the exam. Yes, Lord Kagura. Ibiki Morino nodded and left. Although Akihara Kagura was much younger in age, his status and strength far surpassed many in Konoha, and he had saved Konoha during the Uchiha clan's Night of Annihilation. No matter how extreme Akihara Kagura's personality was, no one dared to disrespect him. "People are fighting!" Kurenai Yuhai was somewhat surprised as she looked at the situation on the monitor. Sarutobi Asuma watched the display on the monitor and recognized the forehead protector of the assailant. "Is the assailant from the Sound Village? Isn't that village a nomadic one? Did they also send people to participate in the exam? That beaten guy seems to be a genin from the village. Whose subordinate is he?" "It's someone I recommended." Akihara Kagura sat in the main seat, calmly watching the displayed images in the monitor, showing a young lad from the Sound Village inexplicably bursting forth and punching Yakushi Kabuto. Akihara Kagura, holding the back of his head, half reclined and slowly said, "All right, it's just a minor issue, no need to make a fuss here. It's quite normal for these youngsters to have conflicts. After the exam, we'll just annihilate the Sound Village and leave that brawler homeless." The present Jonin looked at Akihara Kagura speechlessly. "Isn't that a bit extreme?" Hade Kakashi rubbed his forehead, one of the present Jonin who had a good relationship with Akihara Kagura, and he tried to smooth things over. "Let's focus on the first part of the exam." Speaking of which, Might Guy recalled how difficult his own first written test was and deeply felt it was torturous. The first part of the exam was super difficult. No one among the present Jonin spoke up to agree. Perhaps the first part of the exam was indeed difficult for them at that time, but that was only because they were young. At their current age, they would perceive it as a mere test and would likely approach a written test with a more relaxed mindset. Probably. Only Might Guy, who took things seriously, still thought it was that difficult. Akihara Kagura casually picked up a pear juice from the table and nodded seriously in agreement. "The session I participated in was tough. Nearly only 2 people passed the first part." Hade Kakashi remembered the first scapegoat he had to bear and rubbed his forehead. "Because of you, that session of the exam became so difficult. And weren't you exempted from taking the exam? Let's watch the exam." Akihara Kagura put down his pear juice and shook his head. "Let's see how many youngsters come up with any new cheating methods." The collective Chunin exam conducted by Konoha, Sand Village, and Mist Village allowed the genin from the 3 great ninja villages to employ various methods, which was quite an eye-opener. "The examiner for the first written test is not quite up to the task, right?" Akihara Kagura looked at Hade Kakashi and took the initiative to speak. "That Uchiha Sasuke is openly cheating with the Sharingan. Hasn't the examiner noticed any issues? Send someone quickly to notify Ibiki Morino." "Is it that serious?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat surprised. Hade Kakashi did not want to speak, but since it involved his own subordinate and knowing the grudge between Akihara Kagura and the Uchiha, he had to speak up. Normally, these actions are within the permitted scope. If the examiners have not detected or objected, it proves that cheating using the Sharingan is allowed. After Hade Kakashi finished speaking, he sighed helplessly and said, "This exam is after Hade Kakashi finished speaking, he sighed helplessly and said, "This exam is actually designed to test cheating. Only the truly clever or the truly foolish would choose to solve the problems on their own. Like Naruto." Akihara Kagura specifically pointed out another one of Hade Kakashi's subordinates. Hade Kakashi helplessly massaged his forehead. His most foolish subordinate was still anxiously fidgeting in the examination room, neither able to solve the problems nor cheat. Fortunately, the last question of the first written test. Uzumaki Naruto persevered through the test with a fearless attitude and passed the most important question of this written test, even luckily passing by submitting a blank paper. Inside the examination room, after the first exam ended, Akihara Kagura stood up and stretched, saying, "The boring results are finally over. Let Ibiki Morino make a report. The first part of the Chunin exam needs to be a bit more interesting in the future. We can't always test these abstract things. It should be more practical." Others thought the first written test was quite good. It could test the genin's ability to gather information and their team cohesion, which seemed quite suitable for the exam, right? The chief examiner for the second stage. Akihara Kagura looked at an old acquaintance inside the examination room. "Enko, I remember people can die in the second stage, right? It's too boring. I want to see blood flow like a river." "I can only try," Mitarashi Enko smiled sweetly. "That's not something you should say out loud." Hade Kakashi looked helplessly at Akihara Kagura and Mitarashi Enko inside the written test classroom, just as the first exam had ended. The chief examiner for the second stage, Mitarashi Enko, jumped in from the window and announced her role for the next stage. When Uzumaki Naruto saw her, the joy on his face was almost irrepressible. "Ah, big sister Anko!" Uzumaki Naruto was very happy that the chief examiner was an old acquaintance. Unfortunately, Mitarashi Anko had no interest in catching up. Instead, she cheerfully spoke cruel words. "Naruto, if you fail the second exam, I'll kill you. Some people want to see blood flow like a river in the next stage." "Hey!" Naruto's smile froze. "All those participating in the second stage, follow me." Mitarashi Anko waved her hand, signaling all those who passed to follow her to the examination site. "There are quite a few who passed this year. Let's eliminate half of them first." This is the rule of the second stage test. Due to the struggle for the Heaven and Earth scrolls in the Forest of Death, at least half are destined to be eliminated, and there was even a case where someone attempted to eliminate everyone. However, this year indeed many participated in the second stage exam. Upon merely a cursory glance, there were at least 20 to 30 squads, with the majority hailing from the Mist Village, Sand Village, and Konoha Village. The remaining participants from Rain Village, Waterfall Village, and Sound Village were also present, and even some from the Grass Village had passed. Furthermore, many of those participating in the second examination possessed exceptional abilities. Even some individuals who shouldn't have been there took part. Akihara Kagura remained seated in the monitoring room, observing the situation before the second examination in the Forest of Death commenced. His gaze was fixed on the monitor displaying a tall man. The second examination. The test was a measure of the examinee's abilities to survive in the wild and combat imminent dangers, apart from their teammates, as the Forest of Death was rife with perilous enemies. In addition to fierce beasts and poisonous insects, there were also potential competitors lurking about. The chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, did not delay much, having all the examinees sign a consent form for the examination before she directly opened the entrance to the Forest of Death, allowing them to enter for the test. Unfortunately, no sooner had Mitarashi Anko allowed the examinees inside than she was informed that a participant from the Mist Village had been murdered, even having their face peeled off. Clearly, someone had exploited this examinee's identity to infiltrate the test site. "I know who it is." Mitarashi Anko could recognize who had used this technique to steal the faces of these examinees as she gently touched a mark on the back of her neck. "Without a doubt, it's him. He has come to Konoha." "Who?" A group of examiners looked around at each other, bewildered. "Orochimaru." Decisively, Mitarashi Anko resolved, "Go report to Kagura, I'll go track down that man." Decisively, Mitarashi Anko resolved, "Go report to Kagura, I'll go track down that man. Have him quickly send someone to take over my duties." "Yes." The group of examiners had no choice but to obey her commands. Inside the Forest of Death, a group of experienced examinees began searching nearby for places to hide or scouted for enemies' hiding spots, with this year's youngest participants undoubtedly becoming targets. This team of Karin, with Kasuke Maruboshi appearing too old, Karin being too young, and Yakashi Kabuto seeming too frail, they immediately became targets for some reckless individuals. "Let's eat first." After entering the Forest of Death, Kasuke Maruboshi began his mission, gathering food from the forest and cooking a pot of fragrant and delicious meals. "Thank you." Yakashi Kabuto took the bowl and chopsticks handed over by Kasuke Maruboshi. "It smells really good." Karin was very grateful for the teammate Lord Kagura had found for her. This participation in the Chunin exam was rather easy for her because Yakashi Kabuto knew the rules of the Chunin exam well, and another teammate, Kasuke Maruboshi, could cook. As for Karin herself, her sensory abilities were sufficient to detect the movements of everyone in the Forest of Death, so there was no worry about being ambushed by enemies. "I'll go handle some minor troubles first." Karin had already sensed an enemy team rushing towards their squad, planning to deal with the enemies first before returning to continue eating. "Let me go." Kasuke Maruboshi gestured for the young girl to continue eating. As a combat ninja, Kasuke Maruboshi never intended to let a medical ninja fight. The rule among ninjas is to not let medical ninjas engage in battle until the very last person is incapacitated. Even the valuable role of medical ninjas makes other enemy nations hesitate to harm them during wars, preferring to take them prisoner instead. Kasuke Maruboshi himself took up a ninja sword and left for a few minutes, returning with a scroll in his hand. Evidently, this elderly man had resolved the conflict in such a short time. Karin was fully aware of the elderly man's combat process, who effortlessly defeated his opponent with just his swordsmanship, showing no signs of being an elderly genin ninja. It is obvious. Kasuke Maruboshi's abilities extend beyond cooking. Compared to Karin's treatment, Team 7 did not fare as well as they encountered the most dangerous individual in the Chunin exam. A character named Orochimaru happened upon them and after a brutal fight left a curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke's neck before letting them go. To others, Uchiha Sasuke may not seem all that exceptional, but Orochimaru could see what set him apart. This child harbors darkness within. Of course, Team 7 is not an exception. Many have emerged in this Chunin exam. Orochimaru, particularly fond of some talented children, found it hard to restrain his desire to select some as potential vessels during this grandiose exam. Orochimaru also set his sights on a young one named Hazuki Suijutsu. While negotiating the plan to collapse the Konoha with the mist, he witnessed Hazuki Suijutsu's adeptness with the hydration technique, realizing it was impossible to abduct the seriously ill Hazuki Mengetsu. Orochimaru planned to kidnap the young Hazuki Suijutsu. However, Orochimaru had not yet managed to get there. Mitarashi Enko finally located him. As Orochimaru's former apprentice, left behind in the Konoha when Orochimaru defected, the more Enko once revered Orochimaru, the greater her hatred now. "Orochimaru, this time you won't escape!" Mitarashi Enko ambushed and stopped the fleeing Orochimaru, grabbing his arm and nailing their palms together with a kunai, gritting her teeth. "Using your hands, let's perish together. It seems you've only caught a clone." Orochimaru's real body slowly emerged from behind Mitarashi Enko, smiling lightly at his former disciple. "Enko, you're too weak to stop me. You should at least bring Akihara Kageura. I've already sent someone to notify him." Mitarashi Enko, gazing firmly at Orochimaru, felt not despair but a renewed will to fight. "As long as I can hold you off, Kageura will be here soon. He's proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. He'll arrive immediately." "But," Orochimaru gently squatted down, looking down at his disciple, speaking softly, "I'm about to leave, Enko. You can't stop me, just like you can't prevent the impending doom of the Konoha. Remember to keep your distance then." As Orochimaru spoke, he drew his kunai and stabbed it into Mitarashi Enko's shoulder, even crushing her bones with one hand, tormenting his former disciple. "Ah!" Mitarashi Enko's screams echoed through the forest of death. Orochimaru slightly lowered his head to look at the mark on Mitarashi Enko's neck. "This time, a lot of people will die. Perhaps I won't even know who will die. Perhaps I won't even know who will die." Although it was Orochimaru who inflicted the wounds, his voice remained tender as if he were saving her. "But you must survive for me." After saying this, Orochimaru watched Mitarashi Enko faint from pain and suddenly vanished from her sight, moving swiftly through the forest like a snake. After Orochimaru left, Akihara Kageura appeared in front of Mitarashi Enko, followed by a group of examiners and jounin. "Take her to the hospital. It looks like she won't be able to move for the next 2 or 3 months. Fortunately, we arrived just in time." An examiner looked at the tragic state of Mitarashi and Karin and felt a pang of emotion. "If we had arrived any later, she would have been killed by Orochimaru. Take her to the hospital." Akihara Kageura shook his head and did not reply further. And Karin's encounter with Orochimaru that left her severely injured was indeed a disaster, but it might have spared her from an even greater one. Who can tell whether this was a blessing or a curse? "What about this exam?" Another examiner looked towards Akihara Kageura. "Should we report to the third Hokage and search the entire village for Orochimaru's whereabouts?" A Jonin looked at Akihara Kageura. "Are you all just talking nonsense?" Akihara Kageura frowned and waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and report to the third Hokage. Orochimaru is looking for his own death by coming here." A group of people looked at each other in silence. "As for this exam," Akihara Kageura flexed his fingers, showing a mild smile. "Let me take over. I'll raise the difficulty level for these kids." "Increase the difficulty?" The group was somewhat astonished by Kageura's remark. "Notify them every hour." While Akihara Kageura was still thinking about how to expedite the exam, an Anbu swiftly came over and relayed an order from the third Hokage. "The Hokage has commanded that if anything happens to Ankarin, Uruka Yumino, the Chunin, should take over as the examiner." Inside the Forest of Death, the candidates were completely unaware that the examiner had been changed. However, regardless of the harsh environment or the number of enemies, the strongest among them ultimately prevailed. From the sand, Gaara, along with Temari and Kankuro, easily killed a team of rain ninja and took the scroll they needed. From the mist, Hazuki Suijutsu wielded his Kubikirabacho and split a team of waterfall ninja in half, seizing their required scroll. For Karin from Karinoha, it was almost like being on vacation. She and Yakashi Kabuto were well protected by Kasuke Maruboshi all along the way. Essentially, this team had no worries about food or enemy attacks wherever they went, with Kasuke Maruboshi's strength enough to easily resolve most threats within the forest. This peaceful journey finally reached its end. Due to years of neglect, the high tower at the endpoint of the Forest of Death collapsed during a test battle and was subsequently rebuilt. As Karin's team approached the tower, they also encountered the fortuitously arriving teams of Suijutsu and Gaara, inevitably leading to some minor conflicts. Konoha ninjas. Holding the Kyubikirabacho, Suijutsu felt like he was playing house in this Chunin exam, charging directly at Karin's team that appeared weak and infirm. Without considering their condition, he attacked immediately. Heh heh heh, die! Is there really a need to fight now? Kasuke Maruboshi unsheathed his ninja blade, effortlessly blocking Suijutsu's attack, and frowned. Since we've all reached the endpoint, there's no need to start unnecessary fights, right? Yeah, Suijutsu. Suijutsu's teammates also tried to persuade him. I don't care. Suijutsu fiercely pressed down his sword, but when he was unable to do anything to his opponent, he suddenly sneered and raised his finger. Water release, water cannon technique. A splash of water, sharp as a bullet, shot from his fingertips. A secret water release. A splash of water, sharp as a bullet, shot from his fingertips. A secret water release technique passed down through the Hazuki clan for generations, powerful enough to pierce through the human body. This is... Kasuke Maruboshi's body was instantly penetrated. Fortunately, this squad had 2 healing ninjas. Yakashi Kabuto, aware of Karin's power, took on the responsibility of a medical ninja, quickly healing Kasuke Maruboshi with palm sage techniques while asking, Karin, can you take him down? I can still fight. Kasuke Maruboshi desperately tried to stand up. Old man, you should rest for now. Yakashi Kabuto pressed his shoulder and whispered softly, Thank you for protecting us all this way, but some paths Karin must walk alone. The 3rd test is a solo fight and you can't help her there. Kasuke Maruboshi could only sigh. The glasses-wearing violent woman. Hazuki Suijutsu picked up his giant Kyubikirabacho again, chuckling as he watched Karin emerge. Do you want to try being killed by me? I'm not that violent. Karin adjusted her glasses. Suddenly, an adamantine sealing chain burst from behind Karin. In an instant, the chain wrapped around Hazuki Suijutsu's body, pulling him close to Karin, who swung her fist at Hazuki Suijutsu. Hazuki Suijutsu's body rolled and flew away. Hazuki Suijutsu felt swelling on his face, somewhat panicked, looking at the chains tied around him and then at the approaching Karin. Wait! Did my water transformation technique fail? Hazuki Suijutsu's personality was quite different from his brother's. He tended to be aggressive when at an advantage and retreating when at a disadvantage. Hey, Chijuro, save me! Hazuki Suijutsu quickly called out to his teammate. Chijuro, teammate of Hazuki Mengetsu, felt helpless. But Chijuro, since childhood, had been entrusted with high hopes by Hazuki Mengetsu's brother, and although not aggressive, he swiftly acted upon seeing Hazuki Suijutsu in trouble. Water release! Mist jutsu! Chijuro quickly released a mist, trying to use the fog to obscure vision and rescue Hazuki Suijutsu, not considering himself a match for Karin. Unfortunately, Karin's sensory abilities were far beyond what the mist jutsu could conceal. Just as Chijuro tried to approach Hazuki Suijutsu, he received a punch and was sent flying back, farther than his other teammate from the village who rushed up. Don't go too far, woman! Hazuki Suijutsu looked fiercely at the approaching Karin. I already know my mistake. Hazuki Suijutsu looked at the approaching Karin, his face growing more panicked. Don't hit the face! Hazuki Suijutsu made his last request. From now on, your face won't matter anymore. Karin grabbed Hazuki Suijutsu's collar, clearly ready to swing her fist and finish him off right there. Water release! Explosive water wave! Chijuro clasped his hands together to form a seal, and from his mouth he expelled a massive surge of water. This seemingly timid little fellow astonishingly managed to perform such a technique, instantly sending Karin into the air. At the same time, Hazuki Suijutsu seized the opportunity to break free from his restraints. A giant water beast suddenly appeared within the wave, with Suijutsu's body concealed in the water, his claws fiercely reaching for Karin. I was wrong, but where did I go wrong? Suijutsu, looking quite smug, even turned back to glance at his teammate. Hey, Chijuro, wouldn't it have been better to use this move earlier? This enormous water beast is also a secret water transformation technique of the Hazuki clan, requiring the advantage of the environment to be executed and definitely needing the cooperation of teammates. However, as long as this technique could be executed, it would completely secure the upper hand. Suijutsu controlled the giant water beast, becoming arrogant once again, laughing and planning to bully with the water beast. Unfortunately, his arrogance did not last long. A series of adamantine sealing chains burst from Karin's back, completely binding the water beast, instantly rendering it immobile. The next second, the water beast dissolved into a puddle of water. Suijutsu was startled, his body also transforming into water and flowing away with the wave, dodging the attack of the adamantine ceiling chains and escaping directly into the high tower. "That violent woman, come and hit me, ha 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 ha!" Suijutsu continued to make faces, laughing, thinking the high tower was a safe zone, forgetting about his teammates still outside and even the rules of the high tower. Karin ignored Suijutsu's provocation, controlling 2 chains to bind 2 ninjas' bodies. Karin ignored Suijutsu's provocation, controlling 2 chains to bind 2 ninjas' bodies, with a kunai also appearing in her hand. 10 seconds later, Suijutsu was quick to bow and apologize. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. There was a problem with my attitude. Please be generous and forgive us." A group of people watched, quite speechlessly. This Suijutsu was like a scoundrel, lacking any semblance of genius, truly disgracing the face of the Mist Village. It was hard to believe how this guy could be brothers with Hazuki Mengetsu. That woman! At that moment, Gaara stepped forward, saving the lives of Suijutsu and 2 ninja. "Last time you had Akihara Kagura's chakra on you. What is your relationship with him? What does that have to do with you?" Karin raised her arm, which bore a curse mark left by Akihara Kagura, wondering if the curse mark's chakra had alerted him. "Want to try?" Karin slowly lowered her arm. She hadn't truly fought using the curse mark's state yet, really wanting to test the strength Akihara Kagura had given her. Gaara furrowed his brow in thought, because the Shukaku within him kept nagging him to start fighting Karin, eager to regain face. "Hit her hard! Gaara, hurry up and hit her! This brat must have a deep connection with Akihara Kagura. Seize this opportunity. Have you forgotten how that bastard bullied us?" After hesitating for a moment, Gaara still couldn't restrain himself and made a move. A mass of sand under his control suddenly transformed into a sand claw, reaching for Karin. "No need for a test, huh?" Karin swung her fist, turning the sand claw into a pile of sand, her eyes through her glasses, faintly exuding determination. "If you want to fight, bring some real strength, like the monster inside you." A cross suddenly bulged on Gaara's forehead. This red-haired youth from the sand village suddenly flipped his palms, sending waves of yellow sand sprawling towards Karin's direction. "Earth release! Earth-style wall!" Karin's arms were marked with a curse seal, flowing like water, allowing her to unleash some highly energy-consuming jutsu with ease. A wall as tall as a city rampart materialized in front of Karin, blocking the vast sand stirred up by Gaara. "Let me handle this!" Shukaku couldn't wait to take over Gaara's body control. It had long negotiated this ability with Gaara, occasionally taking over his body. "Wind release! Air bullet!" The moment Shukaku appeared, it immediately alerted everyone, causing panic. Its belly swelled rapidly, and a wind bullet charged at the earth wall, blasting a large hole through it with a chakra-filled wind ball. "Heh!" As Shukaku was about to mock Gaara for his weak attack, golden chains suddenly burst forth from the hole in the wall. The chains quickly bound Shukaku. Shukaku's body struggled violently, incredulously feeling its chakra being sealed, which suddenly filled its heart with panic. "What the hell is this? Even more troublesome than Lord Shukaku's sealing techniques." "Adamantine sealing chains!" Karin stood at the breach in the wall, swiftly binding Shukaku with the Vajra chains. She leaped into the air towards Shukaku. Karin smashed a punch onto Shukaku's head. The beast's body collapsed to the ground. 5-element seal! Chakra flames suddenly appeared on Karin's fingers, and with a tap on Shukaku's body, a black curse mark appeared on it. "This damn brat!" Shukaku, the massive-tailed beast, vanished in an instant, returning to Gaara's body, even leaving a fleeting curse mark on him. Karin calmly watched Gaara, now bound by the adamantine sealing chains, and coldly said, "Now it won't be so easy for you to use that monster, will it?" Gaara's face flashed with annoyance, sensing a discomfort in the fusion of his and Shukaku's chakra, as if hindered, yet his power was not solely dependent on Shukaku. His gourd quickly turned into sand. This was his true source of power. However, before they could continue fighting, someone immediately appeared to stop them. The presence of Shukaku during the Chunin exam in the Forest of Death could not be ignored by Konoha. After all, Konoha did not wish for another tailed beast disturbance, even though the chances of another tailed beast disturbance in Konoha were extremely low. "The Jinchuriki from the sand came to participate in the Chunin exam. That red-haired kid's strength is too overwhelming, isn't it? He solved the tailed beast so effortlessly." A group of Konoha Jonin were somewhat astonished as they watched Shukaku being swiftly dealt with by Karin on the monitor, yet they were somewhat dazed. Whether it was Gaara or Karin, their strength far exceeded that of a genin, yet they still whether it was Gaara or Karin, their strength far exceeded that of a genin, yet they still came to participate in the Chunin exam. This exam might be comparable to the one involving Akihara Kagura. It's nothing special. Akihara Kagura was still quietly drinking pear juice, responding, "The sand has no more geniuses, only the one-tailed Jinchuriki left to show off. They've lost all their substance. They can't afford to lose face in the exam." "Don't always be so sarcastic." Kakashi sighed helplessly and then inquired, "By the way, any news on Orochimaru's whereabouts?" "He's escaped." Akihara Kagura shook his head, continuing, "But don't worry, nothing will happen as long as I'm here. That guy won't dare to show up." Akihara Kagura only speaks the truth. Wherever Akihara Kagura appears, Orochimaru cannot be present, yet wherever Orochimaru appears, Akihara Kagura can always show up. At the summit of the Hokage Rock, Orochimaru, dressed anew in the attire of a leading jonin from the Sound Village, stood overlooking his homeland with a slight smile and a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "The scenery here is beautiful, isn't it? It is quite nice." Akihara Kagura stood beside Orochimaru, observing the landscape of the Konoha village. "Lord Orochimaru, how does it feel to return to your homeland?" Orochimaru did not respond to Akihara Kagura's question, but wore a forced smile of regret. "It's a pity that we are about to destroy it." "No need to worry." Akihara Kagura waved his hand dismissively. "I can rebuild a new Konoha village by myself, and every family can live in a big house." Orochimaru's smile faintly vanished. "Let's talk business." Akihara Kagura reached out his hand and ran it through his hair, as if troubled by something. "You've caused quite a stir in the Forest of Death. I'm the chief examiner for this Chunin exam. Don't bring me such trouble. It's just something interesting." Orochimaru licked his lips, recalling the young boy he encountered. "Uchiha Sasuke is quite talented, but he needs someone to help bring it out. The comfortable environment of the Konoha is too cushy for him." Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru in surprise. Orochimaru really had an eye for talent, being able to recognize Uchiha Sasuke's potential. Compared horizontally, Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi had activated his Sharingan at 11, and many didn't think Sasuke's talent was anything special. How did Orochimaru see it? This was normal. Orochimaru indeed seemed very adept at teaching children. Many children abandoned by the ninja world flourished under Orochimaru's tutelage, with teenagers becoming jonin under his guidance. "Don't mind Danzo's thoughts." Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and stated his request. "It would be a waste to keep Uchiha Sasuke in the Konoha just to continue the Uchiha bloodline. I really admire that boy's courage." Orochimaru spread his hands, continuing to discuss Sasuke. "Even Uchiha Itachi couldn't compare to his brother in this regard. There are many strong and excellent ninjas in the ninja world, but not all excellent ninjas have the courage to swing their blades at stronger opponents." Akihara Kagura sighed. At this moment, Akihara Kagura had to admire Orochimaru's insight. As Orochimaru said, many strong people in the ninja world think they can defeat their enemies, which is why they dare to fight them. Truly challenging the strong is always a rarity. "I understand." Akihara Kagura nodded, indicating his understanding, and cautioned Orochimaru, "Be careful these days. I heard that teacher Jiraiya is coming back soon." "Jiraiya, huh?" Orochimaru smiled faintly, unconcerned. "That's the trouble you'll face, huh? Maybe someone wants Jiraiya to compete with you for the position of Hokage." "But Jiraiya won't be competing with you for the position of Hokage." Orochimaru knew his friend well, shaking his head as he spoke. "He doesn't care much for the power of the Hokage, nor does he have the same deep feelings for the Konoha as others. He's just an idiot who thinks he has a broad mind and cares about the future of the others. He's just an idiot who thinks he has a broad mind and cares about the future of the entire ninja world." Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru oddly. The thoughts of the ninjas in the ninja world were always somewhat peculiar, always wanting to sever ties with their past lives by killing their own teachers, proving that they have embarked on a new path. Perhaps Orochimaru was worried that his disciple would go after Jiraiya, which is why he spoke up for him here. "I won't make a move against teacher Jiraiya." Akihara Kagura shook his head, looking towards Orochimaru. "It's rather Lord Orochimaru who should be careful not to end up like the fool Mitarashi Anko, who tried to kill his own teacher and got outwitted instead. There won't be any accidents." Orochimaru laughed dismissively. He believed no one knew the secret he left on Mitarashi Anko, abandoned in Konoha, which held the means for his eventual revival. "I came to see you because there's something I wanted to ask." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, speaking softly. "Kagura, I had placed 2 spies in Konoha, and mysteriously they were killed." "Oh, that matter!" Akihara Kagura recalled the spies and nodded. I happen to know about this because I had them killed. Akihara Kagura continued, without looking at Orochimaru's expression, knowing well how displeased his ally and superior must be. Those two were leading Yakashi Kabuto astray. Now that they're gone, Kabuto has started obeying me again. Orochimaru's expression finally eased. Knowing that Kagura had killed his own men to intimidate Yakashi Kabuto made Orochimaru no longer mind, as he understood the relationship between Yakashi Kabuto and Akihara Kagura. I still have to oversee the Chunin exams. Akihara Kagura looked back at Orochimaru. Have your men behave themselves in the Chunin exams. Don't make mistakes that force my hand, as I won't be able to protect them. Those kids are expendable. Orochimaru didn't care about the ninjas from Sound Village coming to participate in the Chunin exams, chuckling, You can deal with them as you please, even kill them. They have no hope of advancing anyway. I understand. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and laughed. After this Chunin exam, I'll destroy Sound Village and leave them homeless. You really understand these kids around me? Orochimaru, familiar with his subordinates, knew they were reluctant to leave his side, shaking his head. Letting them go from me would be even more cruel than killing them. Not everyone can leave me like you, Kagura. As for destroying Sound Village, Orochimaru didn't care much, given its precarious state under constant threat from the Akatsuki. During the days by your side, Akihara Kagura reminisced about his time with Orochimaru, sighing, It was like a sugar pill wrapped with poison. Those kids have suffered too much, always thinking there's only one sugar pill in life, forever licking its sweet coating. But I've tasted other candies from a young age. I don't just lick them, I prefer to chew, and I accidentally bit through your sugar pill once, revealing the poison inside. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, understanding Kagura's metaphor. Having stayed at the Konoha orphanage, Akihara Kagura received much love, so he didn't care about so-called warmth, instead focusing more on the dangers he encountered. Orochimaru seemed to casually inquire, Kagura, you've wanted to stop being my vessel for a long time, haven't you? To ensure our sincere cooperation, perhaps there's something I should tell you. Akihara Kagura turned to Orochimaru, speaking softly. Actually, I've always been the one urging you to experiment with Hashirama cell transplants on me, since I was meant to be your test subject anyway. On the day our experiment succeeded, I never lost my sanity. When I tried to ambush and kill you, you escaped. We were too far apart and there was no suitable opportunity, so I had to pretend to have lost my sanity. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. That time, did Akihara Kagura really want to kill him then? Akihara Kagura had never truly been loyal to him, and even at that young age, he had rationally sought to escape the fate of being an experimental subject. It must be said, Akihara Kagura's endurance is quite formidable. No other child in the ninja world could likely have broken free at that time, yet Akihara Kagura had long planned how to do so, even betting his life on breaking free from the moment he underwent the reanimation. I underestimated you. Orochimaru clenched his fist, his voice turning slightly sinister and hoarse. I always thought you were smart enough, but I underestimated your cunning. Had you been planning to escape your fate since then? Yes. Akihara Kagura looked up at the sky, where a few raindrops fell from the overcast sky. That time, I hoped Lord Orochimaru would help me with the Hashirama cell transplant, because you had just performed a living corpse reincarnation. Even if the human experiment on me succeeded, you would still need to give me 3 years to grow. I knew Lord Orochimaru wouldn't want to kill a successful experiment. I knew Lord Orochimaru wouldn't want to kill a successful experiment. You'd want me to acquire more knowledge, gain more power, before transferring to my body after the cooldown period of the living corpse reincarnation. Unfortunately, there's nowhere else in the ninja world to learn wood release techniques. Akihara Kagura looked at the raindrops falling on the leaves, whispering, Only the Konoha, which once had ninjas capable of wood release, would have this opportunity. I knew Lord Orochimaru had spies planted in the Konoha, but I never expected that Lord Orochimaru would deliver me into the hands of Lord Danzo. How splendid! Orochimaru couldn't help but smile and clap his hands, the anger in his eyes disappearing, replaced by a look of appreciation. I never imagined that a child who had been by my side for so long could hide something more terrifying than I had imagined. I thought all abandoned children would need warmth. You see all children as your tools. Kagura pierced through Orochimaru's lies, quietly retorting, Abandoned children need warmth, not the tepid water used for boiling frogs. Orochimaru shook his head, still not believing he was wrong. To have lukewarm water that comforts them for a while is already their fortune. If it weren't for me adopting them, they would have died in some unknown corner long ago. I am thankful for that. Kagura looked at Orochimaru, a sincere look in his eyes. That's why I've always wanted to maintain our relationship, even helping you search for a vessel. Of course, Kagura broke through his own sincerity, offhandedly saying, most importantly, I have never been fully confident in killing you, and I still find your abilities useful. Killing you would be a loss. So, Lord Orochimaru, do not fall into useless weakness. Kagura's gaze once again filled with sincerity. If you become weak, you can no longer stand by my side like now. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, then relaxed into a smile. I won't disappoint you, Kagura, but you'd better not fall behind either. I understand. Kagura interrupted Orochimaru, fully aware of his meaning. I won't disappoint you, Lord Orochimaru. From today onwards, I hope we can truly cooperate sincerely. Please don't covet my body anymore. It makes me troubled, always having to think about how to kill you. Don't worry. Orochimaru nodded, but habitually licked his lips. Even if I covet your body, Kagura, I must fully grasp your weaknesses first, right? That would be best. I also hope, Kagura, that you won't always think about damaging my interests, killing my subordinates without any reason. It was just to warn Kabuto, but I didn't expect my subordinates to be too extreme, directly killing Lord Orochimaru's subordinates. Just as Kagura was shifting the blame to his own subordinates, a figure from the root appeared beside him, the intermingling of his own superiors and Orochimaru no longer surprising to them. Lord Kagura! This root member stood by Kagura's side, whispering, the substitute proctor for the second exam, Yumino Uruka, is looking for you. It seems a candidate has encountered a problem. I know, Kagura nodded, continuing, regardless of who has a problem, let's wait until the Forest of Death exam is over. That candidate is Uchiha Sasuke. The root member glanced at Orochimaru, continuing, it seems Lord Orochimaru tampered with Uchiha Sasuke's body, leaving him unable to move. Proctor Yumino Uruka is worried about his student and wants to request Lord Kagura to consider letting Team 7 withdraw. Don't worry. When Orochimaru heard this, he responded with a smile, that child Sasuke is fine. I just gave the little guy a little interesting gift. As long as he passes my test, he will gain greater power. The Cursed Seal. Kagura was not very impressed with the power of the Cursed Seal, but gave Orochimaru the benefit of the doubt. Well, since Lord Orochimaru says there's no problem with Sasuke, there's no need to worry. Tell Yumino Uruka that any situation must wait until the second round is over. Kagura then looked at Orochimaru again. Consider this a favor you owe me, Lord Orochimaru. Lend me your summoning creature, Manda. I want to ask Manda for a favor. Manda? Orochimaru recalled his summoning creature, nodding nonchalantly. Manda is very evil. If you want its help, you'll need some kind of offering. No problem. Kagura was unconcerned about the offering, because Kagura wanted Manda's help mainly to use Manda as a sacrifice for the Edo Tensei, to test how much power a summoning creature like Manda could unleash for a resurrected ninja. This world is fair. If one desires something, one must first give something in return. For instance, if a myriad of snakes demands a sacrifice in the future, then it must first offer itself as a sacrifice. For example, if someone voluntarily assists others, then it is only right that the kind-hearted individual receives reciprocation. This is the principle of fairness that Akihara Kagura abides by. The second phase of the Chunin exam has concluded as scheduled. All 9 newcomers from Konoha miraculously passed, and Class 3, which participated in the Chunin exam for the first time in the previous session, also passed the second phase. These young ones had barely any time to celebrate their success in the Forest of Death before they were required to partake in a preliminary match due to the excessive number of participants, ahead of the official third phase. As the chief examiner, Akihara Kagura had no choice but to head to the preliminary match arena to oversee the smooth conduct of the third phase. At the preliminary match arena, Akihara Kagura, looking down at the dense crowd below, felt that there were still too many participants in this third phase, making the preliminaries a bit more troublesome. Everyone present also watched Akihara Kagura, the young authority figure. Whether they were genin participants or leading jonin from other villages, most were aware of Akihara Kagura's reputation. So many people. Akihara Kagura, the host, did not shy away from expressing his dissatisfaction with the results of the Forest of Death test, frowning and saying, I'm considering randomly selecting half of them to be killed off, which would also save some time. The genin present were all startled. Kagura! Hade Kakashi's forehead twitched. The group of guiding jonin standing behind Akihara Kagura were also shocked. Well then, Akihara Kagura spread his hands casually instructing. There were too many passers from the second phase of the Forest of Death test. Have the examiner, Yumino Uruka, who took over hosting the test, go back and write a self-critical report to submit to the Hawkage building. These kids have all participated in the exam, so we shouldn't be concerned about deaths. Yes, a member of the Anbu responded reluctantly with a bow. All right. Akihara Kagura looked towards a sickly man in the arena, somewhat displeased, and frowned. Take this person to the hospital and bring a healthy Jonin over. Cough, 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 I'm fine. The main examiner for the third phase, Hey Gecko, coughed as he responded to Akihara Kagura's words, trying to prove he was in good health but instead confirming he really was ill. Someone! Akihara Kagura glanced at an Anbu member obeying orders, pointing to a purple-haired woman wearing a mask. Take this guy to the hospital. Let him stay there for 2 months. It's really tarnishing the image of Konoha. The masked Anbu member, Yuzuki Yugo, secretly clenched her teeth. The main examiner for the third phase, Hey Gecko, happened to be her boyfriend, and before he could even host the exam, he was already disliked by Akihara Kagura. Her boyfriend, Hey Gecko, was quite handsome, just a bit sickly, yet how could that tarnish Konoha's image? But then again, Yuzuki Yugo had no choice but to follow her superior's orders. Let's go, Hate! Yuzuki Yugo reluctantly stood up, supporting her boyfriend towards the hospital. Let's get you checked out first. Cough, 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 it's just an old issue I can manage. Let's go! Yuzuki Yugo led her boyfriend away. Akihara Kagura casually pointed to his own examiner from the Chunin exam. Shiranui Akihara Kagura casually pointed to his own examiner from the Chunin exam, Shiranui Genma, indicating him to host the preliminary match before the third phase, which was routine for him. Genma, you take over. Yes. Shiranui Genma, holding a senbon in his mouth, stepped forward and asked, before we start the preliminary match, does anyone want to drop out? After all, solo combat can be very dangerous, and the final trial is a fight for your life. We don't need to deceive them with that. Akihara Kagura interrupted Shiranui Genma, indifferently saying, when I participated in the Chunin exam, I almost killed Uchiha Itachi, and wasn't there someone who stopped it? This was a different situation. Shiranui Genma felt this was indeed a tough job, but could only reluctantly continue. All right, as usual, I still have to ask, does anyone want to drop out of the exam? I'll drop out. Kasuke Maruboshi voluntarily proposed to withdraw. He wasn't really aiming for promotion, but rather was accompanying Karin and Yakashi Kabuto in the exam. Before withdrawing, the elderly man encouraged his teammates. Good luck, you can definitely pass with your abilities. I'll drop out as well. Kabuto actively raised his palm. At that moment, 2 members quickly left Karin's squad. All the genin present couldn't help but turn their gaze towards her, seemingly curious if this violent, bespectacled girl would also withdraw. However, Karin remained standing in her spot, apparently having anticipated her teammates' withdrawal. These 2 were originally there to escort her. She would have to fight alone in the third round. Without a doubt, Karin must now rely on her own strength. Let the drawing begin! Shiranui Genma wasted no time. Seeing that no one else withdrew, he quickly arranged the drawing ceremony and 2 names appeared on the device. Karin vs Hazuki Suijutsu. The expressions of the 2 mentioned immediately brightened. Hazuki Suijutsu looked towards Karin somewhat anxiously. He saw a flash of light on her glasses, seeming quite satisfied with the draw. This isn't going to get beaten up again. During the examination in the Forest of Death, Hazuki Suijutsu offended Karin and was severely beaten by her, with his entire squad proving no match for her. If it's just him alone now, I forfeit. Hazuki Suijutsu wisely raised his hand. A crowd of genin curiously looked at Hazuki Suijutsu. Apart from Gaara's team of 3, everyone felt that Hazuki Suijutsu was rather cowardly. Chijuro, seeing Hazuki Suijutsu forfeit so quickly, hurriedly tried to persuade him. Suijutsu, don't be so quick to back down, it's just death at worst. Chijuro, Hazuki Suijutsu complained discontentedly. Don't talk about it so lightly, you're not the one dying. I'm no match for that violent woman anyway. In the spectators' corridor, Akihara Kagura frowned at this scene and asked in a deep voice, can't we arrange the ninja from Mist and Sand together? If their ninja dies here, it could be used to stir up relations between the 2 villages. A group of Jonin cast strange looks at Akihara Kagura. Lord Kagura, the leading Jounin from Sand, Maki, asked awkwardly, trying to ensure fairness in the Chunin exam. Shouldn't the Chunin exam still ensure basic fairness? And, cough, cough, the leading Jounin from Mist, Hazuki Mengetsu, coughed and said softly, shouldn't such things be discussed quietly, at least not within our hearing range? The Chunin exam in Konoha is really unreliable. Fortunately, it won't be long before their 2 villages will go to war with Konoha, and they won't need to send their ninja to such a shabby place for the Chunin exam anymore. However, at least this preliminary match was still fair. The second match quickly began, with Uchiha Sasuke facing an unknown mist ninja. Despite the curse mark given by Orochimaru troubling Uchiha Sasuke, he stubbornly achieved victory. Unfortunately, his curse mark acted up, and Hade Kakashi had to find a way to help his subordinate solve the problem. The third match, a sound ninja, Saken, faced Yamanaka Ino, with Yamanaka Ino winning. The fourth match, Kankuro faced Chijuro. Kankuro, the puppet master from Sand, was obviously harsher, but Chijuro's character was somewhat gentle. However, his stronger water release jutsu easily defeated Kankuro, preventing Mist from being utterly disgraced. The fifth match, Haruno Sakura faced Yamanaka Ino. The two Kunoichi from Konoha fought a fierce battle, ultimately both collapsing from exhaustion, leading to both being disqualified. The sixth match, Temari faced Tenten. This female ninja duel was clearly more attractive than the previous one. Tenten's ninja tools ultimately could not stand up to Temari's wind-release jutsu, which blew her high into the air, causing her to spit blood and almost fall from a great height. Obviously, once she fell, she would be seriously injured, even possibly breaking bones. Temari watched the falling girl with a mocking smile, raised her fan, and quietly waited for Tenten to land on it, preparing to thoroughly humiliate a Konoha ninja. However, a vine suddenly shot out from the ground, catching Tenten directly, marking the first time Akihara Kagura intervened, never having taken action before, drawing curious glances from everyone. "Thank you, Lord Kagura!" Might Guy's face showed gratitude. Karin, standing beside Akihara Kagura, curiously sized up Akihara Kagura and also looked down curiously at the severely injured Tent. "Lord Kagura, do you need me to treat her?" "M.H.M." Akihara Kagura nonchalantly waved his hand, setting Tent on the ground, and coldly stated, "Let's add a rule on the fly. Inside Konoha, it's not allowed to trample on opponents. Such things can only be done by me." "You're really quite domineering, aren't you?" Many in the audience silently cursed. Initially, the leading jounin from Sand, Maki, was somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to reason with Akihara Kagura, but this guy seemed completely unreasonable. "Thank you." As the direct beneficiary, Tenten struggled to open her eyes and express her gratitude. She had never imagined that the Hokage's assistant, known for his extreme personality, would choose to save her. Akihara Kagura glanced at Tenten without saying much. "Have you finally decided to save someone again?" Hade Kakashi had just alleviated Uchiha Sasuke's curse mark issue and stepped out to watch the exams when he witnessed this scene. "Nothing strange about that, right? Maybe this little guy has forgotten himself." Akihara glanced at Hade Kakashi, then at the drowsy Tent, not hiding his own past. 7 years ago, after I completed the Chunin exam, I was transferred to the Anbu by the third Hokage. Danzo banished me from the route. On the first night I was homeless and slept in the park. A little girl with a bun passed by and went home to get me a blanket. "Good deeds do get rewarded," Kakashi nodded in realization. As they were speaking, the 7th exam began. Nara Shikamaru from Konoha and a ninja from the Sound Village fought, with Shikamaru, who usually lacked motivation, emerging victorious. The 8th exam. The two worst-performing students from the Ninja Academy, Inuzuka Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto, engaged in a clumsy fight, with Kiba unfortunately losing. The 9th exam. Hyuga Neji faced off against Hyuga Hinata, the son of the Hyuga branch family, against the daughter of the main family. It was an exam that seemed like revenge, as Neji's father had died in place of Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, and Neji always remembered this hatred and the disgrace the main family imposed on the branch family. Even though he was from the branch family, Neji was still a genius, surpassing Hinata, easily defeating her and wanting to kill the white-eyed girl right there when other Jonin intervened to stop him. "Are all the Jonin here to stop me?" Neji, full of hatred and still focused on his grudge, said, "Is this the special treatment for the main family?" "It's not any special treatment." Kakashi, realizing the boy was confused, spoke up. "Have you forgotten the temporary rule added by the Hokage's assistant? Apart from him, no one in the village is allowed to torment or kill their opponent. You were about to break that rule." "Enough." Akihara Kagura frowned and cut off Kakashi's words, casually continuing, "Neji, if you have complaints against the main family, you can find me at Root." And Akihara Kagura leaned on the railing, looking down at Neji, who still harbored some hatred. "This little girl named Hinata didn't do anything wrong. You should seek revenge against those who really did wrong. I've heard about your father's situation." Akihara Kagura's words shocked everyone present. "If you want revenge, you could kill the main family's elders, her father, or even the higher-ups officials who ordered your father's suicide, or even destroy the Cloud Village." "Kagura!" Kakashi rolled his eyes, feeling Akihara Kagura's words were becoming more outrageous. Be a bit more sensible. Anyway, Akihara Kagura interrupted his guidance to Neji, disinterestedly continuing. If the world is wrong, then fight hard to change it. Why bother making a fuss here and trouble this little girl named Hinata? I heard this little girl isn't very talented. She probably doesn't hold much status in the main family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned her to the newly promoted Jonin, Kurenai. Kurenai's forehead twitched. Hinata, already distressed that her cousin wanted to kill her, felt even worse after hearing Akihara Kagura's words. Really now? Kakashi's forehead twitched, feeling if Akihara Kagura wasn't strong, he might not live long. You've just insulted 3 people in one breath. The exam continues. Akihara Kagura waved his hand, indifferent, continuing. I'll pay attention to the Hyuga. Akihara Kagura waved his hand, indifferent, continuing. I'll pay attention to the Hyuga family matters. Don't disrupt others' exams here. I want to see a bloodbath between 2 people, not you swinging your powerless fists and bullying the weak. Maybe that's because you are weak yourself, so you don't have the courage to defy fate, only bullying those weaker than you. Neji weakly lowered his fists. Neji is a genius. Neji's teammate Rock Lee quickly stood up to clarify for his teammate. Neji is a true genius. Don't insult Neji. That bushy-browed kid, what's his name? Doesn't matter, you're disqualified. Akihara Kagura frowned, his words causing Might Guy to immediately step forward to plead. Lord Kagura, Lee didn't mean it. Let the kid prove himself. This is his. John and Might Guy. Akihara coldly glanced at Might Guy, continuing. Say one more word, and I might decide here to ban Lee from taking the Chunin exam for life. I am the chief examiner of this exam. Akihara coldly surveyed everyone present, not caring whether his actions or words were convincing to others. What I say goes. When Akihara Kagura began to speak, those present dared not express their anger, forced to obediently listen. Rock Lee pouted pitifully, his eyes brimming with tears, hardly daring to cry out loud for fear of being banned from competing for life. Might Guy turned and hugged Rock Lee, the 2 of them silently shedding tears together, wary of saying anything that might affect Rock Lee's future. The sight of the 2 grown men crying together was somewhat unseemly. As Kagura's friend, Hadake Kakashi could only carefully approach, and seeing his friend and his student in tears, he couldn't help but want to plead. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Let the kid compete. I know he's worked hard and he's strong, he just never had a chance. Before the start of the Chunin exams, Rock Lee had fought with Hadake Kakashi's student, Uchiha Sasuke, and had perfectly countered the so-called genius Uchiha Sasuke. Hadake Kakashi knew that Rock Lee, like his friend, was a diligent child and did not want his efforts to go to waste, even planning to help him appeal. However, Akihara Kagura was unappreciative. First, he is questioning my words. Kagura glanced at Rock Lee and said, Second, relying on my strength, I live in constant fear, never daring to call myself a genius. This kid is recklessly shouting that Hyuga Neji is a genius, as if afraid his teammates won't be remembered and get assassinated by people from the Mist and Sand villages. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Although he had never seen Kagura live in fear, at this moment, he felt Kagura's twisted logic had some validity. We are allies, aren't we? The leading Jonin of the Sand Village quickly waved his hand to indicate that the Sand Village had no intention of targeting Konoha's genius ninja. The people from the Sand Village and the Mist Village truly enjoyed the spectacle, also witnessing Kagura's wanton tyranny and lawlessness in Konoha. Kagura's strength was overwhelming, and even if Konoha let him become the Hokage, the village would sooner or later fall apart. Striking the weak is my mistake. Hyuga Neji, looking at his weeping teacher and friend, decided to yield to Kagura. Lord Kagura, Lee was only speaking for me. This should not affect him. Don't play this deep friendship act in front of me. Kagura looked at Rock Lee and Might Guy, still crying, and continued, You are ninjas, not children. You should understand that saying the wrong things and making mistakes come with consequences. This is also a lesson for him. Hyuga Neji helplessly lowered his head. It's not Brother Neji's fault. Hyuga Hinata coughed up a bit of blood, still trying to argue for Neji. It's all because of the drama within the Hyuga clan. Kagura glanced at Hinata, then at Neji, who seemed somewhat resigned, and coldly said, From today onwards, if the Hyuga clan causes any strife here between the main and branch families, no matter if it's the branch or the main family, I will cleanly remove all those with Byakugan to prevent you from affecting Konoha's image. Kagura, calm down. Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward to persuade. The Hyuga clan is one of Konoha's noble ninja clans, and their Byakugan alone is Konoha's strongest reconnaissance force. Such words should not be carelessly spoken. Don't worry, I'm not a murderous person. After saying this, Kagura turned his gaze to a member of the ANBU. Go inform the head of the Hyuga main family, Hyuga Hayashi, that it is my order to keep quiet until the Chunin exam is over. After the exams, I will visit him." "Yes!" The ANBU agent could only reluctantly convey the order. Kakashi remained silent, probably aware that Kagura intended to use force to compel Hyuga Hayashi to resolve the internal strife of the noble family, but such familial issues within Konoha's noble clans were not so easily resolved. Several ANBU sensed something was amiss and hurriedly went to notify the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fearing a major problem. However, Kagura seemed unconcerned about any trouble, merely looking down at all the bewildered people present, announcing that the preliminary round would continue. "The exam continues." There were still 3 examinees left who had not fought, obviously leaving one to be exempt, but it was unclear whose luck it would be. On the lottery screen on the exam field, the names of Akimichi Choji and Dasu appeared, with Akimichi Choji not being a match for Dasu and regretfully defeated. Unexpectedly, the one who ended up exempt was the lucky Gaara, who perhaps did not need such luck. "Are there still so many left?" Kagura looked around at those who had passed the preliminaries, frowned, and said, "Well, let it be. The main event, the third exam, will be held in a month, because leaders and nobles from other villages will come to observe your competition. This month you should train well. When the time comes, you better perform impressively, not disgrace your respective villages, and avoid causing trouble within the village. Otherwise, I might revoke your qualifications to participate in the third exam, or if I find what you do displeasing, I might just kill someone." These words left the genin who had passed the preliminaries trembling as they watched Kagura. "Dismissed." After Kagura finished speaking, he waved his hand to dismiss the group, leaving only Karin to follow him. The third classes Might Guy and Rock Lee were still sobbing, and the recovered Tenten could only comfort them with a headache. All right, the Chunin exam happens twice a year. Since only Neji passed the preliminaries in our class and I didn't pass either, Lee, join me next time." "Okay," Rock Lee tearfully nodded. Although he was inexplicably eliminated, unable to prove his strength, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Next time he could still join his teammate Tenten in the exam. Neji stood by silently. The situation with the 8th class was noticeably strange. Aburame Shino was missing, Inuzuka Kiba was still arguing with Uzumaki Naruto, and Kurenai was still tending to the injured Hinata. As for the 10th class, only Nara Shikamaru had passed the exam. However, the atmosphere in the exam venue was not quite right. Sarutobi Asuma wisely took his student away, planning to start special training for Shikamaru. The people from the other villages soon left as well. Just as Kagura was about to leave the venue with Karin, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, came to the venue, wanting to meet Kagura. This head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, had heard about the cause of the conflict involving Neji and Hinata in the Chunin exam, which displeased Kagura, and immediately took a letter from his home and rushed over. "It seems you've heard about it." Kagura casually sat on a railing, looking at the approaching Hyuga Hayashi. "I was planning to visit after the Chunin exam was over, but since you're here, I'll ask just one question. When will the drama between the main and branch families stop? I came here to explain to Lord Kagura." Hyuga Hayashi looked at Kagura, his voice grave as he began to explain. "The separation between the main and branch families and the carving of the caged bird seal on the foreheads of the branch family is a method passed down through the Hyuga clan for 1,000 years. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, continuing in a low voice. "If we stop carving the caged bird, clan members could have their Byakugan stolen, and unlike the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which causes significant complications for transplant recipients, the Byakugan does not. In all seriousness, the system of the Hyuga main and branch families is also beneficial to Konoha, as those from the Hyuga clan who go on missions are mostly from the branch family. These members of the Hyuga branch family have the caged bird seal carved by the main family on their foreheads, thus no longer having to worry about their Byakugan being stolen. If not for this system, the Hyuga clan would have lost countless Byakugan in wars, and those villages that obtained the Byakugan would create numerous problems using its Kekkei Genkai, especially since there are no significant side effects from transplanting Byakugan. Strictly speaking, anyone can transplant a Byakugan. A protective measure, then treat everyone equally from now on." Kagura looked at Hyuga Hayashi, continuing softly. "Since it's a method to protect the Byakugan, you might as well add the caged bird to yourself in the future." Hyuga Hayashi became somewhat conflicted. This matter, although beneficial for easing the conflict between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, comes at the cost of sacrificing the main family's pride. The main family has always prided itself on its noble status. If a slave-like caged birdmark were to be carved on their foreheads, wouldn't that appear somewhat? Kagura, who came from the Konoha orphanage and was not very familiar with the distinction between nobles and commoners, might not fully understand. The Hyuga main family is a genuine noble family, while the branch family serves as the main family's protector. This is an issue of internal status within their family, not something that can be changed with a few words. The Hyuga clan has been passed down for 1,000 years. Hyuga Hayashi's brows furrowed into a frown, not willing to act according to Kagura's method. Once the main family also carves the caged bird, it will diminish the authority of the main family. The main family has the duty of passing down the Byakugan, while the branch family has the duty of protecting the main family to ensure the lineage. Wait a moment. Kagura signaled Hyuga Hayashi to pause, explaining according to his words. Kagura signaled Hyuga Hayashi to pause, explaining according to his words. Am I to understand that the Hyuga main family wants to use the caged bird to control the branch family, thus concentrating the authority of the main family and ensuring the branch family's eternal loyalty? Kagura pondered for a moment, curiously asking, "This sounds a bit like the Uchiha. Does the Hyuga main family want to concentrate the clan's power, possibly to oppose the village's higher-ups, resisting their commands?" Hyuga Hayashi's brow tightened. Such things are known to all but must not be spoken aloud. Although the Hyuga main family indeed controls the life and death of all branch members and could use this to oppose Konoha's higher-ups, this kind of opposition is a gamble, not something to be openly discussed. Hyuga Hayashi realized his mistake, feeling he should not have sought out Kagura but rather should have gone to make peace with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still a proper politician. But Kagura, a genius with wood-release ninjutsu, clearly destined to be Konoha's future Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi still wanted to meet him, only to find this person directly stating his position. However, as if grasping Hyuga Hayashi's thoughts, Kagura questioned, "Or are you saying the Hyuga clan is concentrating its power, planning a coup like the Uchiha clan?" Hyuga Hayashi shook his head, hoping to clarify the relationship between Konoha and the Hyuga clan. "The Hyuga clan has never thought of opposing the village's higher-ups, nor have we ever disobeyed their commands. The Hyuga clan is also one of Konoha's protectors. The Hyuga clan is not mad like the Uchiha. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's strength is far inferior to the Uchiha's. Where would they get the courage to oppose Konoha's higher-ups, even forcing their clan head to commit suicide? You don't want to oppose the higher-ups' commands, nor have you thought about rebellion, you also thought about protecting the village." Kagura looked at Hyuga Hayashi, seemingly not quite understanding. "Then why gather power, worried about encountering an unbeatable enemy? There's no need for that, the village will protect you." Hyuga Hayashi remained silent, unable to speak. This future Hokage shouldn't speak so naively. Konoha is the Hyuga clan's harbor, but also the greatest danger to the Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan cannot gather its strength and Konoha deliberately traps the Hyuga clan in a war, leading them to their deaths, what can the Hyuga clan do? If you won't remove the caged bird from the branch family, nor are you willing to carve it on the main family's forehead. Kagura looked at Hyuga Hayashi, sighing, "The conflict between your clan's main and branch families has reached this stage, even causing today's conflict that made outsiders laugh at us. What exactly does the Hyuga clan intend to do? This matter started because of Neji." Hyuga Hayashi sighed deeply, shaking his head and continuing, "I want to see Neji first, to talk to him alone." Hyuga Hayashi held a letter in his hand. The letter was left by his brother, Hyuga Hisashi, stating that Hisashi had voluntarily died for his brother, not because of some so-called main family command. "Now it's not about Neji." Kagura spread his hands, continuing, "Now we need to discuss the issue of the Hyuga main family not accepting my proposal, forever wanting to control the lives of all Hyuga clan members, gathering the entire clan's power, possibly planning a rebellion." Hyuga Hayashi felt a headache coming on. He had come voluntarily to resolve the issue, and not only was the problem not solved, but he was also accused of a serious allegation. "The Hyuga clan has no intention of causing any conflict with the village," he stated earnestly. "If the village's higher-ups believe that the system of the Hyuga clan poses a danger to the village, the Hyuga clan is open to reform. However, the reform proposals suggested by Lord Kagura are too radical for the Hyuga clan at this time." Hyuga Hayashi earnestly articulated his point of view. Akihara Kagura has been continuously trying to impose labels on them, seemingly hoping that this nominal pressure would induce changes within the Hyuga clan, but Hyuga Hayashi could not agree with his premature ideas. "I will go and visit Lord Hokage." Hyuga Hayashi bowed respectfully as he parted ways with Akihara Kagura, maintaining his polite demeanor. The head of the Hyuga clan realized that he could no longer converse effectively with Kagura. Nevertheless, Hyuga Hayashi still believed that through the influence of the third Hokage, he could persuade Kagura to abandon his push for reforms within the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi's thoughts were akin to those of a desperate man, clamoring to meet with the highest authority, hoping that such an interaction could change his unfavorable circumstances. "Please feel free," Kagura bid farewell to Hyuga Hayashi, spreading his palms in a very negotiable manner. "I hope the next time it won't be you who wants to meet me." Hyuga Hayashi turned and left without looking back. "Lord Kagura." Karin looked at the retreating figure of Hyuga Hayashi, furrowing her brow. "This clan head possesses the Byakugan, which can see through all enemies within a kilometer. Why can't he foresee the future of this world? Perhaps the beauty of the future is too far away." Kagura sighed, clasping his hands under his chin. "To embrace a better future, one must endure hardships to reach it. But don't worry, a month from now he will understand which direction to take." "Lord Hokage hold you responsible," Karin expressed her concern about the third Hokage's potential reprimand. "You," Kagura shook his head, patting Karin's head lightly, "have you forgotten the very purpose of our foundation? The third Hokage is a good person." "A good person, exactly, and it becomes more apparent when contrasted with the wicked. Regardless of whatever promises the third Hokage makes to him, in a month they will vanish like the wind that turns a windmill." "All right." Kagura thought for a moment, then spoke. "Spend this month training well and make sure there are no issues during the third part of the Chunin exams." There was only 1 month left until the third round of the Chunin exam. With the exam approaching, all the candidates for the third round were feeling the pressure and were training vigorously. Team Guy continued training with the only candidate for the third round, Hyuga Neji, with his teammates Rock Lee and Tent. Team Kakashi's Hideki Kakashi was rigorously training Uchiha Sasuke, having entrusted Uzumaki Naruto to Ebisu, hoping Ebisu could teach him to control his chakra better. Team 8's Aburame Shino had his unique training methods. His teammate Kiba and Yuzuka could only help him find bugs or something, while Hinata Hyuga needed to go home to recover from injuries. Team 10's Nara Shikamaru, from the Nara clan, naturally had someone to teach him how to use their family's secret technique, the shadow mimicry technique. All these young ones were working hard. Even Karin was earnestly trying to figure out the tricks to training in Sage mode, with a group of root ninjas accompanying her in training, and the surviving Uchihas thought Karin wasn't likely to make much progress and considered trying human transplantation techniques instead. As for the sole hopes of their respective villages, Sand Villages Gara and Mist Villages Chijuro, knowing just how troublesome their opponents from Konoha could be, naturally couldn't give up on putting in effort. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cheerfully shared an afternoon tea with Hyuga Hayashi. Thanks to the past sacrifices of the Hyuga clan, the village's higher-ups had promised not to pressure the Hyuga clan into reforming and also not to doubt their loyalty to the village, which greatly eased Hyuga Hayashi's mind. After seeing Hyuga Hayashi off, Hiruzen then sternly instructed the Anbu, "Go tell Kagura to stop making reckless statements that threaten our comrades in the village and to avoid causing internal conflicts at this critical juncture." "Yes." "And what about Jirya's whereabouts?" Hiruzen remembered another matter of concern. "Has the Anbu delivered the message? When did Jirya last say he would return?" "Lord Jirya originally did not want to return, but we informed him about Orochimaru appearing in the Chunin exam, and he did not express his stance." In fact, Jirya had already returned. Over the years, Jirya had been searching for traces of Nagato and the Akatsuki organization. He realized he might have been deceived by Nagato. The Akatsuki does not seem like an organization dedicated to the peace of the ninja world, as it constantly gathers S-rank rogue ninjas and even accepts S-rank war mercenary missions. However, upon careful consideration, it appears that Nagato never actually deceived him. This is because when Jirya first met Nagato, Akihara Kagura's extreme behavior nearby caused Jirya to fail to thoroughly inquire about Nagato's and Akatsuki's objectives, even leading Jirya to think that whatever Nagato wanted to do was somewhat normal. Now that I think about it, it still seems somewhat abnormal. However, Jirya could no longer find Akatsuki's whereabouts because Akatsuki had supplemented its intelligence, and with the ability to communicate over long distances through the magic lantern body technique, they did not have to worry about Jirya's interference. Moreover, Nagato and Akatsuki were unable to deal with Jiraiya, as he bore the responsibility of recommending Akihara Kagura to become the Hokage of Konoha village. If Jiraiya were dealt with, what if Akihara Kagura truly couldn't become Hokage and went mad, backstabbing Akatsuki? After all, most members of Akatsuki were former subordinates defeated by Kagura. As long as Kagura does not become Hokage, how to deal with Jiraiya could only be put on hold. In any case, Akatsuki could just avoid Jiraiya. Moreover, without Kagura's help, Jiraiya truly could not find Akatsuki's whereabouts and could only wander through the ninja world, indulging in a decadent life. Just at this time, Konoha sent him the news of Orochimaru's appearance. Remembering that Orochimaru had once joined Akatsuki, Jiraiya decided to return to Konoha to stake out Orochimaru and see if he could get information from him. As a result, the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku sent him on a trip, informing Jiraiya that perhaps the child of destiny in this world was not Nagato, but that a new hope was born. This is truly disheartening. Jiraiya felt he was about to embark on a new journey, simply returning to Konoha first to see if he could get information on Akatsuki by staking out Orochimaru. If he got information on Akatsuki, he would go and see Nagato again to confirm whether Nagato was indeed the child of destiny. As a result, he hadn't even staked out Orochimaru. Instead, Jiraiya was staked out by another brat. On Jiraiya's first day back in Konoha, he encountered Uzumaki Naruto, who attracted him with the newly invented sexy technique. While assisting Uzumaki Naruto in training, Jiraiya discovered the 5-element seal placed by Orochimaru on Naruto's body and casually helped the little guy remove it. During this period, Jiraiya realized the preciousness in Uzumaki Naruto, a stubborn child who never knew how to give up, and considering that Naruto's father Minato had left some things on Mount Myaboku, he tried to teach him a summoning jutsu. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto's performance was disappointing. The brat ended up summoning a tadpole, completely untalented. Jiraiya looked down at the tadpole summoned by Uzumaki Naruto, deeply feeling the gap between genius and poor student. The last person who trained in the summoning jutsu directly summoned the highest-ranking Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. "Hey, is it Kagura?" Uzumaki Naruto remembered seeing the name in the summoning contract scroll, holding his head without any surprise. That guy Kagura is indeed super strong. Jiraiya thought for a moment and found that he couldn't deny it. His disciple was indeed very powerful, although also very capable of causing him trouble, but worth any teacher's pride. "You better keep training." Thinking this, Jiraiya knocked on Uzumaki Naruto's head. "Until you summon a frog, don't embarrass me. The pervy sage still has this thing." Uzumaki Naruto frowned, completely baffled. Inside the Hokage building, the person Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto mentioned, Akihara Kagura, was in a meeting. Because Orochimaru appeared in the second round of the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death, this matter was too significant, and the Konoha higher-ups had to take this S-rank rogue ninja seriously. After all, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are known allies throughout the ninja world. Orochimaru's presence in Konoha might also mean another S-rank rogue ninja, Shimura Danzo, might suddenly appear. Hade Kakashi personally witnessed Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique in the Land of Waves, and also saw some of the dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas created by Shimura Danzo. Kakashi glanced at Akihara Kagura and took the initiative to say, "Although Kagura's strength is formidable, we still cannot overlook the trouble posed by two S-rank rogue ninjas. Orochimaru can summon the first and second Hokages through the Edo Tensei, and Shimura Danzo has over 50 dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas under his command." "That's right," Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, well aware of the trouble these two posed. "Either of them alone is capable of effortlessly destroying a small village, and even poses a revolutionary threat to a major village like our ninja village." To be honest, fortunately, Konoha has Akihara Kagura as its pillar. Otherwise, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo leading their forces to infiltrate Konoha could likely cause a cataclysmic disaster. The most pressing issue now is whether we should check if these allies participating in the Chunin exams are colluding with them. There's no need to worry, right? They all have treaties with Konoha. Treaties are just ineffective verbal agreements. Hade Kakashi distrusts these allied nations because he has personally experienced the Great Ninja War. It was the same during the Great Ninja War. These allies could betray us at any moment. They're not as loyal as you might think. Then let's proceed as if they have already betrayed the treaty. Kagura looked at Kakashi and said decisively, Immediately halt the Chunin exams, presume that everyone is colluding with Orochimaru, deal with all these ninjas in Konoha, charge them with the crime of conspiring with Orochimaru to attack Konoha, and send inquiries to their cages about the crime of colluding with Orochimaru. Everyone present fell silent. Even Kakashi, who mistrusts the allies, felt it was a bit too much and scratched his head, saying, "Isn't this method a bit too extreme?" Yes, it's not possible that all our allies will betray us, right? Moreover, with Sand Village and Mist Village being major ninja villages, any conflict could likely escalate into a great ninja war. This is too extreme. We can't just kill them all and start a great ninja war just because we suspect these allies might be colluding with Orochimaru, can we? Lord Kagura, should we be a bit more moderate? All the Konoha ninjas present opted for a more dovish approach. Even those hawks who originally thought that Konoha's allies might betray them, hearing Kagura's extreme proposal, couldn't help but immediately turn dovish. Kagura frowned slightly, seemingly not quite understanding. This way, Konoha can avoid falling into a crisis to the greatest extent, and we don't have to worry about whether these allies are colluding with Orochimaru. It's one thing to say this, but that's not how things should be done. A group of Konoha ninjas couldn't help but look at each other. This way, there's no need to worry about Orochimaru and these allies endangering Konoha, because Konoha itself would be triggering the greatest danger by sparking a great ninja war. Kagura, we can't only consider one side. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and puffed on his pipe, saying, "We also can't halt the Chunin exams. It's about Konoha's influence in the ninja world. We can't leave the ninja world with the impression that Konoha can't handle the crisis with Orochimaru. I believe those present can handle any potential crises. Of course, some necessary actions must not be abandoned. I've already sent the Ambu to investigate these allies participating in the Chunin exams to gather intelligence on whether they are colluding with Orochimaru. It's too troublesome." Kagura frowned again, still unwilling to change his suggestion. As long as Konoha can subdue these ninja villages with a thunderous force, there's no need to worry about people thinking Konoha is a weak village that can't solve the problem with Orochimaru, nor can it solve them. Violent methods won't make everyone submit. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, obviously aware that his approach might cause some hidden crises to erupt, but one simply couldn't trigger a great ninja war, right? Kagura shook his head, voicing a counterargument. Why care whether their souls submit, as long as their bodies no longer resist? All right, let's do as I say. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone present and then at Kagura, who seemed still somewhat unconvinced, and continued, "Kagura, execute the Hokage orders. The root members will also participate in the investigation." Kagura directly presented the root's findings. The investigation results from the root indicate that Sand Village, Mist Village, Sound Village, and Grass Village are all colluding with Orochimaru and must be resolutely eliminated. Get serious about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe Kagura's blunt truth. All right. Akihara Kagura reluctantly shook his head and left, using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving behind only a phrase often said by the previous leader of the root. "Third Hokage, sir, you will regret this." "Kagura, I am still the Hokage now." TL, déjà vu, Kagura's ideas are too extreme. After Kagura left, the two Hokage advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, immediately started discussing Kagura's unsuitability. If we follow Kagura's ideas, Konoha will inevitably conflict with the major ninja villages, which would instead provide Orochimaru and Danzo with opportunities to harm Konoha. Although Kagura is very powerful, it's inevitable that Konoha will be drawn into greater crises. This youngster is really not suitable to be a successor. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, glanced at the group of Jonin present, and gestured with his hand. What's most important now is to ensure the smooth conduct of the Chunin exams. Everyone must be on high alert and thoroughly investigate any unfamiliar ninja entering Konoha. Koharu Udatane glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and added, "Moreover, we need to secretly investigate within the village for any ninja colluding with Orochimaru. Orochimaru once held power and position in Konoha too, and it's quite possible that ninja like Mizuki have become Orochimaru's spies in Konoha." What about Kagura's side? Hamura Mitokado posed a question, continuing, "The root ninja around Kagura were once Danzo's subordinates. Should we have the Anbu take over and watch the root base?" Koharu Udatane strongly agreed with Hamura Mitokado's suggestion, continuing, "Originally, Kagura wanted to kill those people to avoid unnecessary killing and to not waste this force, so he had no choice but to keep them at his root, but whether these people are truly loyal." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a headache. Of course, if they brought this matter up with Kagura, it's highly likely that he would suggest simply killing those root ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to issue an order. Strictly command all root ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai not to act rashly and not to leave the root base during the Chunin exams. Would Kagura have any objection? Hatake Kakashi felt the higher-ups might not have considered the root leader's views and proactively reminded. After all, the root ninja are his subordinates. Do you think he cares about his own subordinates? Koharu Udatane posed an unarguable question. No one would believe that Kagura, the bloodthirsty root leader, would care about his subordinates, and only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi, his friends, knew some insider details. Let's decide on this then. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured with his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Everyone, stay alert. I believe we can all protect the village. Yes! All the Jonin immediately responded in agreement. Neither the high officials of Konoha nor these ninja ever imagined that Kagura was telling the absolute truth, as Orochimaru and Danzo were indeed colluding with other ninja villages. Orochimaru had met with the 4th Keizukage Rasa, hoping to discuss the plan to bring down Konoha with him, and seized the opportunity to ambush and kill Rasa, then disguised himself as Rasa to meet with the elder Genji of Mist Village, cleanly assassinating Elder. Orochimaru disguised as Rasa. Danzo disguised as Genji. Since the other people from Mist Village and Sand Village had also seen Orochimaru's Edo Tensei of the first Hokage, they believed that the first Hokage was enough to counter Konoha's strongest force, Kagura, and they approved the orders from Rasa and Genji to initiate the plan to bring down Konoha. The only person who might have detected something was a Jonin named Ao from Mist Village, who was fortunate enough to have obtained the Byakugan. Unfortunately, out of concern that Konoha might harm Ao, Genji did not bring Ao along, leading to neither Mist Village nor Sand Village realizing that their leaders had been replaced. Everything in the plan was going smoothly. Konoha's ninja were still investigating those colluding with Orochimaru, while the real collaborators were discussing final actions with Orochimaru and Danzo. Orochimaru dressed in the Keizukage robes. Danzo dressed in Genji's clothes. Kagura, wearing the casual outfit of the Konoha root leader, commented on their attire. How does it feel to control the power of a village? Sand Village is not so great. Orochimaru merely chuckled lightly. Because the power of Sand Village was indeed not great, always promoting an education for elite ninja, and now it was the weakest village among the 5 great ninja villages. Even Orochimaru, just after impersonating Keizukage Rasa, discovered through documents sent to him that Sand Village had many hidden crises, and merely economic troubles could not be resolved, either attack Konoha to plunder resources or serve Konoha thoroughly. The power of Mist Village is also pathetic. Shimura Danzo, the former head of the root, held the Mist Village in contempt and remained unwaveringly loyal to Konoha, never forgetting the department he founded. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, discontentedly saying, "As long as the monkey is dealt with, we support your succession to the position of the 5th Hokage, but I must be reinstated as the head of the root. After all, the root merely protects the Konoha from the shadows. Rest assured." Akihara Kagura nodded indifferently, continuing, "If Lord Danzo cannot defeat the 3rd Hokage, I will immediately send someone to bring you back to the root, where you can comfortably arrange for your successor. Let Torun and Fu accompany you back to the root." Shimura Danzo, distrustful of Akihara Kagura's words, said gravely, "They are my personal guards and long-standing members of the root. Let them take over the root and report back to me on its affairs." "That can be done." Akihara Kagura slowly nodded and added, "However, the current members of the root, who are dual Kekkei Genkai, were once under the 3rd Hokage. Now I can only guarantee the loyalty of some, not all." "HMPH!" Shimura Danzo scoffed disdainfully, considering Akihara Kagura somewhat unfit as the head of the root. "After all these years, you still can't fully control the root. Just keep Torun and Fu there." Shimura Danzo's intention wasn't to take over the root so soon. He just wanted his personal guards to keep an eye on Akihara Kagura, preventing any covert actions. However, something suddenly struck Shimura Danzo's mind. Perhaps Akihara Kagura lacks leadership skills. That might be for the best. Once the plan to bring down Konoha succeeds, he could reassume leadership of the root and might even gain more power under Akihara Kagura's command. The 1st and 2nd Hokage will also help us. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and began to discuss serious matters. I will cause trouble immediately after you leave, arranging for my subordinates the Sound Four to form the Four Violet Flames formation, creating an isolated battlefield to engage the teacher in a cage fight. Let's go with that. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, speaking in a deep voice. Kagura, do you have anything to add? Nothing more. Akihara Kagura was indifferent about the plan, mentioning an external factor. However, my teacher Jiraiya has returned. Find a way to get rid of him. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, suggesting, although Jiraiya's power has long been surpassed by ours, he still poses the potential to cause trouble. Orochimaru smiled slyly at Akihara Kagura with a carefree look. Killing him would alert Konoha. Jiraiya is a fool, it would be easy to trick him away. I'll create some other news to deceive him into leaving Konoha. Fine! Akihara Kagura had no objections, continuing, then it's settled. I still have plenty of work in the village and everything will proceed as planned. Inside the Konoha village, there was an air of tension. Every whisper and movement seemed significant. When Akihara Kagura returned, he received instructions from Sarutobi Hiruzen and did not openly object, only instructing Yakashi Kabuto to accompany Karin in her training. Yakashi Kabuto, upon seeing Akihara Kagura, immediately relayed new intelligence. Orochimaru has sent a message, asking me to keep an eye on your movements. Then tell him. Akihara Kagura was indifferent, continuing on his own terms. Anyway, I won't do anything unnecessary until after the plan to bring down the Konoha ends. After finishing his statement, Akihara Kagura brought up another matter. By the way, does Orochimaru know you've mastered the Edo Tensei? Yes. Yakashi Kabuto nodded, chuckling lightly. If I couldn't even master that technique now, Orochimaru would be very disappointed. That's good. Akihara Kagura nodded, moving on to the next step in his plan. I will entrust you with sacrificial material. Use the Edo Tensei to revive someone. Revive whom? Yakashi Kabuto looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise. A man named Dan Kato. Akihara Kagura then called out White Zetsu Oi, instructing, Oi, keep an eye on Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, prevent them from plotting anything. Understood. White Zetsu Oi swiftly departed. As White Zetsu Oi submerged underground and left, Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm, gathering chakra in his hand, and a white, fleshy object fell from his palm. The white, flesh-like substance transformed into a stark white creature the moment it hit the ground. This was cultivated by Akihara Kagura using the Ten-Tails husk within his body. This is... Shock flickered through the eyes of Yakashi Kabuto. This was cultivated using my chakra. Akihara Kagura took Yakashi Kabuto by the hand, teaching him, first, transplant Hashirama cells onto its body to enhance its vitality, then use it as a sacrifice to resurrect Dan Kato. Okay. Yakashi Kabuto slowly nodded, his curiosity piqued. This Dan Kato, is there anything special about him? Nothing special, I guess. Akihara Kagura pondered for a moment, then continued. The village elders recently think I'm not suited to succeed as Hokage. Teacher Jiraiya would definitely refuse to take over, but there might be another suitable candidate for Hokage. Who could be more suitable than you? The last of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Akihara Kagura mentioned the name with a slight indifference. Actually, it doesn't matter if she becomes the Hokage. The title can be hers, but I must make the future Hokage Lady Tsunade realize that without me, the Hokage can accomplish nothing. Lady Tsunade. To Yakashi Kabuto, the name was extremely familiar. Every medical ninja inevitably learns of Tsunade when studying medical ninjutsu, as she truly pioneered the medical ninja system. Yes! Akihara Kagura looked at Yakashi Kabuto, continuing, the Dan Kato you'll resurrect was once Tsunade's lover. Even though it's you who will revive him, Tsunade will probably blame Lord Orochimaru. In the future, this might keep Lady Tsunade busy dealing with an old friend, and perhaps we will soon have use for that predecessor Dan Kato. Akihara Kagura chuckled lightly, adding, who knows, it might even save your life and Lord Orochimaru's one day. I'll remember this. Yakashi Kabuto glanced at the white sacrificial creature beside him, nodding and asking, but what are you planning to do now? Aren't you going to stay with Karin? Akihara Kagura shook his head softly. I'm heading to the Uzumaki clan's Namikaze Hall. Akihara Kagura shook his head softly. I'm heading to the Uzumaki clan's Namikaze Hall in Konoha to retrieve something. Yakashi Kabuto still didn't quite understand. However, Yakashi Kabuto didn't ask further. For him, knowing that Akihara Kagura wouldn't sacrifice himself was enough, as the psychological scars left from when Akihara Kagura saved him and Din Nano were too profound. A month quickly passed. The tense atmosphere in Konoha hadn't reached the competitors in the third round of the Chunin exams. They were still training hard, fearing any small mistake could lead to defeat. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Uzumaki Naruto finally managed to summon the giant toad Gamabunta using the Nine Tails chakra, although Jiraiya didn't continue to guide him after hearing some news about Orochimaru. Hyuga Neji, with Rock Lee and Tenten by his side, successfully mastered the Hyuga clan's ultimate technique, though the process was perilous, nearly getting kicked by Rock Lee. Others also had their achievements. Karin had not mastered the Sage mode, but she completely mastered the Cursed Seal given to her by Akihara Kagura, unlocking the second form of the Cursed Seal mode. "You've done very well." Yakashi Kabuto stood by Karin, applauding softly. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded that the dual Kekkei Genkai of the root must not leave the base, only Yakashi Kabuto could accompany Karin in her training. As nobles from other countries and daimyos from major ninja villages arrived, including the heavyweight figures such as the 4th Kazekage Rasa and the Elder of the Mist Village, Genji, the third round of the Chunin exam selection was about to begin. "Welcome both of you to Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully held his pipe, sincerely welcoming these leaders of major ninja villages to Konoha. It's been a long time since so many ninja from different villages have gathered together. The last grand gathering traced back to the first Hokage's first Cage Summit, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it was not easy for his generation to meet these two. "Hee!" The Elder of the Mist, Genji, just chuckled, but his laugh was hollow. "This might be the last time we see each other." The elder Genji of the Mist Village had grown old, and it was not unreasonable for this elderly man to express pessimistic views. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, voluntarily taking the responsibility upon himself. "Genji Dono is still in robust health. In contrast, my old bones are nearly useless now." The elder Genji of the Mist Village simply shook his head slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned to Rasa, the 4th Kazekage, and he initiated a conversation. "I have always wanted to meet with Lord Rasa, and today I finally have the opportunity. I've long wanted to visit Konoha." The 4th Kazekage from the Sand Village, Rasa, responded warmly, even opening his palms in a very polite manner. "I hope my visit will not bring any trouble to Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen, still smiling, retorted, "Having you two visit Konoha is an honor for an old man like me in his twilight years. How could it possibly cause any trouble?" Sarutobi Hiruzen walked ahead, extending his hand to invite them. "Let us go inside first, and later we can enjoy watching the performance of these youngsters." The rulers of the 3 major ninja villages sequentially entered and took their seats on the highest platform of the arena for the third stage of the Chunin exams, overlooking the densely packed crowd. This year's Chunin exams were clearly the largest event in Konoha in recent years, with many villagers attending, sitting in the stands, and watching the arena below. The host of the third stage was still Genma Shiranui, who was evaluating the incoming contestants, contemplating whether there might be any troublesome issues. Honestly, it was quite possible. Since Gaara was the Jinchuriki from the Sand Village, if he were to unleash Shukaku, it could disrupt the arena or even harm innocent spectators. Clearly, this issue was also quickly brought to the attention of Akihara Kagura. "Lord Kagura," Reido Namiyashi took a look at Akihara Kagura, who was leading, and suggested, "We could prepare 4 Jonin to set up the 4 Violet Flames formation, just in case that child from the sand truly releases Shukaku, preventing any unforeseen troubles." "Don't worry." Akihara Kagura shook his head, suddenly raising his finger as chakra surged within him. "Wood release, multi-wood clone technique." 4 wood clones emerged from behind Akihara Kagura, leaping down from the platform. 4 wood clones emerged from behind Akihara Kagura, leaping down from the platform and positioning themselves at the 4 corners of the arena. Akihara Kagura glanced at the personnel within the arena and softly said, "Before the exam starts, my wood clones will set up a barrier to prevent any accidents." "Is the chakra of the wood clones sufficient?" Reido Namiyashi thoughtfully watched the wood clones in the corners of the arena, then suddenly asked, "Wait, what if an accident occurs during the exam? If one contestant defeats another and the other side continues to attack? I can enter the barrier using the Flying Thunder God technique." Akihara Kagura seemed to have calculated everything in advance. Reido Namiyashi's forehead twitched, feeling that Akihara Kagura's method was correct, but the outcome might differ. He felt that Akihara Kagura only wanted to see bloodshed. "At the crucial moment, I will intervene," Akihara Kagura emphasized again. As they were chatting here, Genma Shiranui, following the established lottery order, ordered the contestant of the first match to stay in the arena while the others returned to the resting room. The opponents of the first match, Uzumaki Naruto Hyuga Neji. While these two contestants were still exchanging words in the arena, Akihara Kagura's prearranged wood clones suddenly clapped their hands together, releasing a crimson barrier. Ninja Art, 4 Red Yang Formation. 4 crimson barriers suddenly appeared in the arena. All the Jonin present were shocked by the appearance of this crimson barrier. They had heard of the terrifying power of the 4 Red Yang Formation and knew of the defensive strength of the barrier. But this was their first time seeing it. 4 Red Yang Formation. Reido Namiashi watched the red barrier that appeared in the arena, unable to hide his astonishment. The legendary 4 Red Yang Formation's defensive power far exceeds that of the 4 Violet Flames Formation, requiring 4 cage-level ninja with chakra to set it up. Of course, what shocked people even more was not just the 4 Red Yang Formation itself. It was solely through the use of 4 wooden clones that he was able to set up the 4 Red Yang Formation. Many Jonin ninjas present were stunned by Akihara Kagura's move, compelled to marvel at the terrifying extent of his abundant chakra, a level many could only dream of achieving. He really is a spirited young man. Sitting at the highest spot, the 4th Kazekage Rasa observed Kagura's manipulation and smiled slightly, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. There's no need for such a grand display. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, chuckled lightly, pleased with the deterrent Kagura brought to Konoha but slightly self-conscious. With such a barrier, it's hindering our view of the younger one's dedicated performances. HMPH, an elder from the mist, Genji, grunted softly and commented, seeing the 4 Red Yang Formation is spectacular enough for this Chunin exam. The performances of those youngsters below should live up to this barrier, capable of defending against any force. Currently speaking, the defensive limit of the 4 Red Yang Formation is unknown. Because the 4 Red Yang Formation has rarely appeared throughout the history of the ninja world, every recorded occurrence has had significant utility, and everyone believes the barrier is capable of defending against any attack. The shock gradually subsided, and he looked towards Kagura with a twitch of his mouth, the scale of the spectacle being perhaps too vast. Is there anything else? Kagura turned to Reido Namiashi. Indeed there is, Reido Namiashi continued, looking at Kagura. Uchiha Sasuke and Dasu from the Sound Village have not yet arrived at the exam site. Genma hopes I disqualify them. Kagura waved his hand dismissively. Although Kagura knew what Uchiha Sasuke was up to, and knew that Hadate Kakashi, who had not shown up, was also occupied, today's time was too precious to be wasted here. But Yamashiro Yaba stood next to Reido Namiashi, carefully reporting, everyone is looking forward to their performance today. The first match, the winner, Uzumaki Naruto. As they were still reporting, the winner of the first match had quickly emerged. Uzumaki Naruto surprisingly defeated the prodigy Hyuga Neji. That was quick. Kagura took a special glance at the situation in the arena. With the end of this match, the wooden clones deactivated the 4 Red Yang Formation, and the second match's contestants took the stage, with Chijuro from the Mist Village facing Aburame Shukaku from Konoha. This match was much more spectacular. Even though Chijuro was skilled and his water techniques were exquisite, he still lost to Aburame Shukaku. The third match, Genma Shiranui, holding the list, loudly continued, from the Sand Village, Temari versus from Konoha, Narashikamaru. This is troublesome. Narashikamaru walked onto the stage without much enthusiasm. Despite his lackadaisical demeanor, he performed even more spectacularly than in the previous match, using his shadow mimicry technique to resolve the bout with Temari in an instant, but suddenly raised his hand to signal his surrender. Playing one match is enough, right? After raising his hand to surrender, Shikamaru, indifferent to the outcome of the match, said, after all, the third round of the Chunin exam selects based on the performances of the genin in the arena, not on winning or losing. I think my performance in this match is already good enough for me to be promoted to Chunin. After saying this, Shikamaru glanced at Temari and casually added, and I've also left you a chance, hoping you can perform well enough in your next match to be promoted to Chunin. Temari stared blankly at Shikamaru, having never seen such a non-competitive boy before, her forehead throbbing. This match, she won, yet she also lost. Since everyone in the arena was discussing Narashikamaru's loss, all the Jonin believed his performance was quite excellent, having utilized all factors to secure a victory. He is definitely the most promising candidate for promotion to Chunin at this time. Winner, Temari. After announcing the winner, Genma Shiranui glanced at Akihara Kagura in the audience and continued. Since Uchiha Sasuke did not arrive in time, Uchiha Sasuke is automatically disqualified and Gaara advances. Similarly, Genma Shiranui loudly continued, since Dasu did not arrive in time, Dasu is automatically disqualified and Karin advances. The second round of the competition begins. Genma Shiranui solemnly announced the second round of the competition, saying the first match of the second round will be Gaara versus Karin. Since neither Gaara nor Karin had participated in any matches yet and were both assigned to the same bracket, it was decided to have them start the round with a match against each other. Karin and Gaara exchanged glances. The red-haired girl and the red-haired boy simultaneously jumped down from the rest area onto the stage of the competition. Last time you were lucky. Gaara clenched his fists, undeterred by his previous loss in the Forest of Death. This time there won't be such good luck. Last time Shukaku, that fool, was restrained by Karin. This time Gaara was confident he wouldn't lose no matter what, as he would not let Shukaku come out, only using Shukaku's chakra to fight. My luck has always been poor. Karin adjusted his glasses and whispered, in my life I've only had good luck once, and that luck still protects me to this moment, continuously accompanying me. You cannot possibly be my opponent. What a joke! Gaara furiously swung his palm. A stream of sand flew out from the gourd on his back towards Karin, intending to envelop her body. Karin directly punched through the sand, charging at Gaara. Gaara hastily released a wall of sand in front of him, which Karin shattered with a powerful punch, sending sand flying everywhere. As Karin's fist was about to strike Gaara, the sand instantly formed a thick ball around him, encasing him. Such a troublesome woman! Gaara, shielded within the sandball, gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, feeling the sandball shake under Karin's punches. Kid, let me handle this! Shukaku inside Gaara kept clamoring. You lost last time! Gaara firmly opposed Shukaku's emergence, questioning coldly, last time didn't you say this woman's golden chains greatly restrained you? I wasn't prepared. Shukaku hoped to regain his ground. This time I'll seal her first and see what she can do. I can kill her myself. Gaara smirked coldly, quickly raising his palm and extending a giant sand claw from the sandball, ferociously clawing at Karin. Adamantine sealing chains! Karin's back sprouted golden chains that directly tied up the sand claw, while another sand claw suddenly emerged and grabbed towards Karin's body. It's too late! Karin, seeing the other giant sand claw approaching, immediately realized it was a trap set by Gaara. Gaara used one sand claw to distract Karin, using the adamantine sealing chains to bind the claw so she couldn't move freely, then mercilessly used the other sand claw to grab at Karin. In the audience stand, Akihara Kagura watched the fierce battle in the arena. Hadate Kakashi, with Uchiha Sasuke arriving belatedly, only to find out that Sasuke had already been disqualified. Can't Sasuke be given another chance? Hadate Kakashi looked towards Akihara Kagura, hoping this old friend could lend a hand, though he also believed it was unlikely. It's too late. Akihara Kagura shook his head, his gaze still fixed tightly on the arena, and casually Akihara Kagura shook his head, his gaze still fixed tightly on the arena, and casually asked, who do you think will win this battle? Hadate Kakashi helplessly shook his head, looking towards the fight in the arena. If Karin doesn't have any other tricks up her sleeve, then her chances of winning are slim. The young one from the Sand Village have already far surpassed many Chunin, even exceeding a Jonin in skill. His sand techniques are quite mysterious. Let's just watch. Akihara Kagura leaned on the railing, interestedly continuing to watch the battle. Was it Gaara's mother's sand defense that was stronger or his own curse mark? The next moment, the situation in the arena suddenly turned around. Karin raised her arm and a black curse mark emerged like flowing water on her arm. Her fist smashed the incoming sand claw. Wait! Hadate Kakashi suddenly noticed the curse mark on Karin's arm and turned to Akihara Kagura. The curse mark on Karin's arm, how is it different from the one on Sasuke's? It's different. Akihara Kagura interrupted Hadate Kakashi, glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and continued. Perhaps the curse mark on Sasuke's body is also natural energy. I can sense that energy, but it hasn't been tamed. The curse mark I left on Karin is because I can use the Sage mode. Those are tamed natural energies. Can you help remove the curse mark from Sasuke? Hadate Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura, hoping his friend could help. Are you sure? Akihara Kagura posed an interesting analogy. The curse mark might have its drawbacks, but it can provide him the power for revenge, just like how your Sharingan consumes your chakra, yet offers you very useful assistance. But how can it give me the power for revenge? Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Hadate Kakashi, speaking in a deep voice. If I can harness the power of the curse mark, can I take revenge against Uchiha Itachi? There's a good chance. Akihara Kagura neither confirmed nor denied, only turning his attention back to the situation in the arena. Perhaps you should first see the power of the curse mark before making a decision. The battle in the arena intensified again. The fight between Karin and Gaara became even more fierce. Sand whirled through the arena. Occasionally a sand claw would emerge from the sand, and even the entire arena was transformed into sand by Gaara. The ground was no longer safe. Karin once again raised her arm, and the curse mark flowed again like water, converging on her body and unfurling a pair of jet black yet translucent butterfly wings behind her. This was the second form of her curse mark. Interesting power! Sitting in the stands, the fourth Keisuke Rasa couldn't help but praise the power, recognizing that the curse mark used by the opponent was excellent. At least, it was easily comparable to the cursed seal of heaven. Lord Rasa's son is also very talented. Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled and praised Gaara. Among the leaders of the three major ninja villages in the stands, perhaps only Genji felt a bit awkward, as only the ninjas from the Sand and Konoha villages remained in the exam arena. However, the elder of the Mist village, Genji, seemed indifferent to his village's ninja performance, quietly tapping his fingers on the back of his hand, as if waiting for some signal. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought the elder from the Mist was unhappy with the performance of his village and hesitated to continue boasting, planning to give the Mist a consolation prize. Genji Dono, actually, your village's Chijuro performed quite well. His water release skills are sufficient for him to advance to Chunin. Is his water release very excellent? Genji slightly lifted his eyes, seemingly oblivious to everything, his gaze slowly turning back to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. How does his water release compare to our teacher?